Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. This is part 3 of our story. If you like this what if story and want to see part 4, let me know in the comments below. Before we start, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share this video with your friends. Also, check the description for more great content and my playlist. This story was posted by 𝐻𝐸110 on AO3. Now, let's start. He sighed contentedly as the light of the Sunday morning sun washed over his body as he exited the hospital. Just as Recovery Girl had said, there were no other complications with his heart after Total Command kicked in. He gently tapped his own chest and mumbled a soft "glad to have you" still beating in there to himself as his mother made her way out of the hospital, too. "You sure you don't want me to accompany you back?" 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 asked, tilting her head, worry evident in her voice. With the recent stuff he had been through, he couldn't really blame her for it. "Momo said she was sending one of her drivers to pick me up, Mom." "I'll be fine," he replied with a soft smile. "Oh." The worry in her voice faded out instantly. "Midoriya Izuku, you better find a way to repay her for that. I won't have my son be ungrateful, you hear?" With the smile on her face, he couldn't be sure if she was just happy he'd found someone's that cared for him, was scolding him lightly, or teasing him. Not that it mattered anyway. "Will do," he chimed, walking towards where Momo said the car would pick him up. "I forgot how rich she is." He shifted uncomfortably in the back of the limousine, trying to ignore the looks the driver was giving him whenever they stopped at traffic lights. Well, he thought she was giving him glances. Her large aviators were making it impossible for him to actually see her eyes, but he still felt eyes on him. "So," she mumbled, breaking the uncomfortable silence. "You are young MSDR's loved one." "Why, he responded, gulping slightly. Is she gonna haze me or something?" She paused for a second, then clicked a transponder off, the red light on its side growing dim. "Don't tell her I'm saying this, but please take care of her." "That was unexpected. I have been working for her family for 10 years now, and I haven't seen her that happy in all those years. She was practically beaming when I drove her back to the dorms yesterday." He started blushing from the revelation, a small smile forming on his face unbidden. "Ah, really?" The driver clicked her tongue and chuckled a bit at his reaction. To be young again, you aren't that old," he mumbled back without thinking. "At least you don't look that old." The driver started laughing at his response. "Oh, ain't you the charmer?" Her laughter faded away as they passed another intersection. "It's not nice to try making people envious, young man." "How was that? You know what, never mind." "So?" Mina looked at the breakfast table expectantly, amber eyes locking down on the 3 culprits. "Why were you 3 with him already?" Mai ignored the comment, continuing to gobble down on her fill of pancakes. Momo and 𝐒𝐭𝐴 grew red in the face and tried to look away from the accuser. All 3 of them could feel the eyes of the class starting to gravitate towards them, the full class glaring at them. Mostly confused and lost, rather than envy. "You guys formed his dash." Minerva cut herself off, the act of keeping herself from finishing the sentence starting to make her sweat. Inhuman sounds escaped her throat, and she finally gave in, ripping out one of the ball that formed her ponytails and bit into it as a makeshift GG, silencing the rest of her comments. The table watched that in awe. "Progress." Hannah shrugged, looking at the shorter woman chew into the ball viciously. The rest of the class joined in, sagely nodding. "We are getting off topic." Mina objected, trying to turn the class back on the 3 who were now making a getaway with the focus shifted away from them. "Hey, guys." All the attention shifted again, as Izuku announced his arrival on the doorway of the dorms. "I'm back." Mina was the first one to tackle into him in a hug. "Welcome back, Izuku." His face scrunched up in confusion at her response to his declaration. Mina was touchy, sure, but this was new. The tone of her voice also set his brain alight with part confusion and part enjoyment. "Ashido, cease that at once, you might reopen the wound." Tomoyo protested from the side, only to get a response of a raspberry from the pinkette in question. "It's fine, Ida, the wound's healed fully. There isn't even a scar left over." Izuku responded, trying to calm down his friend. "Oh, but scars are manly." Eiko muttered, looking slightly saddened by the fact. Izuku decided to respond to Mina's continued hug, wrapped an arm around her, petting her head with the other, chuckling slightly at Eiko's comment, as cool as they are, scar tissue can cause problems, especially in places like the heart. I guess, the redhead muttered. So are you just gonna hug her, or do we gotta get in line? Kyoka teased softly, her eyes conveying how grateful she was seeing him fine, even if her mouth was upturned into a sly smirk. Hey, Izuku. Whatever he was gonna say back to Kyoka was forgotten when he looked down at Mina, who was speaking again. Why were those three with you already? Hey. He recoiled away from her. Why were Yamamoto, Hatsume and Rara already with you? Mina repeated, a teasing gleam in her eyes. Were you going out or something? The room froze. Oh, would you look at the time, it's time for our music session, isn't it, Kyoka? Izuku sputtered out in a fast pace, walking towards the girl in question. Wait, we said next. Her protests went unheeded as he picked her up and walked up the staircase. See you guys later, he muttered as Kyoka blushed madly in his arms, both disappearing into the stairwell. Well, that was an exit if I ever saw one, Doi remarked, going back to her breakfast. Are we just gonna ignore how flustered he got over it? Mina asked. Yep. Came the answer from Katsumi, also going back to her breakfast. I'll get to the bottom of this. Mina huffed internally. Izuku finally set Kyoka down on the second flight of stairs. Sorry about that. I kinda panicked, the girl huffed with a blush on her face. Notice that part. She straightened her clothes. Now, do you wanna actually work on the guitar, or was I just your excuse to get away? I mean, if you are free. Izuku mumbled, looking away slightly in shame. You sure your girlfriends won't mind? Kyoka added as she made her way towards her room. They probably won't. Izuku clapped his hand on his face. You heard nothing. Oh, but what if I did hear something? Kyoka threatened playfully, her smirk very audible in her voice even as she wasn't facing him. I would need to find a way to make you forget. He responded, but it sounded more like a question than a statement to her ears. Relax, Green. I'm not planning on outing you or anything. Kyoka chuckled, shooting a smug glance at him over her shoulder, one of her jacks extending and poking him on the nose. Not yet, at least. His brain lagged for a second at the sudden contact, then resumed at full blast, taking in the scene of her looking at him with the amethyst eyes shining with a teasing glint, a smug grin and soft red dusting on her cheeks. For that 1 second, he was reminded painfully how stunning Kyoka was. When he started blushing, Kyoka giggled. Don't be like that, Green, you know I'm just messing with you. That's not why I'm blushing. He mumbled under his breath, looking away from the cause of his ears starting to grow red at the tips. Here. Kyoka's teasing facade started to crack, her amplified hearing picking up what he said with ease. Then why was he? No Fing Wei. She blurted without thinking, her eyes looking at him with disbelief. You think the already present red dusting overtook her facial features. Why you think, her blushing face, paired with her purple hair caused her to resemble a red plum. That you are attractive. He finished the thought, feeling barely brave enough to do so. Guess that's what surviving getting stabbed does to you. Kyoka stopped at her door, keeping her eyes on the handle instead of him. You can't be serious. Kyoka, you are hot. His voice cracked a bit at the end, the thought registering a little too late to stop his mouth from finishing the sentence. Izuku, she muttered back simply, her eyes locking onto his. Do you mean that? Why would I lie to you about something like that? He shot back, eyes darting away from her form. Kyoka leaned into her door, putting her weight onto the handle she was holding onto. She wasn't the most content with her looks. No one gave her compliments, nor did she ask for any. But it felt nice to hear it from someone else unprompted. Thanks, Izuku. Her blush started to fade, and the teasing glint started to come back to her eyes. It feels nice to hear that even if you're just saying it to get into my breathes. His eyebrow twitched. Well, why do you think I would want to do that? Her blush returned full force as he turned the tables. A teasing smile blossomed on his face as he stepped even closer, enjoying how red she got. So that's why she and Mina keep teasing me. This is fun. The only reason why I would want to get into your breathes is 'cause I think you are attractive, right? 𝐂𝐽𝐽 panicked and followed her reflexes, punching him in the kidney, causing him to recoil and latch onto the area of impact. Her eyes went wide as she noticed what her hand just did. Oh God. Sorry, Izuku. He waved his hand trying to dispel her worries. No, it's my fault. I overdid it. Not really, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 admitted, looking away from the doubled-over man. Did you just admit that you like that? Izuku asked, eyes wide. I didn't say that. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 protested, earjacks waving around erratically as her face flushed red. I'm never letting you live this down, 𝐂𝐽𝐽, he teased with a grin, ignoring her adamant refusal and causing her to huff in irritation. Fine, whatever, you wanna learn the guitar now or what, green? She muttered, not looking at his face. Sure. Okay, so, how are we gonna explain why we were with him? Mai broke the silence of Momo's room after their retreat from the common area, the insistence of Mina still fresh in their minds. It's not like we can just go, oh hey, we were on a date. She paused for a second. I mean, we can't, right? Momo blushed at the idea of it all, having Izuku start kissing her in public displays of affection, calling her his girlfriend. Her blush turned crimson as she indulged herself on the idea. Okiko was imagining similar scenarios, Izuku tapping her on the nose with the spatula he was using to cook for the class, urging her to sit on his lap in the common room as they wound down from the hero course, nipping her on the neck idly, hands moving up and do. She yanked the emergency brake on that train of thought as steam almost started to pour from her ears. Mai's eyes locked onto Okiko's. Why do I feel like you thought something disproportionately dirty? You are getting better at this, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 complimented as Izuku repeated another chord, fingers moving a little easier across the neck of the instrument than the last time they had an impromptu music lesson. Izuku flexed his fingers a little. Yeah, I've been able to practice a bit. Still having a bit of trouble with bar chords, you were right when you said they would be difficult. 𝐂𝐽𝐽 hummed in agreement. She was having a difficult time not imagining his hands elsewhere. Well, if you feel like you've got those chords down, what do you say we try out a simple tune? She pulled her phone out of her pocket, quickly flipping through songs until she found what she was looking for. See if you can keep up. Well, all I'm saying is making it out in the open is the best course of action, Momo argued back, crossing her arms. It's gonna come to light eventually anyway. Mai nodded. While that is true, do you think Izuku is ready for something like that? Having everyone know about our relationship? Okiko stilled. Yeah, probably not. Momo's shoulder slumped. Yeah, Mai hummed softly. But when have I ever let his hang-up stop me? Momo's eyes widened. Mai, no. Mai's eyes sparkled. Mai, yes. Okiko bonked her on the back of the head. We should just ask him. Maybe he'd be fine with it soonish. Mai held her head in her hands in mock pain. Guess we can do that. Izuku stopped playing the tune abruptly, causing 𝐂𝐽𝐽 to look at him with confusion. Something wrong? I suddenly feel like I'm going to have some trouble after this. He mumbled, pinching his bottom lip, then shook his head. Not about the guitar, you are a great teacher, just about in general. Well, the sports festival is coming up, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 mumbled, leaning to her side on her bed. I'm kind of feeling the pressure myself. He stilled, not referencing that with his comment, but that was true nonetheless. So he nodded along. Yeah, 𝐂𝐽𝐽 shrugged. We made some progress, wanna end it here? He tapped the guitar he was holding. Sure. Should we still have a session on Friday like we originally intended? You gonna have time for that while you are sking face with your girlfriends? She shot back with a sly grin. Haha, he fake laughed, getting up. I'm sure they'll be fine with it. If you say so, mister. I have girlfriends for days, the purple-haired girl teased back, causing him to chuckle earnestly as he was getting up to leave. See ya later, 𝐂𝐽𝐽. He smiled from the doorway, causing her to give a wave from her spot as she focused on tuning her guitar again, her blush hidden from his view as she looked down to the instrument. The three finally settled down by the time Izuku left 𝐂𝐽𝐽's room, Mai prodding Okiko about her quirk for suit upgrades. So, you don't know why you get stomach aches when you overdo it? Mai mumbled, looking down on her notes. Izuku said it might have been Mai. She tried recalling that first combat training, it just seems so long ago now. Your inner ear's acting up, causing your brain to think you ingested neurotoxins. Izuku finished her sentence for her. That's my theory on it, at least. The three of them turned to stare at him, mouth agape. Did you just come in without knocking? Momo questioned, before he was tackled into a hug by Mai, followed by Okiko. I guess I kinda did, he chuckled, hugging the two back. I wanted to surprise you all. Consider me surprised, Mai chimed with a giggle, hugging onto him with the deceptive strength her limbs held. He patted her head, looking apologetically at Momo. Sorry about coming in without knocking. She smiled softly at him. I was only surprised that you did it, not against it. Both started laughing at that. They ended up sleeping on the same bed again, enjoying each other's warmth for the first time since his incident. Monday came and went faster than anyone could register it. Izuku somehow ended up working out with the small workout group they formed even before the classes started, with the addition of Momo to their ranks. He ignored the knowing looks Mina shot at him whenever he was with Momo and Okiko during their sessions. And with all things that become scheduled, the week passed without him even feeling the time roll over him. One moment he was dealing with classes starting again, the next he was playing along to another tune in Kyoka's room, and then he was there with Tsuyu's siblings scaling his body like he was a living jungle gym over the weekend, most of the girls cooing at the sight. He could have sworn Katsumi was taking pictures or a video from the side. And Tsuyu looking at him with the I told you you'd make a good husband look wasn't helping his current state of dying from embarrassment. It felt like right after that they were already at the waiting room, the sounds of the sports festival echoing around them as Class 1A waited for their moment to go out into the field. His fingers tapped against his thigh in a simple rhythm, trying to calm himself down. He could feel his brain had healed to almost full capacity if the rate of thoughts passing through it was any indication. But something felt odd about them. Midoriya. Shoko's cold voice came from his side, pulling him out of the overwhelming weight of his thoughts. I won't lose this time. He looked blankly at her for a second. She sounded resolute about her victory. Don't think I won't make you work for it, he shot back with a slight smirk in his voice, a sense of rivalry forming between them. You say that like I won't be the one winning this whole thing. Katsumi shot back from her corner, cracking her knuckles. Don't discount us just yet. Doi laughed, letting some sparks crack between her fingertips. The rest of the class started to smile along. Idle chatter spreading over them as the stress of the whole thing started to fade away. He rolled his shoulders as he rose up. The light over their exit was flashing, meaning it was their cue to enter the stadium. Let the best hero win. Izuku conceded, causing the rest of the class chanted "yeah" as they all made their way out onto the field. Thank you for inviting me over, Yagi-san, Inko chirped, watching the sports festival's opening ceremony. Toshiko had called her up on Monday about having an extra seat. Perks of training all might back in the day, she had called it. Thought you might enjoy watching your son in action. She muttered back, smiling softly at the excitement gracing Inko's features. I have to admit, I've been excited to see how far he's come. Inko nodded happily at that, and Toshiko couldn't help but chuckle softly at how similar mother and son looked while they were excited. And as the students started filing in, she couldn't help but look proudly at the sight of 1A entering the limelight. Let's get this party started, listeners. Present MIC's voice echoed through the entrance as they made their way down the hall leading down to the stadium, a low hum of excitement washing over them with each step. Key lead-off track of the sports festival, you know who I am talking about. The ones that we have all been surprised by, the rising stars of USJ, the ones that already took down villains before their first week was over. She paused for the sound of murmurs in the audience to die down. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome our first years of the hero course. The light from the gateway blinded them all as they took their last step onto the field. Class A. Midnight greeted them all with a sadistic smile from the podium, cracking her WHP to her side. Following Class A, here comes B. Through H. MIC added with clear hollowness to her words. Izuku could feel the sweat drop on his own head, and much of his classmates. Favoritism much. He could see the other classes groaning a little in his peripheral vision. Enough chit-chat. Midnight commanded to the MIC in front of her, cracking her WHP again. It's time for the opening words by the student representative. Class 1A Izuku Midoriya, if you would please take the stand. Izuku broke rank from his class, making his way to the podium. Taking steady breaths to calm his nerves. 𝐒𝐬𝐬𝐷. He almost tripped as the amalgamation of voices echoed throughout his brain, a few he recognized from USJ. What the F? What the F? He continued his way to the podium, trying his best to not break down right on the steps. Hearing voices in my head, perfect. Okay, not the weirdest thing that happened to me. He coughed to the side as he took the final steps to the MIC, rolling his shoulders absent-mindedly. Who am I kidding? This is top 10 SHT. Even with my track record. He finally looked a little higher up and saw the crowd, confused muttering going on between them as they saw him in his glory. They had heard about a male being in the hero course, but he guessed none of them thought he could be the student representative of all things. Slowly they all started staring back at him as if he could explain it all in simple terms. That only intensified his anxiety over the whole thing. He hadn't thought about it before, but at that moment he desperately wanted to SWCH quirks with 𝐔𝐬𝐽. 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐷. He panicked slightly as something shifted in his mental scape, the overwhelming pressure of anxiety lifted off his shoulders, and he felt his posture shift as his point of view adjusted just a little higher as he stood straighter. Here. He looked onto the expecting crowd, aware of how much it wasn't bothering him at that point. Oh, 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐷. Thanks. He inhaled one last time. Guess I'm actually doing this. Midnight was watching on with some concern from his side. He looks like he's actually lost it a little. I know I am not what you expected to see. Really, a man in UA is probably a common thought in your heads. And, well, I can't blame you. I didn't believe I could be here either. It's what they always said to me. They said there was no way I'd be a hero. Well, I am trying to be one anyway. With success so far, but not without injury. I've had my shoulder popped out for more times than I would care for, got my neck broken, and even gotten stabbed. His voice had adjusted a bit, tone fluctuating like a seasoned showman. That alone almost caused Nemurai to almost do a double take. Wait, when did he get stabbed? He smiled slightly into the MIC as the crowd started looking amongst each other. I feel like not being a hero would have been a wiser choice. Class 1A looked on with confusion. But, it's not the one I made. His smile grew into a content one. That choice was the same for everyone standing in this field today. From the General Studies Department to the Heroics course. And today, we will all do our best to prove that, despite everything, we made the right choice. The purple eyes of the woman that declared war on him 2 weeks ago caught his own in stunned silence. One as confusion turned into awe, Mina between looking at Momo and Okako, eyes questioning, did you two know he could do speeches? Their own confused faces were enough of an answer. And finally, we will show you why UA made the right decision in letting us burden the weight of the choice we made in their care. We will prove our mettle, show you all our limits. Then burst past them, go beyond. He hoped that the rest of the first years were picking up what he was leading to. After all, it was our choice to go under the motto. He threw a fist into the air. The rest followed. Plus ultra. The audience got riled up at that, cheering along as he made his way down. All Might was right about showmanship being a big part of this. His class looked back at him with pride as he rejoined them, Mina punching him on the shoulder playfully. He managed to catch a glimpse of a blue lavender-haired woman he recognized from somewhere, arms crossed under her bust, rubbing her chin as if she was trying to recall something. Without further delay, let's start with the first event. Midnight announced as a hologram appeared behind her, a randomizer going at it on the display. Can't believe we are stuck patrolling out here, instead of lounging in there. Mount Lady groaned, munching on some takoyaki she managed to get from one of the stalls, peeking at one of the many screens of the stadium. 𝐶𝐬𝐽, that old hag looks like she is having fun. I mean, they asked for more security detail, it couldn't be helped. Death Arms shrugged. I suppose, Mount Lady huffed. Her eyes were glued onto the screen as the student representative was called on stage. Her plate of takoyaki dropped out of her hands. It was caught before it hit the ground by Kamu Woods. "Hey, don't let something wrong." In a second, the blonde hero's expression had changed from mopey to livid. "It's him." The tall, lavender-blue-haired girl snapped her fingers, attracting her classmates' attention. Izuku did a double-take, noticing just how tall she was. His heart skipped a beat as his reflexes caused him to look down to her BRSS, then slowly climb up to her eyes, noticing her lips were at his eye level. "How did I even miss that? An anxiety will do to. He shook his head to focus back onto the moment. "Intelli, what are you talking about? A class representative, Kendo was cut off. "It's the guy from the news from almost a year ago," Psycho explained, calming down and looking at her class president. "The guy that I talked about. Remember? The reason I even tried to get into the hero course here." Izuku's heart skipped another beat as Katsumi stiffened. "I inspired her to be here." The first years started mumbling between them, confusion spreading. Mina poked at Greenette's side. "Ex-girlfriend." His mouth felt dry and he couldn't even respond. "Wait, the silver-haired woman looked at Izuku. "You're the crazy guy that ran in and saved that girl. That's so manly, dude." The mumbling grew louder, even amongst the crowd as they started recognizing his iridescent green hair. 1B as a whole started looking at Izuku in a different light, mumbling between each other as the short, horned blonde jumped up and down in excitement. "And no way," Kamu Woods muttered, looking at the screen as Death Arms tried to hold Mount Lady back from breaking the screen and maybe the stadium. "The boy I scolded a year ago. Let me go. I'll tear that little upstart if you're a new one." Mount Lady's voice broke the other pro's trance, as she pivoted back, trying to calm her co-worker. "Right, the stuff he did that day overshadowed her debut, didn't it?" Midnight's left eye twitched as the murmuring grew louder until she snapped, and so did her WHP, the loud crack causing the conversations to cease. "First event is obstacle course race." She muttered, voice strained as the back wall of the stadium started to fold into itself, revealing the gateway to the course. "It's a 4 kilometers run around the stadium. Everything goes as long as you are on the course. Have fun." Izuku shook his head and listened to Midnight trying to ignore the weird feelings coming to the surface. He could feel the pout in her tone. Or murderous intent. He shrugged as he dropped into a stance, body silently going into overdrive just under his skin, pushing the emotions that were raging just moments ago away from his mind. The starting gun fired. "And they are off. Well, he is off." MIC wiped her brow at Izuku shooting through and past the rest of the group like a bullet out of a gun, getting past the arch even before some of the contestants started running. "The Eraser, what do you feed that boy? He's the one making the meals usually," Aizawa responded with a half-hearted shrug. Izuku felt a chill down his spine and adjusted his pace just a bit, and as both of his feet were off the ground beneath him froze over. "Shoko," he spared a glance over his shoulder to see the two-tone hero catching up to him fast, eyes set on passing him. It took a bit of on-the-fly adjusting, but he managed to time his strides to her right leg making contact with the ground, making it impossible for her to freeze him on the spot while she kept her pace. "Tsuke, should have guessed that wouldn't work on you," Shoko muttered, her voice barely carrying over to him as they both raced forward. Class 1A+, my avoiding the ice Shoko had used to halt the rest of the contestants and chasing hot on their tails. Izuku turned back forward. "Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Time for the first obstacle," MIC announced, trying to forget her own worry about it. Aizawa looked at the screen, then leaned back with a small smirk. "Robo Inferno." "Target sighted," bellowed the 4th-generation zero-pointer flanked by a growing number of 1st-generation zero-pointers, starting to rush at the two front-runners. Izuku's smile turned feral. "This is gonna be fun." Shoko dropped to a stance and let her ice loose, freezing them all. Izuku managing to jump in time yet again. "Should have given us something more." She stopped herself as she heard the ice start to crack and the mech starting to glow from its back, red beams of light refracting out of the crystalline cocoon it was encased in. "Icing detected, overheating lasers." She started running by faster. "Stalling it is good enough." She heard the ice crumble further behind her, hoping that was far enough for them to attack the closer targets, the ones chasing her. The rest of 1A. Then she noticed it. Wait, did I pass him? 𝐼𝐺𝐻𝐿oader started cackling, causing Vlad to look at her with confusion. Oh, that boy is insane, what are you talking about? Vlad asked, looking to the shorter woman. That I need a recording of what's about to happen. 𝐂𝐭 felt the ground shudder as the 4th gen finally broke out of its icicle prison and blitzed towards her, the treads going at speeds that shouldn't be possible for a machine of its size. Miss Emmy, F.R. Izuku screamed at the machine as he pounced forward and latched onto the backside of one of its front legs. The rapid spinning motion of its treads slingshotting him to the sky. For a brief moment, he sailed in the air, spinning wildly from the forces acted on him, in front of the mech's head as it continued its forward charge, not registering the man. By the time its giant camera finally focused on him, it was too late. He crossed his arms over his face as the lens of the Goliath machine crashed into him. Toshiko looked at the screen, then at Inko, who looked back in shock. What did you teach my boy, Yagi-san? I didn't teach him that. Toshiko sputtered, gesturing at the screen. Sliding to a stop, 𝐂𝐭 slammed her right hand down, ice cascading over the ground again. She was hoping that would decrease the mecha's traction on the surface, and maybe cause it to veer off course, even crash. Wait, was its eye always broken? The 4th gen slowed down to a halt before her, its arms falling to its sides lifelessly. Between its feet, she saw the rest of 1A start to catch up to her. I'll worry about that later. She shifted back to run before she paused, hearing the telltale sounds of manic laughter coming from Impossible. The 4th gen rebooted, its side visors glowing brightly, shoulders rising back up as if it had woken up, its internals starting to rumble wildly, treads twitching a bit as they did so. Then its front 2 legs bent forward, getting more contact area for the treads as they blurred from the speed they were spinning in, the machine lurching forward like a bullet train even on the iced-over ground, shooting past 𝐂𝐭 without even slowing down. Mai stopped for a second, the tentacles sprouting from her backpack halting their steady scuttling motion forward. Told 𝐼𝐺𝐿oader this baby would be useful. She looked forward to the Goliath machine Izuku had described, the 4th generation 0-pointer. She couldn't help the grin that formed when she saw him sail through the air and into its eye with her quirk. And sighed dreamily as the mech lurched forward after a few seconds, clearly in someone else's command. Then she shook herself awake as a few more people ran past her, pushing through the fallen 1st generation 0-pointers, the ones that fell due to 𝐂𝐭's quirk. Race first, dream about hubby later. She saw the wreckage left over from the contestants ripping through the machines, her eyes glinting. Oh, I have an idea for the cutest baby. Eraser, can you tell the listeners confused at home what just happened? Present MIC announced, getting a little too lost after seeing Izuku crash into the mech, and its resumed movements in ways she hadn't seen the 4th gens move before. Who do I look like? 𝐼𝐺𝐿oader. Aizawa huffed, shrugging slightly. My guess is that he probably tore into the hardware and is hot wiring it from the inside. Oh, MIC muttered, glazed over eyes still coming through her glasses. You didn't understand any of that, did you? Aizawa huffed, noticing how lost she looked. Nope. She admitted, smiling widely. Aizawa groaned and would have facepalmed if her arms were free. Even with Recovery Girl's quirk, her body was having a hard time healing fully. And no matter what she said, it wasn't due to living off of only box jellies. Just send a camera drone inside it. That I can do. She slammed into one of the buttons on the control panel, the ones used to get drones to focus on certain contestants, and the AI of the drone kicked in, pathing its way towards Izuku the best way it could. Through the giant cracked lens of the 4th gen hauling butt. When the drone finally managed to get into space, they were greeted by a maniacally cackling Izuku, and what looked like multiple trashed servers behind him. 2 cables in his hands as he crossed the exposed wiring. Noticing the drone, his laughter stopped slowly, a sheepish smile forming on his face. Sorry, got a little lost in the moment. Somewhere, Mechamite stopped for a second, shaking his head as he watched the feed he was recording from the sports festival. 𝐵𝐺𝐻𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐺𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵𝐵 the foe villains covered in the detached plant matter twitching midair uselessly as she hoisted herself up in the air again, vines shooting forward and latching onto the ground and pulling her body forward in frightening pace as she made her way back up to the top. Her mind was still somewhat stuck up on the image of the man with the green hair on the podium, trying to place where she saw him previously. I remember that man from somewhere else, don't I? Then it hit her. Why do I recall Archangel Michael when I think about him? Izuku had to come to terms with how bad of an idea hijacking the 4th gen was, as the ground beneath him decided being level and horizontal was not cool anymore, opting to suddenly shift 90 degrees as the mech started falling down into something. A pit he would have avoided if he just ran up to it instead of just driving practically blind, only the stadium to his right giving some indication of where he was supposed to go. 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝑢𝑡𝑊𝐿dn't have 𝐵𝑠QLT Okay, you need to shut up for a second. He hissed, scrambling out the broken eye and grabbing onto the mechanical shifting walls of the chasm. WHAA. What fresh hell is this? Itsuka shrugged when she saw my messing with Scrap on the sidelines, and punched another foe villain with her enlarged hand, the force it generated being violent enough for the shrapnel from her target to hit and detonate the one behind it in a glorious chain reaction. Smirking a bit, she resumed her dash down the course. Second obstacle. Cybertronian pits. MIC's words echoed over the whole course. Did I read that right? The tendrils jutting out from Mai's modified backpack reeled back in just as the announcement echoed through the course, the machine she built in record time humming to life softly. Her mind still trying to comprehend how the F's Cybertronian pits fit into the obstacle course of UA. Power loader is letting her passions show through. She looked over the green-plated machine looking down at her. I'm not one to talk, though. Shoko slowed to a stop after seeing the giant form of the 4th gen get swallowed up by the massive crevice encompassing the race course. Well, that's a thing. She took a few more steps forward, seeing the pillars of mechanical chaos, constantly shifting, connecting and disconnecting panels, realigning and rotating ad nauseum. Just looking at it gave her vertigo. What even is this? Izuku, scaling back up from the shifting wall of the chasm, answered her rhetorical question. I think it's a reference to something. Doesn't matter, she huffed with a slight twitch to her lips before jumping on and freezing a chunk of the machinery, creating pathways that lasted just enough for her to skate across before the torque behind the pillars destroyed the icing keeping the surfaces adhered. Izuku shrugged, and started watching the timing of the platforms for a second, then started running across, platforms barely shifting in time to get under his feet as he dashed after the woman. Okay, this is getting tedious. Momo looked on as more zero-pointers flooded the area, blocking her path again. What would Izuku do? Kyoka, using one of her jacks to decapitate nearby 3 and 2 pointers, answered for her. Brute force it though. Not really, but I can do that, Momo muttered with a smirk. Kyoka had to shield her eyes as Momo was enveloped in the bright blue of the Creation Hero's quirk. Okako almost lost control of her quirk as bright light flared from her peripheral vision, but she ignored it as she landed and ran on top of the zero-pointer's head, taking a leap with negated gravity across to the next one, gaining speed with each successive dash. What was that about? Her body shook as something blew up on the ground, followed by a deafening crunch as one of the zero-pointer's chest and neck caved in, collapsing onto one of its nearby brethren. Bakugu. Eiko and Tetsu paused for a second, looking at each other as the sparking foe villains they both punched in sync collapsed in front of them. Same quirk. Same quirk. They both stumbled forward a bit as an explosion shook them from behind. Katsumi was avoiding the destruction with steady explosions behind her, shooting her forward and around obstacles, just as another explosion rumbled in the background. The F. Mai cackled from the arms of Deku droid as it shot past contestants. The propulsion system she cobbled together using and fired missiles formed its back, making it more of a rocket than anything else. But, even at the speed she was shooting through it, she managed to catch a glimpse of Momo and the glorious piece of hardware she had conjured up. Momo huffed with pleasure as the zero-pointer crumbled in front of her, the muzzle brake of the autocannon she created still smoking lightly as the massive cartridge clattered on the ground, the gas piston in the barrel having dealt with the rest of the recoil by chambering another in its place. Kyoka could only gape in awe and fear at the sight. Holy SHD! The chain leading from her back clacked as she shifted her grip and pulled the gun closer to her body, starting to run and shoot what amounted to an anti-tank cannon on steroids to any zero-pointer that looked to be traveling too close to her set path. The gun was only operable by her thanks to the titanium alloy she had used for it, making it no heavier than a dumbbell in her arms. MIC's face paled in the control booth as multiple zero-pointers started to go down by a rapidly advancing Momo. Catching up to the 4th and 3rd place while still taking down the Goliaths that were designed to hinder participants, shooting then rushing under collapsing debris to block anyone that would try to follow her. Irae's dash didn't feed her anything weird either. Bebush, the rest of them caught up to Shoko by the time she slowed down slightly while passing the minefield. Izuku had managed to rush on ahead without problems as his body automatically avoided the slight bumps on the ground. And Okiko had somehow ended up on the back of the pack, panicking slightly from it. I can't just float himself over them all, that would take too long. And I can't just run by them as fast as the rest. Her thoughts got interrupted as she saw Minerva get blasted by a mine on the field, her light body shooting away from her previous spot attempting to latch onto Momo. That could work. MIC did a double take as she saw what Okiko was plotting. No. Okiko pressed her fingers against her exposed forearm just as she stepped on a cluster of mines, the force of the explosion shooting her off like a meteorite toward the finish line, past the competition. Why can't you have just one normal student? Aizawa was almost in tears with laughter. Izuku did something stupid. Hearing the larger-than-normal blast, he spared a glance back, seeing Okiko sail through the sky with the force of a shooting star. Then he heard a click under him. SOY-THAT-ONEWSONME. I mis-said up. SHT. The next moment he was blown up into the sky. Straight into Okiko's path. He didn't even have time to panic as she crashed onto his back, her quirk already activating on him as they both hurtled forward to the goal. Panicking due to Izuku's added upward momentum dragging them both higher in the sky, she released her quirk right after they made it out of the minefield, both rolling onto their feet and continuing their dash. Told you martial arts would help. Izuku laughed, slightly gaining headway as they rushed side by side, causing the woman to giggle slightly as the ribbon came to view for the both of them. MIC was almost sobbing inside. And it's the end, folks. Class AS Midoriya, who kept headway the whole race, and Uraraka catching up at the last moment, are head-to-head in the final clearing. The rest are not far behind. She stopped for a second. Wait, are we missing a competitor? From one of the B-class. Psycho cursed her luck. Her thermos was almost empty, the maximum support they had given her was low, and if not for her vigorous training, she would have been left behind long ago. Well, that and the two-pointer she had hijacked. She petted the bot as it sped further into the minefield as she took yet another sip and calculated the probable positions of the mines. She clicked her tongue as the rush started to fade. She started having more and more trouble noticing the small things that hinted at the locations of the mines, and how much she should cross the wires to make the machine to swerve to dodge. Her quirk was losing steam and she was about to lose her spot in the next leg of the tournament. Unless... She looked at the machine under her, the frame and how it was built, then the maniacs that were at the lead. She was seeing the mines as obstacles. How close-minded of her. Psycho smiled, grateful to be in UA to learn lessons like this. It seems that my formula for success need an adjustment. Aizawa, I got good news, MIC sighed, sounding more scared than relieved. Aizawa hummed a small sound of curious acknowledgement. Your class doesn't have the monopoly on crazy. MIC shuddered as the minefield detonated once more, a streak of lavender blue hair shooting forward. The flying machine was in the perfect angle for the most distance, the two-pointer almost skipping over the field like a stone on water. It was setting off mine after mine and building up speed as the successive explosions took their toll and reduced the machine to a flying scrap heap, shooting forward like a bullet with Psycho still managing to surf it through the air. In a moment, she had caught up to the lead. Miruko tapped her foot impatiently, watching the screen from the bleachers of the colossal stadium. I came here to watch fighting, damn it, not this Panzerbutt race. She squinted back at the competitors starting to run, using their skills to get in the way of other people. Trying to stop others instead of bursting through. Such a weak thing to do. Then she flinched, noticing it. The student rep blazing through, without trying to hinder others, keeping the first place with pure speed and strength alone. Miss M.F. came his live voice from the hologram projection in the stadium. The rabbit hero leaned in as the boy used the mecha's own motion against it, a broad smile forming on her lips as he crashed into its head, her rabbit ears twitching. That kid has some ball though, doesn't he? Mandalay rubbed her face watching the race. UA had reached out to the Wild Pussycats and asked them for help with summer training for the first-year hero students. They had thought it would be a good idea to see what they were bringing to the table. Mandalay regretted that decision. Pixie Bob hadn't stopped cooing since the student representative made it to the stage. We get it. He looks like he was chiseled out of marble, we just don't care. It wasn't helping that with each maneuver the class did, the summer camp looked more and more daunting. Eraser, just what the hell are you dropping onto our heads? Ms. Joke couldn't help but laugh at the shocked and surprised faces of the audience as 1A held nothing back. Each scheme of theirs, more outrageous than the previous, had her sides aching. Then she heard MIC's reaction to Eureka. Was there another in there? I forgot. Gravity Girl's little mind hop and she almost fell out of her seat, Aizawa laughing along with her, not helping her current state of losing her thing mind. Momo gaped as she saw Okiko shoot by her overhead, surpassing Shoko and Katsumi and going for the lead with the sudden speed boost she got. For a moment, her eyes turned to the gun she was still lugging around. Stopping and trying to take off the straps connecting her to the ordnance would have been just longer than simply running with the thing. Her eyes went up to the tip of its barrel for a second, realization making her stop in her tracks. The muzzle brake. The recoil dampener she had designed onto the cannon that would usually have the kickback of a car crash. That would be a very Izuku thing to do. The muzzle brake clattered to the ground, and as fellow racers hit the deck in fear. Momo aimed the gun to the ground, non-Newtonian plating forming over her shoulder, where the stock rested against her body. And pulled the trigger. The rest was simple physics, really. Another explosion rattled the last leg of the race as she hit the ground running next to them in a cloud of smoke, legs still a little wobbly but still keeping up with the two. The wreckage of the cannon still hanging from her shoulder. Remind me to never do that again. She yelled, ears ringing as she barely kept up with Izuku and Okiko. Do what again? Izuku asked, trying to ignore the fact that she had unzipped her front, giving them both a good view of her sports bra and bare stomach. What? Momo responded, ears still not working. Class A's Yorozu just joined the lead after using the recoil of her weapon to shoot herself further. The sound of a head slamming the desk echoed in the announcement system, with what sounded like glasses clattering onto the surface. Jesus tap dancing Christ, eraser. Aizawa huffed, oh god, it's spreading. That the MIC picked up. Izuku almost cackled again. You two are insane. We learned from the best. Momo screamed back, her hearing returning slowly. Inko's mouth fell open, watching Momo, too, do something more dangerous than she could have imagined. What are they teaching our kids on this school? She asked, not being able to help herself. All Might felt the sweat drop coming and did her best to hold it back. I don't think it's UA that's teaching these to the kids. She shuddered a bit as Momo managed to land without breaking anything, running side by side with the other two in the lead as they all entered the tunnel. The feed cutting off. It sounds like they came up with it on their own. Inko nodded dumbly at that. Wait, if those two are doing that. Oh god, what's my gonna do? Detroit, the machine's glowing eyes turned to the girl in its arms. She smirked up to it. Plus Ultra. Its back transformed, even more thrusters sprouting from its back, as the droid's internal inhibitors turned off. The propulsion system firing off at 110%. It ignored the notifications about the engine starting to overheat. Toga sighed as they all made it to the tunnel. Guess he isn't bleeding just yet. Hope you bleed a lot for me again. Izuku my love, she started replaying the video of the beach again, sighing slightly. I miss that crimson, tasty BLD of yours. Present MIC attempted to regain what composure she lost during the race. This was the final, it was important. Keep it together, you are a pro. I don't think I am exaggerating when I say no one expected this outcome. She inhaled. For the first time in years, the first leg of the sports festival comes down to the wire. Let's see who's gonna come out on top, listeners. The gate buzzed as Uraraka, Izuku, and Momo ran in side by side, slowing down the best they could after that last dash inside. It's a photo finish. Momo's legs finally started caving in under her as she stopped, almost falling to the ground before Okiko and Izuku held her from her sides, helping her stand. All of them were breathing hard. It's been a while since I saw you so out of breath, Deku. Okiko chuckled, Momo breathing softly and nodding while zipping her tracksuit back up. Pushed hard to keep up with you guys. Well, ahead. He smiled back, eyes drifting off to the crowd cheering wildly. Think they liked it, though. They all shifted back for a second as the tunnel rumbled, my flying through on the arms of her baby barely slowing down and stopping in time before it smacked into the wall. The machine hissing and billowing with steam after it finally landed. My jumped out of its arms and ran up to the other three. Izuku took one look at the robot, then to my. Should I be worried about how close that looks to me? It barely kept up with the original, so no need to fear me replacing you. Mai giggled, smiling widely. Plus, you'll understand it better when it happens. It's gonna be a WUP, isn't it? Hush, it's rude to assume. Plus, who even are you? Before the voice could answer, Detroit collapsed to the floor, sparking and exploding in a puff of smoke, not hard enough to shoot shrapnel. Still, not bad for something you built on the side of the track. Momo was cut off by a screech from the tunnel followed by additional explosions. God damn it. Katsumi raged, passing the gates followed a second later by Shoko. Whatever she was gonna say next went forgotten as the wreckage of a two-pointer screeched to a halt next to him, a tall woman hopping off of it, dusting herself off. Just as calculated. What the actual F? Katsumi added quite eloquently. 𝐒𝐭 looked down to Katsumi, with a raised eyebrow. I'm fairly certain I was one of the more normal ones to reach the end so far. Momo giggled gently. Quite. Izuku finally got to look at her up close for the first time. She was around 5 centimeters taller than him, as he was eye level with her plump lips, and he immediately noticed how her blue lavender eyes shone with the same intelligence as Momo's. He got a full view of how long and silky her hair was as she adjusted it with a hand kiting through the back. His eyes traveled down to her bust, massive in its own right, but his eyes stopped at her arms. She was buff, somewhere between 𝐒𝐭 and Katsumi, her tracksuit gripping around her biceps and thighs in a mouth-watering way. His eyes rushed up, taking in her thin waist and the thermos on her hip, before locking onto her blue eyes. A thermos, he muttered, almost choking on his words. 𝐿𝑜𝑉𝑆TRACMUCH. Shut up. It's just been too long since I saw someone taller than me. FAIR. Especially not one so. 𝐒𝐻𝐼CK. Voice, please. The mysterious roommate in his head only giggled playfully. Oh, this. It's for my quirk, 𝐒𝐭 answered, tapping the thermos. I would tell you what it's for, but we are still competing, so, she winked, maybe after all of this is over. Izuku seemed zoned out looking into her eyes, green staring deep into her blue lavender. 𝐒𝐭's cheeks started slowly growing red as the intense stare felt like he was staring straight into her soul. We don't get to have support items unless we can't use our quirks without them, he noted, spitting it out like a machine reading out parameters. So you need to drink something warm to activate your quirk, and considering your method of arrival, you probably don't have a physical quirk. You drink hot beverages to increase your mental capacity. 𝐒𝐭 slowly nodded her head, her blush growing more. You are quite observant, he's unmatched when it comes to quirk analysis, Momo explained, leaning against him a little more. But, where did you get the idea that she's smarter? It could be a lot of different things. Her eyes, they're like yours, intelligent and cunning, even a bit prideful of that, he mumbled. Plus, they were twitching extremely fast when you first got here, now they're slowing down. 𝐒𝐭 looked down with her face getting even more flustered, Momo's face growing red too. I didn't even know they did that. You would need more processing power to even keep up with that amount of data. He shook his head, getting out of his trance. Sorry, I kinda zoned out thinking about quirks. It's really no problem, it was interesting to hear, Psycho mumbled, slowly slinking away as the rest of 1B showed up. God damn it. Endeavor fumed, the flames framing her eyes flaring up in her anger. 6th place. The railing she was holding onto started glowing dimly, the metal starting to anneal and collapse like Play-Doh under the intense heat and pressure she was exerting on it. Her eyes were glued onto the back of her daughter, burning holes through it. You brought shame to the Todoroki name, over this rebellious streak. When will you just grow up, Shoko? Her eyes then drifted off to the man in the top 3. You. Suddenly the flames on her face decreased in size, and her white-knuckled grip on the railing diminished, revealing the indents of her palms to the air. You just might help her grow up. Okay folks, the image is in. MIC's voice echoed, causing everyone to look up into the projection in the middle of the stadium with bated breath. The image flickered and cleared up, showing the exact moment Izuku, Momo, and Okiko passed the finish line. Izuku looked at the picture with scrutiny, looking at the lines that was supposed to indicate their rankings. Weirdly, there was only 2 on the screen. Then he looked down to the tangents of the line, who connected to which. His fingertips, extended during his last reach out, were on the first line, barely ahead of both Okiko's and Momo's that were on the second one. Toshiko flinched as Inko's hand landed on her own, gripping it tightly as the image flicked on. Did he? Izuku Midoriya is the first one to pass the finish line. Second place is shared by Okiko Uraraka and Momo Yorozu. MIC revealed it's a first in UA history, folks. A male comes first in an event from the sports festival. Toshiko felt pride bubble up hearing the news, gripping Inko's hand back. Your son did it. Inko was brimming with tears, looking at his expression on the screen, clearly pushing himself to the limit, body ragged. But that smile was undeniable. He was happy. Her eyes drifted back to the cause of it all, the one that finally gave him the kindling he needed to relight his burning determination. He couldn't have done it without you, Yagi-san. All Might flinched for another second, drinking up the expression on the mother's face. That was all him, I didn't do much. Inko laughed, shaking her head slightly. You did more than you could ever imagine. He would have gotten bothered with getting called a male all the time, but at that moment he was busy trying to not burst into tears of joy. His eyes drifted off to Momo, who he was still holding up, and Okiko to her other side, who were looking at each other. Momo started. Tied for second. Okiko finished. Her voice cracking at the end, some of her Kansai dialect starting to slip through, her voice sounding more melodic to the ones that were listening. They both stared for a second longer before starting to laugh. I was certain you passed me for a second there, Okiko. You kidding me? I thought y'all left me in the dust. Okiko shot back, accent strong in her voice still, and the smile on her face too bright for either to look directly without blushing. Izuku couldn't help it and reached over Momo, patting Okiko's head, causing her to mew softly and lean into it. You didn't let us do that, did you? I suppose not. Mai smiled warmly before latching onto Izuku. What, no love for the third place? The 4 started laughing a little harder. It's like they are mocking us. Mina huffed, pouting the best she could while trying to catch her breath, looking at the 4 clearly showing some public displays of affection. It's kinda sucky, I ended up coming 20th place. I mean, after the SHT they pulled, I can't blame them for celebrating. Kyoka breathed to her side. 22, DMN. Midnight let the contestants mutter a bit longer, looking onto the hug pile that was forming around Izuku. Trying her best to not join them. He is insane, managing to come on top of it all without a quirk. Just how much will do you have in there? Okay. She huffed into the MIC, causing the first years to grow silent. The top 40 makes it to the next trial, the rest, don't worry, we have other ways for you to show your stuff. Minerva, number 41, suddenly deflated. She cracked her WHP, hyping up slightly. And now, the selection for the second event. She paused, liking her lips for effect. The press is gonna be all over you, so give it all you got. The randomizer started spinning behind her again. Crawling to a stop, It almost seemed like it would land on cavalry battle, but the last of the momentum pushed it to paintball match. Midnight smirked. Participants will, on their own, form teams of 2. The rules are simple. You get shot, your points are deducted from your team, you shoot a team, and their points are added to yours. Points. Do we start with a given amount? Toru mumbled, coming out of her slight bout of depression from the fact that she came in 39th and the following rush of relief that was barely above the cutoff. Izuku shuddered as the foreign thought started talking again. I really accepted this too easily. 𝐻𝐻𝐿 and 𝐿𝐿 what? He said top 40, RIT. Yeah oh no they can't. 𝐵𝐵NETMWLJUST1MOEMMBA. The points start at 5 at the bottom of the rankings. So 5 for the 40th and 10 for the 39th. And so forth. But, she paused for suspense, liking her lips again. Our first place participant is worth T. The loud static crackle of the screen behind her cut her off, the face of Nozomi popping up on it 0 points. Izuku felt the world stop for a second. Midnight flinched at the sudden intrusion to her announcement but played along. Thanks, Principal Nozomi, yes, 0 points. The first place must crawl his way back to the top to continue competing. Okay, MABE that's Tionoi, don't even finish that sentence. And considering we have an odd number of participants due to the tied second place, the first place will be forced to be a one-man team. Midnight's sadistic side came about as a blush formed on her face. But her eyes told a different story, an apologetic tinge mixed in as they gazed at the man in question. God damn it. Aizawa managed to click the button off with her mummified hand tapping at it, the booth's lights going off as the broadcast was turned off. She leaned back, rubbing her bandaged face with her bandaged arms and sighing. What the F is Nozomi doing? Pushing him against the wall again looks like. Mic muttered, a pout in her voice. Why go through all this trouble, though? What? No, that's not pushing him against the wall. Aizawa mumbled. Making him a big target would be pushing him against the wall with the 10 million points we always go for. She gestured at the intimidating aura flowing off of Izuku as the other participants started to group up. This is putting the other students onto the chopping block. You are exaggerating. Then Hikari remembered just who she was talking to. Oh, God. Maruko was excited, to say the least. The kid had the ball to do the stuff he did, and now is the only one not in a team. And still looks like he is ready to take every single weakling out. This is gonna be fun, she grinned, getting excited for what was soon to follow. That's what you get. Mount Lady laughed at the screen in the break room as it was announced Izuku was set to start off with 0 points and no team members. Come on, you, give the boy some slack, hissed Kamu Woods. He has it hard enough already. Not hard enough. You snapped back indignantly, then settled down after a huff. This is weird, though. UA has always been about freedom in education, but isn't this overstepping it? She shrugged and leaned back. My sports festival didn't have this much bullshit. Your sports festival didn't have a man in it. It's usually an analogy for the dog-eat-dog world of pro heroes, where the teams you make are important. Death Arms huffed. Yeah, give and take all that, I know. Why isn't he getting taught that? Mount Lady groaned. This was sounding too close to the lectures she had to take. Cause, as they all said, he needs to prove himself. Death Arms shrugged simply. He needs to show that, under no circumstances, he would become a liability. Not having a quirk is already strike one. Yeah, all of that sounds nice and all, but, Kamu Woods butted in, pretty sure it's just Nozomi playing around with her new toy. Oh, God, stop. You are going to remind me what she pulled in my ear. MT. Lady shook her hands and head, as if trying to physically keep a memory from resurfacing. Death Arms' sweat dropped. What did she do though? He stopped and watched everyone start to group up, the three near him wishing him luck before going out to find partners for themselves. No one was actually paying attention to him as of this moment. Are you someone's quirk? Who, me? Yeah. The voice paused for a second, and he could feel it thinking, not the usual sensing of other people deep in their own thoughts. He could feel his own brain doing the thinking. What the hell? What T? You are using my brain. OH. Okay, I think I know what you are. Quick question. When did you come about? ASINWNIB where? Yeah. No T, sir EIT hink I becking your area WKAGO, he blinked. Wait, 2 weeks ago. You aren't one for all. IVAGULI remember so meeting about TTBUT, I do NT KSO. Then, a week ago. He wanted to shake his head at the revelation. I heard the small voice of your consciousness, but that's sounding like someone else. On separate thought patter OHYUFL got THNSWER. You are the healed part of my brain, modified by one for all, a separate consciousness born from the inherent wills and remaining thoughts of my predecessors. Look, IBCME a teaching JUSTA WKAGO ANDTESUNDS LIKE BULL SHRIT even to EMI. You got a better explanation. I am yo your ultia ego FOMED FM yo your brain dimity. Plausible. But quick question, what do you think of All Might? Tioshi. I am GLAD she MNHD to be commi THSYMBOL of PDWE NED I am PUDOF here. He waited for the voice to think through what it just said. Oshrit IGMT Willisof the party user SNTI. I mean, it's either that or I just won an argument with my alter ego who just pulled some memories from the connection one for all created. It was a weird sensation, having someone start to form inside of his brain. He could feel the neural pathways forming the other grow stronger with each time he made them think, just as the connection to him grows stronger with each back and forth between them, even the voices that formed her started to sound more unified, forming one ethereal feminine voice. Wait, do you remember what you did before my speech? Arili Evangi SOMOFUR an exitai. Yeah, how did you do that anyway? JUST shut DOWN SME parts of your AMYGD. Tuai we are ESMing enonsenin, so you can shut down some parts of my brain, what my subconscious would usually do. Hey, do you know the concept of flow? He felt the voice reach through their connection, pulling the definition up from his own memory. Tihi bns huts dion non-essential functions to INCZ processing esperen times of enid, he could feel the voice start to chuckle, they were really becoming more and more concrete, rather than an abstract concept. OHYOU a regiud. He smiled slightly, before dropping the convo as he heard Midnight announce the end of the 15 minutes to prepare. He had used them well. Ready to show us why your choice was correct, Midoriya? She asked, trying to get him fired up, under the guise of teasing him. WLKIDAREYOU. He opened his mouth, as if to say something back, then clamped it shut, a feral smile forming on his face as the flame in him burned brighter. Fine. If things are going to be that way. He glanced at the rest of the participants, one looking back with part fear and part worry. Katsumi started laughing when she saw his eyes. Oh, we are so fed. Her partner, Eiko forced a peal of soft, worried laughter. What are we laughing about? She whispered under her breath. Izuku's eyes locked back up to the podium. Bring it. Izuku paused for a second. Then raised his arm, grabbing attention from the rest of the participants. Can you repeat the first sentence? She blinked once, then her smirk turned sadistic. Each team gets their choice of 2 weapons and support items. MIC shuddered in the observation deck. Oh, that's what Aizawa was talking about. He looked at the selection of paintball guns, which to his surprise there was a wide variety of. You wouldn't know how to handle one of these things professionally, would you? No PE. Trial by fire, then. TDSD THME of today is NT. He looked over the selection again. A minigun looked appealing but would eat through ammo reserves too fast for it to be useful. A pistol would have come in handy in short to mid-range, but the number of points it transferred would make it hard for him to catch up. MAYBD sniper RIFE. Wouldn't that take too long to set up? And an IFYOU only add T-ball WHNU need it. THYARECD SNAVA IFS FORAI song, KID. Wait, you said you didn't know much about them. No, I didn't handily them PR version Y. At least, IT not my MY is kinda SC Rui. He hefted the sniper off the wall. Semantics. 𝐂𝐬𝐢𝐫 𝐂𝐸𝐻𝐷 it'll be a good 𝐒𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐷 𝐔𝐬𝐚. Yeah. He picked up the revolver, spinning its cylinder, hearing it click satisfyingly, then turned to Snipe, who was manning the gun booth. I picked these too. Snipe whistled under her mask. The big iron. Nice choice, partner. She leaned in a bit. But I don't reckon you can grab two. Each team gets to have two, right? Snipe paused, then started laughing. Always bending the rules, ain't ya? Someone has to. He shrugged with a smirk. Snipe shook her head, pulling out a couple of magazines for the sniper and a speed loader for the revolver with additional pellets in a small canister, along with a hip holster for the revolver. Good luck out there. Thanks, gonna need it. He waved a quick goodbye, before turning to the next door for the support items. His 15 minutes to make selections were getting close to being over. Ectoplasm greeted him as he arrived at the support item room and quickly went to selecting. He looked over at walls lined with grenades, mines, IEDs, and riot shields. There were even some smoke grenades littered here and there. You thinking what I'm thinking? Not, real beauty, I can feel what 𝐂𝐬𝐢𝐫 close enough. He walked up to Ectoplasm with his selection, earning a representation of a quirked eyebrow on the dome of glass that formed the top of her head. The skeletal smile her exposed teeth formed never leaving her face. Why does that fit your character so well? He could only chuckle as she passed him the goggles and the chest piece for the match, and something else. THLIS that. A cup. WH@FOOHH. While we wait for our contestants, let us hear a word from our sponsors. MIC announced, as the holograms coating the stadium shifted through multiple advertisements. Midnight fixed her footing. She absolutely hated this part. The grassy ground hissed and pulled back a little, revealing seams that were not visible to the naked eye, then started shifting, stacking on top of each other as the podium and the cement mass it was connected to started to rise up, eventually replacing the area previously covered in grass and sand. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼𝑠 walking up to the field. And here she is, listeners. 𝐒𝐿𝐼𝐼𝐼𝑠, if you would, MIC hyped up, just as the ads ended. The concrete woman nodded, planted her feet down, then raised her hands with what looked like effort. The cement rippled, looking like a still body of water with a pebble tossed in, and grew more and more animated, waves cascading through the area and crashing onto the sides of the stadium, each wave leaving around traces of shifted material. She pulled her hands back down while raising her leg, then with a final grunt, slammed it down. The waves ceased, replaced by the cracking sound of cement grinding against cement as parts shot up in geometric shapes, forming a complex maze of corridors, stairs, and hallways. And, to keep the players from hearing our live commentary, let's give them something else to listen to. Shall we? MIC smirked as she flipped one of the sways on her console. Classical music. Seriously? Aizawa deadpanned, hearing some songs that were surely from the 21st century minimum. Izuku fiddled with his rifle, unscrewing the barrel and stuffing it in one of the straps of his chest guard next to the extra ammo already clipped in, the number 0 glowing dimly on the center of his chest. 𝐂𝐬𝐵𝐵𝐵LOK like 𝐂𝐬GUMPED OUT of NACTION. I feel like I am about to jump in one. He hooked one of the black riot shields on his back, the other along his forearm like one would hold a medieval shield, hiding the rifle he was holding in his hand. Want me to start silent noise makers in her? Yeah, let's see if this actually works the way we theorized. He expected a lot of things to happen the moment the voice stated, silencing the parts of his brain that was firing information he couldn't use in that exact moment. Having his vision get slightly altered was not one of them. He blinked repeatedly, trying to come to terms with how much more detail he was seeing and how much the gun weighed on his hand. As the sensation burned into his memory, the feeling subsided, leading him to not even feel the weight of the stuff strapped onto him. 𝐂𝐬𝐢𝐼𝐼𝐼. He blinked again, then nodded, not even thinking up a proper reply. Another blink. Can you control my left arm? Let me try. The foreign sensation didn't even bother him as his left arm started twitching on its own accord while he still felt every single tensing of his muscles. GUSSICAN. Good, if I miss anyone that's growing too close, grab the revolver and take them out. He regained control of the limb without much resistance from the voice. He was the stronger presence in his body. That was good to know. A low trickle of adrenaline started to steep into his bloodstream as the state of flow started to hit full force, mind clearing even further. He wasn't sure if the voice was silent or if the state of flow was forcing it to grow silent. Didn't matter. Time slowed down as the gates in front of him started to open up, flooding his prep room with the music from the field. He was already out of the gates before the gate finished opening. Listeners, we have a guest at the booth. Come on, introduce yourself, MIC announced as the alarm went off, 21 teams releasing from the sides of the arena. Day, this is Pro Hero Snipe, swinging by to give some insight on this here match. Snipe said, tipping her hat while doing so. MIC chuckled at the gesture. Glad to have you with us, Snipe. Anything you want to tell the viewers before the match really starts? MIC, what are you talking about? Snipe looked offended. The match already started. As if to support her claim, the rankings projected on the holographic billboard started to shift, teams jumping up and down wildly. All except Izuku, who remained on the bottom. Are we seriously gonna just hunker down for this long? Kyoka asked from within the ice dome Shoko had created. I thought you were going to hunt down people. Isn't that why you picked me? Cause of my quirk. Yeah, I did, Shoko breathed out, but not to hunt down, to hear if Bakugo or someone else tries to break in. You know this plan worked out great for you last time, right? Kyoka shot back. Shoko stiffened. Fine, she put her hand on the side of the dome, melting a way out leading to the maze. Let's go. After you. Pony peeked around the corner as her teammate, Intelli, was taking a slow sip of tea. After doing another once-over of the hallway leading to them, Pony breathed out in relief. No one was on them at the moment. You said you knew him from somewhere, right? She asked in English, the language she was more comfortable with speaking. Midoriya, you mean? Psycho responded in English with a soft nod, going through possibilities at the back of her head. Yeah, he rushed in to save that blonde girl. Kind of inspired me to try my hand at training my body. She smiled softly. I never thought I could keep up with someone with a physical quirk. I always assumed that brawn would beat the brain in this field, but that day he showed me neither mattered, only heart. Pony smiled. Yeah. The heart of a hero. She cheered, jumping up and down. Quite. She nodded with a soft smile. I went above and beyond. Trained myself past the limit to try and see if I could chase my dream, and it turns out, I could. She traced the lid of her thermos gently. All because he jumped in and showed me what a true hero is. Just another person with the will to help. MHM. Pony nodded. Does that mean? I will thank him later, but we should move now, she mumbled, getting off of her seat and dusting herself off with a glint in her eyes. The formula is ready to be solved. Izuku observed. It had been easy enough to jump from wall to wall and scale his way up to a high point on the field. And he watched the gunfights forming across the expanse, some crossfire hitting him and giving him a dull buzz across the chest. Not that it mattered anyway, he couldn't go lower than 0 points, so the jolt didn't mean much. Not as much as the intel he was gathering. He started backhanding the pellets with the shield on his arm, just to get some practice in. Oh wow, would you look at that, it's a shootout. Riveting. Aizawa groaned, looking down on the maze with distaste, watching the students run around like headless chickens from each other while spraying bullets everywhere. At this rate, everyone is going to run out before the timer hits the halfway point. MIC added along, sounding miffed slightly. The little long-distance skirmishes weren't actually entertaining. Snipe was polishing her revolver. Well, it's to be expected. We haven't really taught them how to use the darn things yet. She swung her special-built weapon, the cylinder clicking into place with a satisfying clack. For those who are watching, sorry y'all for the mess. Let's let these fledglings learn how to use their new fangs first, shall we? She pointed at the window of the booth, pulling the trigger of the revolver, causing its hammer to clack against its empty chamber. But knowing UA kids, they'll catch up fast. As if signified by the clacking of the hammer, the shooting slowed down, students starting to conserve ammo. Hey, guess this old gal still has her wits to her, Snipe chuckled, readjusting her hat with her revolver. MIC had a goofy smile, just watching her act out the whole cowboy persona. How the hell am I even supposed to use this? 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 groaned in her head as she ducked behind a wall. Furrowing her brows, she glared at the pistol she had taken. The recoil was minimal, but since she couldn't hold the DMN thing with all 5 of her fingers, her aim was terrible, making her lean on Tsuyu for gaining points. Why couldn't I have a quirk that was thought activated? She looked down on the pads of her hand. Traitors. Then back at the gun. Wait, what would happen if I activated my quirk on this anyway? She cupped her hand under her chin, deep in thought, trying to solve the riddle. Doesn't hurt to try, I guess. She closed her pinky around the gun too and felt the familiar sensation of her quirk activating. The gun lightening to nothing in her hands. So far so good. She pulled the trigger, aiming at the wall in front of her. She didn't even see the pellet leave the barrel before splattering onto the wall, faster than any of the bullets she had seen whizzing by. Well, she pulled the trigger again just to be sure. The mark on the wall grew larger faster than a blink, not even a feather's touch of recoil on her side. Tsuyu, sporting some new splashes of colors, hopped next to her. We gotta move 𝐂𝐴 turned the corner before Asui even finished her sentence, trying out the new application of her quirk. The opposing team didn't even stand a chance against the high-speed bullets as they splattered against their chests the moment 𝐒𝐿𝐴 pulled the trigger to her gun. Oh, never mind, I like this. Katsumi hated that there wasn't a grenade launcher amongst the guns, and hated that she could only get 2 grenades in the support section. Still, this works. She pumped the shotgun, relishing at the sight of the blonde but that was smack-talking her and the rest of 1A twitching from the shock her chest plate had gifted her after a point-blank shot over the stomach. Upstart Class B Beach. She looked down to the weapon, her smirk returning. Now I know why high class likes these things. 𝐒𝐿𝐴 shivered slightly and averted her eyes. That's a dangerous look on Baku right there. Then she squinted, seeing something green on the tower nearby. Wait. Is that Midori on that tower? Katsumi stopped for a second, then followed her gaze. Oh no. Move, we gotta move. She pushed her into another alley. Why? He saw all of it. Everything everyone did. She glanced back at where he was. It's Deku, SHT hair. What does he do best? Fight. 𝐒𝐴 then winced at Katsumi's unbelieving look. Wait, no plan. He fights good cause he plans, the pieces connected. Oh no, Momo let her minigun down, shaking her arms to get the numbness off of them. It's as heavy as it looks. Mina was standing guard next to her with her own submachine gun ready to fire at a moment's notice. Why did you even pick that one? Ammo is no problem cause I can create it. She breathed out, taking a seat on the floor. Plus, it's fun to see people panic when the barrels start to spin. Wow, really makes me wonder what you do between the sheets with Izuku, Mina mumbled, a teasing glint in her eyes. I have no idea what you are talking about. Momo blushed, shrinking into herself defensively upon the implied accusation. Sure, Vice Rep. Mina let her smirk through, enjoying how similar Momo's cheeks were getting to her skin's hue. You sneak into his room every night and do nothing. We don't. As the first half of the match ends, Midoriya Izuku remains at 0 points, with other teams joining him on the lowest of the rankings, MIC announced, sounding bored. So much for showing us why his choice was the right one. The audience echoed her disillusionment at the current state of the match. Why isn't he moving? One of the audience whined as the attention was pulled back onto the sole male on the field. Maybe he's scared. He's the only one out there without a quirk, rationalized someone else, unsure of their own claim. It's impressive as hell that he got first in the race without one, though. Maybe he's fit enough to do this without one, too. Yeah, right. Being a hunk isn't going to stop a villain from blowing his head clean off. He should quit while he still has a head. Didn't he say something about breaking his neck? Well, Recovery Girl could have healed him, too. Backbone of UA and all. Some scoffed at that. Yeah, sure, and I'm All Might's secret lover. Maybe he was exaggerating. Even more proof to why he shouldn't even be there. Miruko's ears twitched at the ceaseless bashing, getting more and more annoyed until she couldn't hide her anger anymore. She stamped her foot down to the ground, the force behind it cracking the cement slightly. "God damn it, kid, stop blueballing us. I know you got more in you." "Whoa, talk about passing a dash." The fellow audience member fell silent as the intense glare originating from the rabbit hero locked onto her. He blinked. Time had lost its meaning for him as his perception of it swayed and shifted while he watched, seeing every shot fired clearly while everything between blurred past. Now, time, at least his perception of it, felt stable. He looked at the timer, then back at the maze, already picking a path and just who to take out. With just enough time left, he jumped down from the tower, landing on a nearby wall with precise footing. The students to the left of it not even having the chance to react as 2 shots impacted the back of their heads from the hidden rifle under his shield. "Oh." MIC gulped. "Okay." Snipe leaned in and swayed the music to something more fitting. "Hey!" MIC exclaimed, but didn't change it back. He scaled down to the side and grabbed the student's support gear, a grenade, and an IED trigger. He knew where that IED was hidden and pressed the detonator after a few seconds, looking down to see if his points changed while doing so. They did. He tossed the detonator to the side, raising his rifle to the corner in front of him. "There you are." Doi screamed, jumping out into the corridor. Her teammate, Hana, had been taken out by the paint bomb Izuku had just set off. She was met by a shot to the chest by the rifle. Izuku showing no remorse while doing it. She collapsed onto the ground. Her resistance to electricity born from her quirk was keeping her conscious. But she was not ready to see Izuku start walking up to her at a steady pace. Eyes glaring down into her soul with their intensity. "See, mon man, it's just a game." Her heart started beating faster as he didn't even slow down at her plea and flinched once he was within arm's reach of her, closing her eyes as his right arm rose level with her head, rifle pointing straight to her forehead. She shuddered once as a shot rang out, followed by another. Then, after deliberation and not feeling a shock nor impact, she opened her eyes to see 2 more of the Class B students, one with the softening quirk and the other with the poltergeist, spasming on the floor. Then she saw Izuku, holding a revolver in his left hand, under his right arm, hidden from the would-be ambushers by the shield attached to it. "Wanna go to a date after this?" Doi asked, honestly a little turned on by the whole stoic badass stuff he was pulling. 2 shots to the chest with the rifle was enough of an answer. Miruko's face tore open in a SHD-ting grin, watching the man start taking out weaklings like they were nothing. The crowd around her got shocked silent as the man they had been second-guessing took down 2 teams with the efficiency of a machine. Snipe whistled in the booth. "That kid is ruthless." "Yeah, but it could have been worse." MIC shrugged, expecting more considering how Aizawa had opposed the idea in the beginning. Aizawa turned to MIC with a glare. "Do you, perchance, not hear what you are saying?" He breathed out as Doi lost her fight against the current, getting knocked out, too. The revolver was quickly reloaded and stuffed it back onto its holster. "Breathe in, and out. In. Out. It's time to go full blast." The trickle of adrenaline turned to a torrent as his heart rate increased. He hopped side to side, relaxing his body. Then, much like the pellets he had been spraying since he jumped down, he rushed away. "You had to say it, didn't you?" Aizawa huffed as suddenly Izuku took off to the side of the shot, the feed broadcasting empty ground for a second before the drone started to chase after him. MIC nodded sagely. Mistakes were made. Kendo didn't even have time to react as one moment she was in a firefight with Makira and AMR of all people, and the next moment the whole AMR had created, and their team had been shooting out of, was covered by a flung riot shield embedding itself to one of its sides. Izuku followed soon after, skidding to a halt and emptying a revolver into her and Yui, causing both to succumb to paralysis. As the world faded, she saw him unpin a grenade and toss it over the wall to where the other team was. Based on the yelp she heard, the other team was taken out too. Makira was barely able to use the shield she had attached to her tail, blocking the spray of paint that had coated the walls of the corridor they were in. Yui had not been as lucky, the girl of French descent getting coated in the deep crimson of the paint the grenade had shot out everywhere, before starting to twitch uncontrollably following the electric shock the chest piece provided, falling to the ground unconscious. She breathed to steady herself, looking at the riot shield blocking the hole. If the person that tossed it is still there, I can take them by surprise. Take the points back. She steadied her rifle, reloading it and moving closer to the shield. 3, 2, 1. She kicked the shield with enough force to dislodge it from its rooted position, the rifle aiming out of the reopened hole. Izuku had reloaded and was looting ammo off of the unconscious body of Kendo when the sound of crumbling cement alerted him, his brain dropping even more processes as his perception of time started to dilate from the additional power it had gained access to. He needed every second he could get when he had a rifle pointed to his back. Myheroa pulled the trigger on her weapon, spraying a volley of paintballs towards his general area, not even taking in the surroundings. Izuku pivoted on his right leg, shield on his arm blocking the pellets during the motion, then much like Snipe would, his left hand grabbed onto the revolver on his hip. As his classmate with the tail realized who she was shooting at with a muted "oh" along with a flinch, he pulled the trigger with deadly accuracy. The pellet hit her right on the goggles, blinding her momentarily, along with a strong zap that almost took her down. But not quite. She raised her own shield where she thought Izuku was, trying to wipe the paint off the goggles on her eyes. That's when she felt the muzzle of his rifle against her head. Truce. Kyoma was a lot of things. Her persona of a hero with a sadistic side, Midnight, was just that, an alter ego, at least she told herself that. But watching Izuku tear through the opposition was making her question that. I probably shouldn't be enjoying this that much, she winced softly as the live feed showed the rifle go off against Ojiru's temple, probably stinging a lot before the zap carried by the vest pulled her to unconsciousness. Then she noticed his path. Wait a minute, he's doing a beeline too. She couldn't help but smirk a bit. That's certainly one way to win. Ibara had started remembering as time went on and she saw more of him. Her memory was hazy at best, but she remembered his silhouette, bathed in light, holding her close at one point. Maybe that's why I keep recalling Michael when I think of him. Her eye caught the rankings list from her perch. Wow, he is rising fast. And he did come first in the race. Maybe he is a divine being after all. She shook her head. No, that's blasphemous to even think of. What next? Him having divine power gifted from God. Hey Ibara, keep your focus. We have more coming after us. A loud crack rippled through the air, as the faux gun discharged itself. Sorry, it's hard to focus with him so close. I feel like there's more to him, she admitted, chambering a new cartridge. Wow, I didn't think you were the type to show interest in guys like that. Her classmate smiled, showing off her sharp teeth. He is something else, right? I am not someone who will fall to sin, Tetsu. But we should do well to steer clear of him. Tetsu nodded, shifting the shotgun in her arms to splatter anyone who came near. Her quirk was counterproductive to the exercise, so she was picking off anyone who made it through Ibara's prickly defense. The vine-haired woman herself looked down the scope of her rifle, setting up another shot to the best of her abilities. She didn't like the thought of having to shoot opponents, but given the activity, she pulled the trigger. So be it. Setsuna and Hiryu were at the top of the list. Nothing quite came close to Setsuna's ability to disassemble and let the pellets just pass through where she had occupied, nor Hiryu's scales shooting down any and all approaching projectiles. Setsuna's pickpocketing and her floating hands shooting others at point-blank range just gave them the edge they needed to rise up to the top of the leaderboard. Then, he happened. A shot rang out from the side, jolting both Class B students out of their previous thoughts. Who the hell? It was the guy from 1A. What? You think you can take us down? Just cause you won the race. Setsuna taunted, trying to get under his skin, to make him give them an opening, like so many had. But he didn't even look like he cared enough to listen to her words. What? Cat got your tongue? Scared still? She forced a smirk. Another 200 points would be nice actually, would make us break 1,000. Don't you think so, too, Hiryu? I suppose so. Her teammate's arms started coating themselves in scales, ready to fire off if he did something stupid. And something stupid he did. Neither could have guessed that he would dash at them at a full sprint, the riot shield on his arm held up in front of him like a battering ram. Setsuna barely managed to disassemble her body and shoot off the large chunks to the sides to dodge. Hiryu wasn't as lucky as she met with the wall on her back hard enough to get dazed. You left your back open id dash, she saw the two shields hanging off of his back, blocking her shot. Just as she was flying into position to shoot him from the side, his left hand twitched subtly and started moving of its own accord, even as his full attention was given to the woman he had pinned against the wall. She pulled the trigger. You left your side open. He pulled his twice. Setsuna didn't even comprehend what was happening as her bullet popped in the air before it made contact with him. Then the shock hit her. Her body spasmed in response as electricity shot through her dismantled form from the chest piece still attached to her torso, causing her grip on her pistol to loosen. 10 seconds. MIC's voice echoed, excitable from the sudden change in the rankings Izuku was causing. Endeavor watched with rapt attention, but on the male instead of her prodigy. She watched him dismantle his opposition with an efficiency and brutality that she admired. Taking the first place down with such raw power was just the cherry on top. Wonder what his family has in terms of quirks. Her face split open in a sick grin, a plan forming in her head. Maybe if Shoko won't leave the legacy I want, he will. Izuku departed another revolver round to her, dropping her points along with her as the second shock made her crash to the ground, losing her control over her hovering torso. He then emptied the cylinder on her, the electricity stopping its buzz throughout her body finally as the gun clicked, out of ammo. That's when his flow state started crashing, the silenced parts of his brain resuming function full force, causing him to stumble at the shock. Jesus Christ, why are you okay, are they? He shook his head slightly as he pulled back from his spot, letting Hiryu stumble to the ground, grabbing her and letting her down slowly instead. Just as he was placing the fellow hero in training down, two familiar explosions rung out. That's the game. A dramatic last-second play has shaken up the standings. Who will be left standing when the smoke clears? What the hell was that? He blinked again, slightly dazed due to the mental strain of dropping out of flow, in addition to the paint explosions nearby. Why are you to jink we go to 𝐒𝐻 get I enter THFUS? He looked down on his chest to see an impressive score of 875 glowing proudly. I think we did. Setsuna coughing brought his attention back to the moment, his body acting before his mind as he pulled her to a seated position, the rest of her body slowly reassembling itself back together. Diamin, you play hard. She smirked a little. Izuku Midoriya, right. She poked him in the chest, her hand mimicking a gun. Next time, I'll be hunting you down. He didn't know if he should have apologized or blushed, and instead just did both at the same time, eliciting a snicker from the woman prodding him in the stomach. Not so stoic when not in a fight. I guess. Sorry, I got lost in the moment back there, he defended, trying to ignore the 100 written on her chest. You get lost hard, then, she smiled, attempting to rise to her feet. Come on, let's see what the final rankings are. One thing became clear as the Class 1B student tried getting to her feet. The sustained shock had caused her legs to turn to jello, making it impossible for her to stand upright. Seeing her struggle balancing, Izuku gave her a hand to lean on, along with Hiryu who probably had a minor concussion, causing the fellow greenhead to snicker. What, you gonna lift everyone you defeated? I mean, I kinda wanna show there are no hard feelings between us, it was just a game after all. Izuku muttered back, bashfully. Wait, there are none, right? Yeah, just gotta teach me how to get that focused, boy, Setsuna huffed out. I thought getting tunnel-visioned was just a saying, then here you come pulling that. It was kinda scary. He smiled down to the woman. I'll try to. Time for the results, listeners. MIC whooped, the finalized rankings flashing on the holograms in the feed. Mandalay couldn't help but chuckle softly at the results. Ragdoll started vibrating softly, giggling wildly. Look at how lively that kitten is. Pixibob was still salivating about the male hero prospect that was going to fall straight into their laps. First place goes to Uraraka Okako. Barely passing Midoriya Izuku, who is straddling the line between her and her fellow teammate, Asuitsuyu in third place. Izuku almost choked on his spit hearing that, Eyes searching for 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 on his route as he lead both Setsuna and Hiryu out of the arena, he managed to find the girl who beat him on the scoreboard just as they were about to exit out the arena. She was blushing slightly, looking a little embarrassed from all the attention in the middle of a clearing near the edge of the arena, a corridor leading up to the exit allowing him the sight of her. Sensing his gaze, she turned back towards him, and their gazes locked onto each other in practiced fluidity. They stared at each other. He smiled, his eyes filling with a mix of adoration, fear and... Her blush went from pink to neon. Wait, how did that? Pony looked at the scoreboard, the English phrases flowing out on their own at the sight of the massive distance between 𝐻𝐻 and 𝐶𝐭. First place, Uraraka 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 second place, Midoriya Izuku third place, Asui Tsuyu fourth place, Kirishima Eiko and Bakugo Katsumi fifth place, Tsunotori Pony sixth place, Yorozu Momo and Ashido Mina seventh place, Shiozaki Ibara eighth place, Shinsu Hitsuki ninth place, Todoroki Shoko and Jiro Kyoka 10th place, Tetsu 11th place, Intelli 𝐶𝐭 12th place. Hatsu Mai and Ida Tomoyo, how is there that much of a distance between us? She asked, a cute confused expression in her large eyes. It's simple really, 𝐶𝐭 muttered, a kind look in her eyes. The IEDs you were carrying on your horns only counted for you, we were too close to the end for the points to average between us. Does that mean I was too slow? Pony whined, almost breaking into tears. I'm sorry, Intelli, I was 𝐶𝐭 chuckled, her hand patting the shorter woman's head. Pony, it's fine, this is all according to plan. We both made it in. We did. Pony sobbed, hugging into 𝐶𝐭's chest, smiling into it. We're in the finals. We are. 𝐶𝐭 smiled, hugging her back as the walls sank down the stadium, returning to its original shape. Midnight groaned as Cementos started to reset the arena, students stumbling slightly much like her. Congrats to the top 16. You all get to really show your stuff in the upcoming finals. She raised a wobbly arm to the sky, gesturing at the spinning roulette. Let's see what the final match is going to be, shall we? The spinner landed on tug of war. Then the label started to crack, then shattered, revealing what the final event really was. As if it would be anything other than, MIC roared in the booth, hyping the audience up. The writing stood bright and proud on the hologram, the audience starting to cheer at its sight. One-on-one battles in a formal tournament. But first, a lunch break. The crowd started booing. Mai shuddered as she came to, looking dumbly at the shifting walls of the stadium. Wait, what happened? What happened to the second match? The last thing I remember is... Her eyes landed on the purple-haired girl in front of her. I did what I did to get to the finals. She said simply, not even turning to look back at the confused hero in training. I'm not sorry. Better luck next time. With that, she walked off to the gateway leading to the cafeteria. What? Izuku breathed a sigh of relief as he handed off Hiryu to Recovery Girl, earning a scowl from the old woman, alongside a look that just screamed really. Setsuna seemed to be glued to his side after that, prodding him with questions on how to achieve what he did in the paintball match, which he was happy to answer, even if the woman just looked more and more lost on the minute aspects of the state of flow. What do you mean you need to feel as if you can't fail? She asked, her dark green eyes squinting back at him incredulously. Well, that's one of the ways to trigger the state. I kinda had a shortcut though. Midoriya, can we talk? Izuku's eyes locked onto the source of the voice, words dying in his throat. Setsuna looked too, seeing the stoic face of Todoroki staring up at Izuku. Would you mind giving us a minute? His eyes flared with a sudden realization. I never got her name, Tokage Setsuna, she finished for him, a smirk blossoming on her face before she walked off. Minoma was wrong about you guys, you seem like good people, thanks. Izuku called out as she disappeared off to the side, leaving him alone with Shoko, who promptly turned to the other side and started to walk off. Kinda confused, but used to the two-toned girl's less-than-perfect social skills, he followed her. Hatsune, why did you build this again? Tomoyo looked down onto the Frankenstein's monster of a gun attached to the tendrils sprouting from Mai's back. Sure, the weapon did fire with deadly accuracy, but there was something off about the point scaling. Somewhere while building the combination minigun sniper, the coder for the pellets had gotten messed up. At least that was the only explanation 𝐿𝐿 had for every shot only stealing 1 point from the opposition. I like to build, Ida, that's like asking if you like to run actually, do you like to run? My scoped eyes locked onto the glass-wearing hero core student. Of course. Wait, that doesn't dash, oh then do I have some babies for you? Then again I should probably build them from scratch considering the makeup of your calves dash. Her eyes started shining with unhidden excitement. I'll make you the cutest babies for your legs. Tomoyo lost her train of thought after that, succumbing to Mai's unyielding passion. Shoko was an inherently serious person. At least, that's how she presented herself to the world. Izuku had seen her maintain eye contact with people while slurping soba too many times to actually believe she was serious through and through. But at this moment, staring him down with her heterochromatic eyes, he felt the full weight of her demeanor. You got second place, congratulations. Thanks, he forced a smile, trying to lighten the atmosphere she was generating. Why didn't you use your quirk? That question held more weight than it should have, as if it was only the tip of the iceberg weighing over Shoko. I have been. It's not exactly as visible as everyone else's, he shrugged. Total command had been keeping him in the race, after all. Are you saying that the lighting you can generate isn't visible? She asked, glare not weakening. That kinda takes a lot out of me. I wouldn't be able to keep myself in the race if I kept dislocating stuff, would I? I see. So you don't have a pledge like mine, eh? Suddenly he remembered it, the thing he saw weeks ago. She has dash your fire, he breathed out before he could stop it. It's not my fire. Her glare darkened. It was engineered in. What do you even made? No. Izuku shook his head, getting disturbed at the implications. You seem to know what I'm talking about. Quirk splicing. Her hand tightened to a fist. I thought you were a similar project at first. Don't call I dash, he sighed, leaning onto the wall, putting all of his weight onto it. She couldn't have dash, but she did. Shoko's eye landed on her left hand, igniting with fire, looking down on it with distaste and pure hatred. I was created to surpass all might. Endeavor found the perfect quirk to synergize with her own. And my mom just happened to be attached to it. Izuku pinched his nose as his legs lost all power to them, causing him to slide down to his butt. She pressured her family to sell her off like livestock, just so she could get her claws into her perfect human incubator. The fire in her hand extinguished, her gaze landing onto the man sitting on the floor, who was filled with pure dread. I'm the fourth child she forced into my mother. The fourth experiment that finally succeeded. JSUS, and the worst part. I started enjoying myself here. Izuku's eyes snapped back to hers. It was the closest he had seen Shoko to tears. A tool, built solely for surpassing all might. Enjoying itself in a class dash, her left hand landed on the scarring around her eye. After all the suffering I caused to my own mother, Shoko, you did dash. Yes, I did. Do you know what carrying spliced eggs does to people? She snapped back, causing him to flinch. That much was true. Eggs fertilized using others' eggs put a massive amount of strain on the carrying party. And considering her mother carried out 4 of them. It wasn't your fault, you didn't dash. He grew silent, not finding the right words to say. In all of my memories of my mother, she was crying. Suffering from what Endeavor and I did to her. She continued, not even acknowledging his weak rebuttal. And one day, she couldn't take it anymore. I can't stand the left side of yours. Izuku flinched at the inflection of her voice. That's the last thing I heard my mother say to me before she poured boiling water on my left eye. She breathed a sigh of relief as if a weight had been lifted off of her shoulders. That's the last time I heard my mother's voice before she was institutionalized by that woman. The woman that broke her down, that took everything from my mother. I have her genes. I have her quirk. After that day, I promised myself that I would never use that side of me in battle. I'm going to make a point of it in the finals. She pulled off the wall she was leaning against. I have been out of the top 3 since the start of this festival. She should be absolutely livid by this point. Izuku shivered at the empty look she gave him. And when I take first place in the final by just using my mother's ice, she'll be denied from even feeling the pride of victory. Shoko turned and walked out of the stadium, leaving a stunned and silent Izuku behind her. He didn't move, still processing what the hell Shoko had just told him. I can't imagine what she's gone through. And why did she tell me all that? Izuku wanted to chase after her, tell her something, but his body wouldn't move. He could only watch as she turned a corner and disappeared from his vision. After a few more seconds, his body finally started responding again, allowing him to rise back up to his feet and stumble back to the main corridor. His eyes landed on Katsumi, sitting on the floor, head in her arms. There are fed-up people on this world, aren't there? She said meekly, not even looking up. You shouldn't have eavesdropped. He responded, sitting next to her. Didn't mean to, she huffed, leaning onto him slightly. I should apologize to her. I'd not bring it up if I were you. She seemed hurt just talking about it. Izuku huffed, laying his head on hers. No, I meant for calling her Todoroki. He chuckled weakly. You probably should wait for that, too. Izuku, am I a bad person? His hand found its way to her head, patting it softly. Not really, you didn't know. That can't excuse all the SHT I did. It doesn't. But you feeling guilty and wanting to change for the better does. Come on, let's get some food. He got up, reaching out a hand to help her up, too. Yeah, she grabbed on, letting him pull her up. Following him as they made their way to the cafeteria. You are gonna do something stupid in the finals after hearing that, aren't you? She asked, after the sustained silence. You know me too well. He smiled weakly. I just can't sit by when she is in that state. No wonder Toshi, don't do something too stupid. I wanna meet you at the top. She smirked back softly, trying to move out of the headspace Shoko's story had pulled them into. Okiko was getting overwhelmed by all the praise, following her even to the cafeteria as more and more people congratulated her for coming in first place. Oh, Uraraka. She was tempted to just turn her head to the other side and run from the source before she placed the voice. Midoriya-san. She turned to see the plump form of Izuku's mom, followed by a skinnier, blonde woman that looked slightly scared. I'm so proud of you, the woman chimed, along with a maternal smile. You scared me in the race with that last stunt though. Please be careful. The point-blank maternal aura almost overwhelmed Okiko's senses, and she almost hugged the woman as if she was her own mother. I'll try to. She smiled back, then thought for a second. Want to eat with us, Midoriya-san? I'd love to. Momo was trying to focus after the adrenaline had left her body. Now that they were in the final leg of the event, she had to potentially fight her loved ones, considering all of them had made it to the finals alongside her. It wasn't a pleasant thought, especially since she knew how much winning this meant for Izuku, and how much him winning would mean to the world at large. Then again, getting this far is going to... Mina's voice broke her train of thought, as she did that same cute yet whiny tone to get her attention. You keep ignoring me. The vice representative of 1A chuckled at the puppy eyes Mina was giving her, her black sclera letting her achieve a level of cuteness no mere mortal should be able to. Sorry Ashido. Kinda got lost in thought there. Mina's eyes started sparkling. Bet you were thinking of Izuku. Momo blushed slightly, her pink-skinned classmate had hit the nail in the head. It's just Dash, were you thinking about your date with him on the beach? Mina asked, snuggling close to her slightly, to keep the conversation between the two. It wasn't a date. Dash, the taller woman tried to rebuke, only for the memory of Izuku to break the surface and replay in her mind, causing her mind to go blank. Much to the entertainment of her current interviewer. Sure sounded like it was one, considering how happy you, Rara, and Hatsune looked after it. Mina's face twitched. I mean, after he was cleared out of the hospital, wait, perfect. Well, weren't you happy after he came back, too? Momo argued back, trying to at least preserve the lie for a bit longer. That fair point, Mina huffed, shrinking a bit. Still, though, you seem very close with him. Momo's eyebrows shot up at that. Wait, is this going where I think it's going? Do you know what type of girls he likes? Momo was internally screaming as she got her portion at the cafeteria. She wished she could just scream without Mina getting closer to the truth. Miruko tapped her foot as she waited in the line for Lunch Rush's stand in the cafeteria, which was only accessible to the UA staff and students. But being the number 7 hero had its perks. Delicious, delicious perks. Wonder if she still has that steamed carrot recipe. Her ears perked at a sudden lack of sound as the general murmuring ceased, following the door opening. Her red eyes searching the reason why ended up locking onto him. The man. Miruko then thought something nigh blasphemous. Carrots can wait. As she left her spot in the line, pushing her way towards Izuku Midoriya, the first place in the first match, and second in the second. She noticed that she wasn't the only one making her way towards the man in question. Even the glowing flames of endeavor shifted towards to him, too. The two heroes finally made eye contact as people shifted away, giving a wide berth even if they looked interested in the man breaking the status quo. They simply had to. None of the weaklings could challenge the second best, especially with the look she was sporting. But Miruko was no weakling. Izuku flinched at the sudden arrival of endeavor, a normal response to the muscular and tall form of the woman. Which didn't make sense to the rabbit hero, he was as tall as endeavor himself. Then she noticed it. He was holding himself back from fighting the number 2 right there and then. Kid, she started, looking up to the man, taking his attention, and a scowl from the number 2 who hadn't even noticed his intents, let alone her until she had spoken up. Great work out the dash, Miruko. His tone was one of wonder and awe, not matching the fighting intent she had detected just seconds ago. Oh my god, you are Miruko the rabbit hero. He took a few steps forward, getting closer to her. I'm a huge fan. The blonde woman that was to his side started cackling, holding her stomach trying to stay upright, as both Miruko and Endeavor were at a loss for words. I'm sorry you probably get this a lot, but can I get an autograph? Miruko blinked, then looked down to the notebook and pen he surely didn't have a second before. Sure. She grabbed the pen out of his hand, aiming to sign the page, only to halt when she saw what was already on it. A drawing of her, skill prevalent in it, along with bullet point notes on her fighting style and victories. You have been studying me. Her eyes squinted down to the page, then back up to the giant of a man towering over her. Well, kinda. I've got pretty strong legs, and I thought having some of your techniques would help. He looked to the side bashfully, rubbing the back of his neck. Is that weird? Both Miruko and Izuku turned to face Endeavor, who had crashed into the conversation. How much longer do you intend to make me wait? Oh sorry, Izuku apologized, looking back down to Miruko. Would you mind if we move to the side? I think she wants to pass through. No, boy, I want to talk with you about something important. The second best rumbled on again, glaring at the man, who didn't even flinch at her visible annoyance. Miruko was getting more and more impressed by the man, standing his ground against the second best hero of all Japan. Oh, sorry, I want nothing to do with you. What? The flames of Endeavor flared up. Now you listen here, you little punk dash. No, thank you, he shot back, cutting the pro's speech short. Miruko had to take a step back as the flames Endeavor was putting out became unbearable. The man didn't even budge. How dare you dash, I'd suggest turning those off before you set the sprinklers off. The UA sprinkler system is a little on the plus ultra side, if you forgot, might extinguish the flames of your suit entirely. You wouldn't want that, would you? Miruko couldn't believe her ears. Holy SHT. The blonde was almost on the floor from laughing too hard. Endeavor's flames calmed down, but her expression only hardened. Just who the hell do you think you are? Midoriya Izuku, he said simply, turning his back to her. Now, if that would be all, I have a hero to talk to. Endeavor looked ready to burst like a volcano at that, but the scene was pulling way too much attention, and decking the first male in UA would have been a PR nightmare. So she did the next best thing by kicking the door open and leaving the premises, grumbling under her breath. Miruko just looked at the receding back of the hero, then to Izuku. Ballsy move, kid. I like that. She smiled up to him. Can't wait to see what you do in the finals. He blushed at the compliment. Thanks. It means a lot coming from you. And about trying to use my moves, she glared up to him, gaze turning scrutinizing. You know what that means, right? Izuku blinked back in confusion. Wait, was that an insult to her? Oh God, I hope I didn't. Means that you are trying imitate me. Her crimson irises smoldered with what initially seemed like anger. You think you have what it takes to attempt those? Realization dawned in his eyes, his emerald flames of determination leaking through soon after, mirroring Miruko's. I'll prove that to you in the finals then. Miruko's face broke out in another smile. I like this one. Okay then, kid. She pushed his notebook back to his hands, which sported a new signature. I'll take your proof as payment for the signature then. She poked his chest. Now go and prove yourself. He smirked back. With pleasure. The man stiffened at the sudden sound, turning to the source, taking Miruko by surprise. What kind of monster makes him react like that? Her question was answered when the strange woman with pink hair tackled the man who had gotten her attention, her arms wrapping around his frame like clockwork. His face broke in a soft smile as his arms returned the gesture, hugging his attacker. Hey, Mai. Good job at getting second place. She giggled, reaching up and petting his head, causing him to laugh softly. Miruko blinked. Hey, why do I want to do that now? Oi, Hatsune. The blonde he had arrived with cleared her throat and gestured at Miruko with her eyes. The pinkette looked at the blonde, then to where she was gesturing. A look of recognition flooded her amber eyes. Miruko. The rabbit hero. She slapped Izuku's chest as she pulled away from the hug. Izuku, you know Miruko. Why haven't you told me before? He chuckled weakly. I just met her, Mai, come on. The woman in question looked back at him, then back to the pro. Miruko liked the gleam Mai's eyes got when she looked back at her. Then, let me introduce myself. Hatsune Mai, genius inventor. She exclaimed, puffing out her chest with pride. Aho, this one has some spunk. You saw my babies out in the field, right Miruko-san? Mai was grinning like a cat with a new toy in her hands. Miruko respected that. That I did, what about? Them. Want me to build you something? I'm sure you are dying for an upgrade to your shoes. She pointed her thumb to herself. I can make them doubly as effective. Oh, this Mai was fun. But you know I can't just give you my current ones to upgrade, right? It would be easier to start from scratch anyways, Mai huffed. Miruko noticed the blonde saying goodbye to Izuku and walking away from the corner of her eye. If Izuku's estimations about you are correct, you can only go to around 50% of your full strength without them breaking, right? That means you need a new chassis on them. It's easier to build that from scratch than to try and fit it into the old design. Miruko couldn't help the smirk she got. Spot on. Impressive estimate, Midoriya. Her smirk widened. But can you really build something that can withstand all of this? Miruko gestured to her toned legs in a teasing tone. Izuku couldn't hold back his blush. Mai looked taken aback. Are you doubting my skills? Mai, no. Izuku tried to stop it. Tune in to my fight. I'll prove that I have the skills you would pay for. She smirked back. Mai. Miruko enjoyed seeing his shocked expression for the first time. No, wait, that's actually sensible. He blinked again. Who are you and what did you do with Mai? The pinkette elbowed him in the side, just at the sweet spot to put pressure on his kidney if Miruko saw it right. Oh. All right, all right. He smiled in response to her pout back up to him. Oh, these two are gonna be fun to watch. Listen UP, listeners. The howl from the PA system brought everything to a screeching halt. With the lunch break coming to an end so soon, it's time for the bracket to be announced. Everyone in the cafeteria got serious, cutlery stilling. First up, Uraraka Okiko vs Ida Tomoyo. Followed by Midoriya Izuku vs Hatsune Mai. The sound of someone getting hit upside the head echoed through the speakers. This is too irrationally drawn out. Everyone, look to your nearest screen. Aizawa's lazy demeanor replaced MIC's over-the-top presentation. Miruko gazed over to the screen in the cafeteria. Uraraka Okiko vs. Ida Tomoyo Midoriya Izuku vs. Hatsume Ashido Mina vs. Shiozaki Ibarerozu Momo vs. Shinsu Hitsuki Kirishima Eiko vs. Tetsutetsu Asui Tsuyu vs. Intelli Psycho Bakugo Katsumi vs. Juru Kyoka Tsunotori Pony vs. Todoroki Shoko. The matches start in 20 minutes. Don't be late. With that, the announcement ended. Izuku and Mai looked at each other. Miruko crossed her arms. Let's see how you two react to fighting against each other. Wonder if Midnight would let me call 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼. Mai shrugged, a coy smile on her face. Why, do you want me to break our baby again? He smiled back. Oh, you are on. With that, both started walking separate ways. Izuku stopped and waved to Miruko before he left. Enjoy the fight, Miruko-san. The F is 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐼. Wait, did he say our baby? Izuku had a goal as he walked up to Okiko's table, but couldn't help but get sidetracked as her face came into view. Hey, Okiko. His face broke out in an unintentional warm smile. She seemed to be dealing with the same issues as she looked back at him, her smile almost splitting her face in half. Mr. Second Place, his face scrunched slightly, a blush forming. You really gonna tease me about that? Only if it gets to you. She poked her tongue out, earning a snicker from the rest of the table, including. It might. He shrugged casually, eyes locking onto All Might in her civilian form. Oh, have you met my trainer? I was getting to that, sweetie. Inko cut in, smiling softly in that maternal way. Girls, meet Yagi Toshiko, Izuku's trainer. They looked between the three, with a deadpan expression. Inko started chuckling lightly. Sorry, I just wanted to introduce her myself. The table started chuckling along, Tsuyu's rib bits bleeding through. But yeah, mind if I borrow you for a second, Yagi-sensei? Izuku cut in, his own laughter subsiding. Sure thing, you Midoriya. Both of them nearly had a heart attack at that near slip-up. That was were I too close. Izuku's chest heaved to catch his breath in the secluded area he pulled All Might and himself into. I'll say, Japan's #1 hero side, holding herself up with a hand on the wall. What did you need me for, anyway? Oh, right. Izuku turned to the hero, face resolute. I never told my mom that I had a quirk. All Might's mouth hung open. SHT. None of them knew how it happened, but 5 minutes before the match they noticed it. The waiting rooms that were assigned to them were directly next to each other. Izuku thought Nozomi had a paw in it. Ichich, Pio. Would you shut up for a second? Esidich. Duentwoi abutm, 𝐺𝐬𝐚𝐿 want somi attentan. He turned to the other three that had converged on his waiting room, and saw that was indeed correct. You have been acting weirder than normal, Deku. You alright? Okiko broke the silence in the room. Yeah, just have a voice in my head, that's all. Not the weirdest thing that's happened to me. He shrugged, smiling shakily. The three in his room started laughing like he had hoped they would. Tension left their shoulders and his as he joined into the laughter. I suppose the mental strain is getting to you, then. Momo laughed softly behind her hand. It's taking its toll on me, too. We might end up fighting each other after all. Her shoulders stiffened. Well, you and Mai are already fighting, yeah. Mai whooped. It's gonna be so much fun. Momo giggled at the girl's enthusiasm. If you say so, Mai. Well, how about this? Izuku raised a finger. We promise each other that, with the obvious exception of Mai, we will meet each other in the tournament. He smiled, shrugging off Mai's half-hearted punch to his arm. That way, the stress is gone. No use fearing the inevitable after all. Yeah. Okiko whooped. Pinky promise. She added, extending her pinky out. Aren't we too old for this? Izuku chuckled, extending his finger still. One's never too old for pinky promises. Momo's voice came as she too extended pinky out. It took them a couple of seconds to figure it out, but the three did manage to wrap their pinkies together, shaking slightly as is the tradition. And Mai's voice broke through as she tackled Izuku. This is for good luck. And kissed him on the lips, causing the other two to start laughing at the eccentric inventor. He kissed back after the shock, laughing slightly as he pulled away. Thanks, and then in the heat of the moment, she did something really unexpected. You are gonna need some too. She pecked both Okiko and Momo on the lips as well. I think I am lost. Miruko looked around in the unfamiliar pathways of the bleachers, trying to figure out where her seat was. 367, 367. Her eyebrow twitched, looking at the seat number closest to her. A 113. The hell? Are you lost? Miruko's eyes locked onto the shorter woman who had spoken up, her kind green eyes reminding her of the greenhead that she'd met a couple of minutes ago. Looks like it. She huffed, crossing her arms. Stupid seating plan. Uraraka Okiko versus Ida Tomoyo, starting in 2 minutes. Miruko's ears perked at attention at the announcement. Guess I'm a miss out on the first fight trying to find my place. Yagi-san, we have an empty seat nearby, right? The plump woman's words caused her ears to pivot unintentionally. Yeah, we got a few empty seats, Midoriya-san. A tall blonde woman who looked too skinny to be healthy responded. She has a weird aura to her, almost as if she is a pro herself. Why? The blonde added, finally looking up to see Miruko standing next to the plumper woman. She looked frozen in shock. Miss Midoriya turned back to Miruko. Would you like to sit with us? Miruko's ears twitched. Sure, wait. Midoriya. The dots connected. You are his mother. Inko chuckled softly. Yes, and you are. Miruko-san, right. The hero nodded. My son is a fan of yours. Oh, so he wasn't just saying that? Why does that make me feel giddy? Okiko was still trying to calm her beating heart after the kiss Mai gave her as she walked up to the stage, MIC announcing her arrival with gusto only an entertainer could achieve. And her opponent, the youngest of the Ida family, Ida Tomoyo. Both competitors faced each other with a slight bow, taking a couple of steps back. Listening for Midnight's cue to start. Her WHP cracked. The rules are simple: toss your opponent out, immobilize them, or have them admit defeat and you win. She smirked. Don't worry about fighting dirty, ethics have no place on the battlefield. Tomoyo bowed again. May the best hero win. Okiko smiled back. Sorry, I got a promise to keep. Tomoyo's eyes widened. I see. Okiko widened her stance. I have only one chance at this. Midnight cracked her WHP again. Start. Recipro burst. Tomoyo became a blur in Okiko's vision. She could barely make out her body dashing straight at her, arms extended to push her out. Okay, just like Izuku showed me. I got this. He had given her some pointers on martial arts, mainly Aikido, as her smaller stature and gravity nullification lent itself to it. At least its combat role had come in handy in the race. With practiced precision she stepped into the oncoming attack, ducking towards Tomoyo's left extended arm. The speedster couldn't react in time at the speed she was moving. Okiko pushed her classmate's arm into her core, gripping her wrist in the process, her free hand latching onto Tomoyo's elbow. Normally, the finish would be to pin the opponent by their arm. But, normally, the user couldn't manipulate gravity. Okiko steadied her legs as the momentum of Tomoyo's engines hit her. Twisting Tomoyo's direction slightly to the left as Okiko's shoulder found its place in the taller woman's armpit. Then she simply pulled her arm downwards and let go, watching Tomoyo sail through the air and wincing as she smacked onto the stadium wall. And we start with a great show of technique from the first place of the previous match. MIC's boisterous voice cut through the silent stadium. Sorry, Ida. Okiko called out. Izuku started smiling in the 1A bleachers watching Okiko prep for her move seconds before the match started. He laughed at the faces of his classmates as Tomoyo's secret technique only caused her to lose faster, before wincing at the thud of her slamming against the stadium wall. I must say, Momo started from his side. I doubted your choice at first, but considering that. She's a natural, isn't she? He smiled back. But his face froze for a second. Was it me, or was Ida's impact weaker than it should have been? Momo nodded slowly. Now that you mention it, next match is starting soon. Contestants, get to your spots. Izuku hesitated but got up in the end. We'll talk about it later, see you in a bit. Miruko had to admit, maybe sitting in this side was a slide of luck. The seats were closer to the action, and on top of that, she had pleasant company. Inko Midoriya, she had managed to learn it during the wait for the first fight, was a kind woman. She also had a quirk where she could pull out snacks from her bag regularly, or that's what the pro thought, considering the mooncakes she kept getting handed. And here we go. Miruko stood at attention as MIC's voice pulled her away from her own musings. On the north side, the first man to ever step foot into this ring, the very definition of going plus ultra for his dreams, the quirkless wonder, Midoriya Izuku. She couldn't help but smirk at his entrance, looking slightly overwhelmed yet still standing tall. On the south side, the first and only support corps student to ever make it this far, Hatsumai. Let's see what this Mechamite they were talking about was. What the hell is a Mechamite? Midnight asked, surprised that both contestants were looking at her with expectant eyes. A robot I built, mind if she uses it in the battle? Izuku answered, eyes shimmering with excitement. She pursed her lips, thinking it through. It is kinda unprecedented, but these two are unprecedented contestants. As long as you both agree to this, I'll allow it. She smirked at the little yes. My let out. The pinkette turned to the camera, cupping her hands. Come to mommy. Izuku did his best to not laugh out loud at Midnight's sweat drop at the weird summoning call. It didn't even take a minute before the familiar sounds of hydraulics echoed throughout the stadium. The speakers that so far carried MIC's voice crackled as the input was forcefully changed, probably via hacking from the mech en route. The white noise subsided finally as the all-too-familiar, broken voice clicked through. HEVEFEAR. Izuku dropped onto a combat stance, smiling widely. Mechamite jumped from the stadium's roof, landing onto the concrete ring, cracking it slightly. FORIAMEVRYWE. Midnight lowered the arm she was shielding her face with. Oh. So that's why his name. Ready for round 2, you overgrown toaster. He screamed back as Mai started cackling. Oh, how he has changed since their first fight. IWSBULTIDY. Holy, Miruko didn't finish the thought as she watched the man throw down with the Goliath of machinery. The two figures had barely hesitated, lunging forwards and blurring as they began to throw punches with lethal intent. Each countered punch released shockwaves that shook the sidelines, each parried blow sent sparks and clangs of bone and metal reverberating through the air. And the crowd was loving every second of it. That's some serious power he is throwing around. Her ears perked from another shockwave that washed over them, the two figures lunging once more. He's just punching the robot though. He's just warming up. The tall blonde grinned at her side, pride evident in her blue eyes. Measuring up his opponent. Mai chuckled breathlessly as another shockwave messed her hair up even more. God, she never knew how much of a thrill standing so close to a fight was. Or, specifically standing so close to Izuku fighting. Before her, the two clashed once more, but instead of breaking apart for another clash, the two ground to a stop, arms held up and meeting between them. You've been upgraded, here. Izuku grunted, holding back both of Mechamite's fists with open palms, at a stalemate. AFFIRMATIVE. ANDYOUHEGEOTIVINSTINGA The bot roared with laughter. YOUMIGHTACTYWIWINTSONEWIETFORTYIES. The bright red eye glowed as the steel face leaned in, the two fighters pushing harder against each other. TIGSSMYASFOURTNS. ANDTTTSTARIBLE. Yeah, but guess what? Izuku leaned in as well, before he redirected the mech's fists to his sides, letting the towering machine crash forward at the sudden shift in forces. Leg. VOICSNDNEE, the phrase was cut short by Izuku's leg as it shot straight up with focused intent, his foot meeting with the side of the metal skull, causing the Goliath to stumble to the side. A visible dent to its cranium. Izuku hissed a bit, trying to dispel the burning sensation washing over his leg by stamping it down. Wow, that stings more than I thought it would. SENINITIADD. GOODNEWS YOUNGMIDIYA NONGISBROKEN. Pushing itself back and rising up once more, the bot made a show of cracking his own knuckles, actual popping sounds coming from them. Yet. Leave it to my to make him so intimidating. With that, the two rushed back at each other. Nero rubbed her eyes. Eyes, stop this trickery. There's no way that the BSTRD of 1A is actually going toe-to-toe with that. Kendo, what did 1A sneak into our food? I think I am hallucinating. She smiled shakily, turning to her class representative, who was just watching the fight, with her mouth slightly ajar. 𝐒𝐭𝐻 was the one to respond, but not in a way she could have expected. Yeah, get Midoriya. Nero blinked. Then turned to Psycho. Intelli, can you pinch me? I think I'm hallucinating, Psycho laughed, hiding her mouth behind her hand as she usually did. Monoma, you mean to tell me you don't want to see the male form at its peak? She liked her lips, looking back at the action. Now, let's see how much Midoriya has changed. What the actual F? Mount Lady turned to the stadium, sensing the shockwaves. What is even going on in there? They said it was the fight between Midoriya and Hatsune, right? Kamu Woods turned to her fellow security detail. Why? You interested? Hell yeah, sounds like he is getting beat to SE. Mount Lady smirked, jogging up to one of the holograms ahead of the small group of pros. Let's see, she started babbling at the sight. What? How is he that strong? Endeavor fumed, letting her flames roar. Her mind started clicking again. This is an opportunity one can't miss. Her face broke out in a sick smirk. After dealing with Shoko, this should be easy. I'll just have to bend him to my will, too. I did it before, I can do it again. Izuku was having the time of his life as he clashed with the machine again, dodging a few punches and delivering a drop kick to the center of its mass, causing the robot to skid to almost to the edge of the arena, sparks flying as its feet scraped the concrete. W8SO, IFYOUTOSED high M out, WULDTTCUNT as YOURWNOR. Shish, let me have this. Mechamite roared with laughter. ITHTYOUKNEWBTDNTOTRYBIDFORCINGME YOUNGMIIYA YOUBILYLEFTADNT. He lurched forward, steam hissing from his joints. ANDTTWASYOURLASTCNC. The sound of hydraulics and servos began to hiss and were even louder, the cooling system of the mech boiling in its pipes even while running even harder to counter the heat generated by its power system. Izuku only smiled wider. Gave him a second gear, Hemai. You know it. Try keeping up with him now. The inventor laughed as Mechamite closed the gap in an instant, ready to punch the man with all his might. Shit, Izuku barely managed to jump over the punch, hands slapping down on the metal arm and arms creaking with the force of his movements to throw himself forward and down, moving in even closer to the mech in order to dodge another massive fist jackhammering towards him. Where before Mechamite had swung faster and harder than any other man Izuku had ever heard of, now its attacks were a hurricane of flying metal, its red eye strobing with each swing, the shockwaves evening out to a hum that made Izuku think of the rapid beating of a hummingbird's wings. Youned to end teachers. FAST. I don't hinke yo your body sin handle tigmuanti of strai do dg. Izuku didn't even pay any mind to the backseat driver in his head as he rolled away from another barrage of fists from the being of steel. He was barely able to turn his dodge into a roll-up and away from the impact of a two-handed hammer blow from the machine, the fists cratering the concrete of the arena, throwing more debris up in its wake. Izuku huffed as he brought his arms up to guard, eyes darting to look at where he was, back against the limits of the ring with Mechamite towering in front of him. Talk about cornered. Midnight was glued to the edge of her podium watching the fight. It was only the light in the two contestants' eyes that made her allow the entrance of the mech, and right now, she was loving every second of it. Well, she was, until Izuku got cornered. I really shouldn't be taking sides on this, but, come on Midoriya. Looks like Midoriya has been cornered. Mike's voice broke though as the mech threw another punch. Is this the end on the line for the lone man of the hero course? Maruko was surprised to see Inko and Yagi jump next to her as they roared in their side of the stadium. Kick his butt, Izuku. Damn it, I can't keep this up. The mechanical fists of 𝐿𝐼𝐻 slammed down in unison to the thought, forcing him to reach up, hands braced and body tense as he caught them, the tightening of his grip digging into the heated steel of the robot's fists. Slowly, the sheer weight of the robot bore down on him with the squealing of overworked servos, slowly making Izuku stutter and tense under the assault, his legs and arms shaking and slowly beginning to buckle. "Okay, F it. Give me everything you got." 𝐿𝐻, the voice faded before it could finish its statement, getting cut off as he dropped straight from normal thoughts deep into the flow state, pupils dilating as his brain went into overdrive, along with his heart as the floodgates of adrenaline opened up. The world around him slowed like a projector stuck on half a frame per second. Senses began to fade out, blocking away anything that he couldn't use, that he didn't need. His bare hands started to gather data, information traveling from synapse to synapse even as the grinding of gears and the straining of motors all but mapped out the mech's internal structure. It wasn't as easy as it once was. Mai was many things, but not stupid. She had learned from the way he first fought the mech, from his first win. The structure of the robot was astonishing. Complex honeycomb supports reinforced its platings, the interlocking joints thick and robust, with enough strength that the robot could probably stop a train with them. But for all that Mai was an engineer, Izuku was no fool either. His mind focused, cutting through the chaff. The reinforcements were too tough to fight, the arms and legs and torso reinforced to hell and back. But Mai had kept the head almost the same. The thick-plated neck had been leagues ahead of the rest of the bot before, but with this new design, the best of the old was lacking. He felt his arms begin to buckle more, the slow motion of muscles straining and being pushed by the sheer force of his opponent. A thought struck of using one for all, but he dismissed it. This was him, and 𝐿𝐼𝐻. This was him proving something. As it was going through his memories, his brain grazed upon a fresh addition. Now go and prove yourself. And that made everything simple. Oh, so simple. He let his left arm collapse, even as he buckled, turning a collapse into a lunge, lurching at the mech up close. Just as the machine was readjusting its footing, he ducked and rolled under, escaping between its legs, coming up in a crouch even as he felt every muscle in his body and legs tense. In the next second he was airborne above the mech, spinning with the intent to decapitate. 𝐿𝐼𝐻 did something he didn't account for in response, twisting a full 180 at the waist to counter him. His arm was pulled back, ready to release its payload of destructive force. Sparks flew from his armored frame as it scraped against itself, casting the motion in sharp contrast, even against the bright sunlight of the arena. Almost on instinct, Izuku called out his attack, 𝐿𝐼𝐻 doing the same, both parties grinning with vicious intent, one carved, the other forged. 𝐭𝐲-𝐸, the world around them was washed out, the roar of the crowd, the shouts of present Mike's commentary. None of it mattered. Izuku was twisting, contorting, every muscle stretching from his shoulders down through his hips and down his leg had contracted, tense like springs and coiled tight. He could see the shifting steel, could make out the glacial pace of 𝐿𝐼𝐻's fist as it came up and around. Too slow. Crescent. STL. He unwound, twisting as the heel of his red boot swung, meeting the steel face of 𝐿𝐼𝐻 with as much torque and force as he could generate. His muscles stretched and strained at the action, flow reinforcing the way they all worked in sync, wringing every ounce of force he could from every fiber in his body. Steel caved in, wires bent and sparked, the LEDs of the bright red eye sparked, and with the sound of tearing steel, the head ripped free of its housing. The fist, already seizing up and slowing without input from the rest of the mech, passed beneath Izuku as the recoil of the kick sent him twisting up. As his body curved, his sight line began to drop from the blue sky, and in the state of flow he could make it out. The crowd, the widening eyes of hundreds of women, the surprise on his classmates' faces, the look of shock in his mother's eyes, and the look of recognition of bright eyes surrounded by dark skin and silver hair. It was one of Miruko's kicks after all, even if he had adapted it a bit. With that, time swayed gears and his brain resumed normal operation, dropping out of its flow state, the rest of his body twisting out of the full body curve of the strike as gravity took hold. Twisting, he brought his feet to the ground, boots skidding across cracked concrete, breathing heavily. A wild grin grew across Mai's face as she saw Izuku decapitate 𝐿𝐼𝐻. The fight was all she had hoped for and more. "You did it. She mimicked her reaction from the first time he had defeated the metal behemoth. Not as surprising as it once was, but somehow more impressive than the last time. Izuku turned towards the sound, a lazy grin taking form on his face as he lifted his left arm just as he once did all those months ago. I did it. Mai responded with a quick hug to his waist. Mai, we're still fighting, he sighed, eyes looking to the bleachers waiting for a reaction. Not even the rest of 1A had reacted yet. Mai quickly let go of him and took a step back. Yeah, well then you better push me out of the ring, champ. You could just walk out. What kind of gentleman makes a lady walk? She crossed her arms in mock scandal. He blinked. Really? Here, did Mina put you up to this? She didn't answer. She just stood there, grinning and staring expectantly. He rolled his eyes a bit and grabbed her by the waist and lifted the woman with ease, carrying her over to the edge of the battleground and plopping her down. Oh darn, I guess I lost. She hadn't stopped smiling since the fight began. The whole stadium was still frozen in an eerie silence. Hatsune is out of bounds. Midoriya wins, Midnight mumbled, a hint of incredulity in her voice. She slapped her face to wake herself up from the trance. Hatsune is out of bounds. Midoriya wins. As if her voice pulled them out of their own trances, the stadium erupted into cheers. Midoriya Izuku wins his battle. When will he stop? Can he stop? Only time will tell, listeners. Miruko stumbled back to her seat, a slight blush flowering on her cheeks. He did it. He really used it. Her foot was tapping on the ground excitedly as she replayed the last scene in her head, over and over again. The measured movements that lead to his final strike derived from one of her most powerful attacks, living up to its name as it sheared through whatever metals that thing was built out of. Izuku was really turning out to be something else. UA was the right choice for him, and giving the go-ahead for him to use her moves was the right choice for her. Maybe I should teach him how to perfect that move. The thought alone brought out a smirk and a darker blush to her cheeks. Guess it's not teaming up if he is under me. As the torrent of thoughts started to subside, she noticed the light breathing coming from her side, ears perking towards the source. The mother of the man that had taken her interest, wiping away tears with the blonde softly rubbing her back. I was so scared that he was going to get hurt. Miruko smiled softly. Don't worry about him. You have a strong son out there. The blonde chuckled softly. Doesn't change the worry of a mother, Miruko-san. Her ears flopped down a little at the response. Well, can't argue with that, not that I would know. But thanks. And I'll try to, Inko smiled back at the pro hero. I promised him, after all. Kamu Woods didn't blink, literally rooted to her spot next to Mount Lady, who was equally as frozen. Am I dreaming? Did he really? Mount Lady nodded softly, a slight dusting of pink on her cheeks. When I take a second look at him, he isn't that bad looking. And God, that strength. The blonde flinched at the thought, shaking her head. No, he is just an upstart punk. Nothing more. The feed replayed the last attack between the two fighters in slow motion, giving her ample view of his muscles contorting under his clothes, and the green inferno of his eyes staring down the machine. And nothing else. God. Her blush started enveloping her face fully. Damn it. Death Arms chuckled next to her. I know you hate the kid a little, but should you really go red in the face with anger over his win? Mount Lady nodded shakily. Why anger? I am so mad right now. Death Arms blinked. Is she stroking out? Should I call recovery girl? Kamu Woods didn't respond, on her knees. I lectured that kid. To not be a hero, you two worry me. Mandalay blinked again as the fight concluded, the mech halting and falling to its side as Izuku plopped my outside the bounds. God, I want him to wrap his arms around me and lift me like that. 3 of the team of 4 turned to the source, Pixie Bob, who was decidedly still in her dreamland, ignoring everything else in her surroundings. Tiger groaned. I'll beat some sense into her afterward. Mandalay smiled softly. Thanks, Tiger. I mean, I wouldn't mind him doing that to me either, but she shouldn't say it. At the silence, Mandalay turned to look around and saw everyone staring at her, including her niece. Did I broadcast that? Ragdoll nodded, giggling as Pixie Bob shot her a look of disgust. At least I don't hide it, you hypocrite. Ragdoll started rolling on the ground from laughing too hard. As the two teammates started throwing half-hearted verbal jabs at each other. Endeavor hadn't blinked in what felt like minutes. That punk went toe-to-toe with that mechanical behemoth and decapitated it. He's that powerful without a quirk. Her anger spiked, her flames nearly turning blue, but then subsided as a thought struck her. His will is impressive. He moves like a well-seasoned hero, and he dared to stand up to me in public. He is bold. Breaking him will be a challenge. A toothy grin stretched across her features. But that just means he'll be that much more useful once I have. Perhaps quirk splicing was the wrong way to go about this. She turned and stomped away down one of the hallways, leaving the half-molten railing she had been gripping behind. Mina was still trying to shake off the result of the previous fight as she walked up to the podium. She knew Izuku had physical strength in spades, considering how easy he had lifted half the class up in more than one occasion, but that last kick was definitely something else. And that was all without even using his quirk to its full extent. And he still blushes like a tomato around me. She smiled as she recalled how meek and shy he got around her. It was flattering, really. And her opponent. The godly woman of Class 1B, Shiozaki Ibara. Mina looked on as Ibara walked up, glaring daggers at the announcer booth. She swore she was mumbling curses under her clasped hands. Nice to meet you, I'm Ashido Mina. She shot her opponent a charming smile. Ready to dance. I would much prefer not to dash, Ibara lamented, looking up to her opponent finally, but I am prepared for it. Midnight cracked her WHP start. Mina was about to start running before vines sprouted from the ground with impressive power and speed, the light fading as they wrapped her tightly in a cocoon. Oh wow, no wonder she got in. She cracked a smile in the darkness and let her acid start seeping out of every pore on her body. Guess wearing the acid-proof stuff underneath was a good call after all. The vines hissed and crackled, acid eating through them with ease, along with her uniform, sunlight greeting her once again. Looks like our quirks don't mix well, Shiozaki. The look of shock on her and Midnight's faces was more than enough to make her smile. Then, with a few practiced motions from her legs, she slid her way in front of Ibara, the corrosive acid she had previously coated herself with flying off from her body as she did so. Her arm pulled back for an uppercut. Let me see you grit those teeth. Ibara couldn't find words to react before the full force of Mina's fist hit her chin, her body going slack and tumbling back like a sack of potatoes. She huffed, trying to ignore the draftiness and tingling of her skin. Shiozaki Ibara is unconscious. The winner is Ashido Mina. Mina smiled at the verdict, placing her palms on her hips with pride. Then, as she turned to leave the arena, her eyes caught Izuku in the audience blushing lightly as he stared at her body, which was clad only in what amounted to a leopard pattern bikini. Her smile turned teasing as she stopped to blow a kiss in his direction, causing him to blush harder. Oh, now that is adorable. Momo took her time on the walk from the waiting room to her entry point, mind racing as she reviewed possible strategies for her upcoming fight. I don't know anything about this girl's quirk, so I should try to finish things quickly. But I'll be sure to make a shield for myself just in case. And we are back for the fourth matchup of this tournament. Present MIC's voice broke through her thoughts and she could feel the familiar chill of anxiety and doubt welling inside her. No. Snap out of it, Momo. She straightened her back and took a deep, calming breath. You've got a promise to keep. The other two kept their promise. I need to show them that we are on equal footing. On the north side, the princess of creation who has literally blasted her way through the competition, Yorozu Momo. A broad smile stretched across her features as she strode onto the field, catching Izuku and Okiko watching her from the corner of her eye, as she watched her opponent approach from the other side. And on the south side, the resident insomniac from Gen Ed, Shinso Hitsuki. She locked eyes with the purple-haired woman, recognizing her more fully from the day she'd come to size up the competition. She doesn't seem physically strong from what I can see. But that might be due to her quirk. I need to be on the lookout for anything. From atop her podium, Midnight raised her WHP. Contestants ready. 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 Match. Start. The crack of the heroine's WHP echoed through the stadium. "Hey!" The woman's voice sounded tired as she called across the ring. "May the best hero win." Momo couldn't help but admire the sportsmanship this woman was showing, and she bowed respectfully. "Likudish, she's just standing there," Okiko's voice muffled on, doused in worry. Izuku rubbed his eyes, trying to see if there was the familiar light of her creating something. There wasn't. "What is she doing?" Okiko half screamed. The two watched as their mutual girlfriend simply turned on her heel and started walking towards the edge of the ring. "Momo!" Mai flinched at the sudden flood of déjà vu, watching Momo's stance turn lifeless, remembering bits and pieces of what happened in the paintball match. "Hey, you are from 1A, right?" Her mind echoed out, recalling that voice. She remembered her body going limp before she'd even finished her response. "Grab the rifles, we're going to win this." And her body obeyed the foreign voice. The last thing that had passed through her mind was Mic screaming 10 seconds, and Shinsu grabbing the rifle out of one of her duple hands. "Lose for me, if you would." Her body went limp again, dropping the other rifle to her side. Then the sensation of electric arcing through her body as several paintballs hit her back. Mai's hand found its place over her eyes. "Yorozu." She already lost. She didn't want to see what happened next. "I'm sorry, but I have to win." I can't move." What's going on?" The sounds of the stadium seemed muted, as though she was hearing them through a pair of headphones, playing her opponent's voice clearly in her mind. "Turn around and walk out of bounds." She watched in horror as her body began to obey the command. Her limbs not even responding to her slightest command, no matter how hard she tried. "What am I doing? I'm going to lose. I'm going to break my promise. Please. Just move. Why won't you listen to me?" The edge of the ring drew closer with each agonizing step. She could hear Izuku and Okiko screaming her name. She could hear the bewildered voice of present Mic through the speakers. She could hear Midnight as she announced her defeat. Suddenly, the grip her opponent had on her body lifted, causing her to stumble as she regained control of her legs. She breathed, gripping her knees as the stomach-churning sensation of being a passenger in her own body faded. She spared a glance only to see Hitsuki's back as she exited the arena. Not even looking back at her. I don't even deserve a look back." She forced herself to keep her head up as she walked back out of the arena, hoping the slight tremor to her shoulders was not visible. Izuku was wrong. "I really don't deserve to be here." The moment she was safely out of the arena, she let her emotions start to show. Tears flowed free as her shoulders slumped, hands furiously trying to wipe away the liquid dripping down her face. With her back against the wall, she slid to the floor. Her sobs echoed down the empty hallways. The bleachers in 1A's section were silent as overwhelming darkness started to seep out from both Izuku and Okiko as they listened into the announcement of Momo's defeat. Nero obviously did not get the message. "Things are not looking good for 1A, are they?" She taunted over the wall separating the two classes. Your best just walked right off the ring without even fighting back. She must have known she couldn't even win against a general. Her taunts crawled to a halt as both of Momo's secret lover's eyes slowly creaked towards the obnoxious source. Nero quickly realized she made a mistake as the combination of brown and green eyes stared deep into her soul, clearly wanting to tear something apart. And after Izuku's show of power against the metal monster, she doubted that he would have more trouble plucking her head off her shoulders than anyone would have plucking a stem off an apple. Talking pretty big for someone that didn't even make it to the last event, extra. Katsumi shot back, trying to defuse the situation with her own brand of de-escalation. She turned to Izuku, poking him on the shoulder. "You should go back there and talk with high class." He didn't respond verbally, possibly not trusting his voice just yet, and simply nodded, getting up to track down where Momo was in the bowels of the stadium, with Okiko following closely behind. The next contestants are Kirishima Eiko and Tetsu. Momo flinched as she heard footsteps making their way towards her. She quickly rubbed her eyes, trying to look like she hadn't just been bawling her eyes out for the oncoming guests. "It's Eiko's turn, isn't it? I should wish her luck." As she rose from the side of the wall she had slid down on her way to the ground, her sorrow hid successfully for the moment. Her visitors rounded the corner. Momo gasped as she felt her weight disappear, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 crashing into her and hugging her tightly. Uraraka wasn't in the frame of mind to avoid touching her with all 5 of her fingers. Momo looked up from the brown bob shoved into her chest at the other visitor. She felt her stomach begin to twist in grief once more. What happened out there? Izuku muttered out, his face frozen in a neutral expression. Even then she could see his eyes burning with something. Probably disappointment. I broke my promise. She huffed out as she looked away, not returning 𝐒𝐿𝐼's hug nor Izuku's gaze. She could feel her eyes start to tear up again, but she adamantly refused to cry. Not in front of them. She saw Izuku flinch from the corner of her eye, and felt 𝐒𝐿𝐼 flinch against her. I don't deserve to be in 𝐴 crashed into her and her argument like a cruise missile, causing both her and 𝐒𝐿𝐼 to tumble onto the floor as her arms found their way around the two of them. Found you. Momo couldn't handle the bold show of affection and tried to push away from the two of them. Stop it, why are you hugging me? I lost. I couldn't even fight back. Her eyes were wet with unshed tears already. I don't. Izuku closed the gap finally, bending down and easily picking up the 3 on the floor with a hug, adding pressure to the hug until he felt confident that they could feel his warmth enveloping them, in addition to the pleasant pressure of a hug. Because we love you. Momo's resolve finally failed and she started crying again. Why? Why do you? She sniffled, voice cracking slightly as she continued, I couldn't even fight. I was a failure in every aspect. Why would amazing people like you? The 3 hugging her slowly let go, but she remained floating in the air as 𝐒𝐿𝐼's quirk was still active. She felt exposed, hovering in front of all of their gazes. Are you kidding me? Mai broke the silence, staring incredulously at Momo as she curled up in shame. Momo, you came 2nd place in the first event. You were in the top 6 of the 2nd event. She folded her arms across her chest. How is that not just amazing? Izuku chuckled sadly. Oh, so this is how you guys feel when I call myself an idiot. He shook his head as he reached forward and gently pulled Momo by the head to look at him. Momo, you created a gun from the atoms up during a race. How are you not seeing how amazing that is just on its own? And before you claim it's just your quirk, no. It wasn't, and we all know that. Just cause you lost doesn't change who or what you are, Momo, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 added from his side, shrugging slightly. We still love you, and that's not gonna change over something as simple as you losing in a battle. We aren't that shallow. The sounds of metal clashing and grinding against stone echoed throughout the halls as the match started in the main hall, breaking the silence caused by 𝐒𝐿𝐼's declaration. Momo tried to argue back, grabbing Izuku's hands and pulling them away to look at 𝐒𝐿𝐼. I couldn't even fight back so. Mai shoved her way into the argument. Did you see me fighting against Izuku? But that's Momo, did you forget what you told me at the beach? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 pulled her attention back. Not everyone fights the same way, you know this. She stopped resisting and used Izuku as an anchor point to lower her feet back onto the ground. I remember. Izuku stared down at her, thinking silently as the other 2 kept bringing up valid points to try and get her to accept that she was just being too hard on herself. She has a mind control quirk, doesn't she? The light arguing stopped at his question. I think so. I just said likewise and control left my body. Momo looked down at the floor again, shoulders slumping. I am that Trojan horsebutt daughter of a beach. Mai screeched, face shifting in rage for the first time since Izuku had met her. Am I? He mumbled out, taking a step back, along with 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Momo. Izuku, you gotta beat the SHT out of her. She took a few steps forward, closing the distance the others had made. Show that system hijacker that SHT won't go unpunished. What? 𝐒𝐿𝐼 questioned, half hiding behind Momo, who herself was sporting a slight dusting of pink on her cheeks. Izuku. Explain. Mai commanded simply, huffing and pouting slightly, still grumbling something under her breath. Oh Trojan horse, he sighed, blinking. That's a good analogy. Momo, I am guessing you responded to something she said with likewise, right? With Mai's anger dissipating, 𝐒𝐿𝐼 and Momo relaxed a bit, turning to Izuku and listening to his reasoning. Why, she said, may the best hero win, and I said likewise. Momo responded with a nod, trying to connect the dots. Honestly, the match seemed to be turning from a solid memory to more of a dream she was trying to recall as time passed. That's how her quirk works, exactly like a Trojan horse type of virus. Izuku pointed out, slamming his fist down on an open palm. Her voice is the data your brain processes. That data basically acts as a carrier for the computer virus. And me responding verbally activates it, letting her take over my motor functions. Momo finished the rest, hanging her head down. So my own incompetence made me lose the Mardish. Would you stop with that? Okiko huffed from her side with a small pout. From that explanation, the only way you could have won was if you already knew what her quirk was. Momo opened and closed her mouth as she failed to see how to argue against that. You lost cause we didn't know someone's quirk that we didn't have time to research on. Izuku rubbed his chin again. It's a learning experience. As heroes we won't always know what we are fighting against. That's what we are here for, to learn. To be heroes. Okiko added, smiling softly, and that hasn't changed at all. Momo couldn't help but grow a soft smile at that declaration. When the three returned to their seats, my dashing off to her own section, they witnessed the continuing fight between the two similarly quirked women. Izuku took a mental note of how shiny Tetsu looked. Some kind of metal transformation. Wonder if the malleability of metals lets her be more agile than 𝐒𝐻. The match had been going on for a while, both sides breathing with exhaustion as the stalemate dragged on. He perked up as both started screaming about a final attack the other shouldn't dodge, getting their second wind. Metal against something rough and hard was something Izuku had gotten used to hearing, but even then the hardened fists clashing caused the hair on his neck to stand on its end as the screeching noise reverberated through the air. Then the clash shifted. Unlike his clashes with Mecha Might, 𝐒𝐻's and Tetsu's fists were similarly sized, meaning it was easier for their fists to push past each other in a clash. And they did. 𝐒𝐻's fist found its way to Tetsu's face, and Tetsu's fist shot against her ribcage, both contestants stumbling back. It's a cross-counter. MIC announced with energy only a radio DJ could produce. Tetsu shook her face, the metal covering her face that blocked the last punch fading away as she did so. 𝐒𝐻 was rubbing her side, doing the same. Here. Izuku blinked at the thought that passed through his mind. 𝐒𝐻 said her quirk was like flexing a muscle. Does that mean she could harden her BRSTS? Since that's not musculature. 𝐻𝐻𝐸𝑢𝑇 𝐻𝐻𝐺 and non-sequel WAY. I shut up, it's a valid question. 𝐶𝐻𝐸𝐵 rolled before he could argue back. Something took his attention back. Is that the sound of tearing fabric? 𝐒𝐻 wasn't rubbing the area, she was trying to hold something in place. That something being the binder under her tracksuit. Her efforts were in vain. Tetsu paused for a second as 𝐒𝐻's chest shifted slightly, then exploded, filling the tracksuit to near bursting. The whole stadium paused for a second. Kyoka mumbled "Are you kidding me?" Momo blushed, remembering that first time in the showers that she had realized that 𝐒𝐻 was the bustiest out of anyone in the class, barely passing Momo in size. She could still hear Minerva whining about how unfair it all was. Izuku was currently choking on his own spit. She had those bound up this entire time. 𝐒𝐻 capitalized on the shock the reveal of her endowment made, clumsily moving in for the finisher as she tried to compensate for the sudden shift in her center of mass. The match is far from over. Tetsu, who was just as stunned as the rest of the audience, barely had time to respond as she came to her senses at the last minute, crossing her arms in a last-ditch effort to defend herself. She couldn't block the full force of the punch and got knocked down hard, her swift connection with the ground and subsequent loss of consciousness sealing the deal. Midnight's voice broke everyone's trance. Tetsu has been knocked out. Kirishima wins. Psycho took a sip of her thermos as the crowd cheered, her opponent taking her spot on the other side of the ring. Asui Tsuyu, quirk, frog body. If her observations were accurate. She smiled grimly. They were always accurate. And this wasn't going to be easy. Midnight rose her WHP up. You know the rules. Let's skip the FRPY. Match. Start. Her strong legs burst into action, zigzagging in a pattern she thought the frog-like woman could follow, her tongue hitting against the concrete mere inches from her leg. She thanked the heavens her body seemed to have picked up muscle mass easy, no way she could have even remained in this fight with barely a year of training otherwise. Her fighting style had blossomed into one of observation then action, targeting weak points. Tsuyu had none she could see. What was a frog's natural predator again? Tsuyu used her tongue to pull herself forward, closing the gap between them, her eyes hardened as a plan kicked into motion. It's a game of cat and mouse, my dear listeners. MIC cheered in the booth, or should I say Frog and Aizawa proceeded to smack her upside the head, silencing the weird comparison before it left her lips. Her motions are erratic, in a way no person would usually move in. It's making it harder for Asui to guess where she is going, not to mention her taller frame making it easier for Intelli to speed past the tongue. It's a good strategy, but it won't last the entire match if she can't get a full hit in. Tsuyu tried closing the gap once again, using her tongue as a grappling hook to rush towards her opponent. Aizawa smirked under her scarf and bandages as Saiko's motions changed. Heh, nice strategy, kid. But you are gonna need more than that to keep up. Vlad should have taught you that much. She only had one chance at this. Saiko suddenly stopped and tried to act out, flinching, staggering any reason for Tsuyu to think she wasn't in the best of shape. She needed to surprise her with this. Just as Tsuyu was about to reach her anchor point, Saiko lunged, closing the distance and slamming her foot down onto Tsuyu's back, pinning her under her weight. That's your center of gravity, she breathed, leaning onto her leg further. You won't be able to get up. Intelli-chan, the frog croaked under her weight, voice still clear even as her tongue was sticking out. How powerful do you think my tongue is? Saiko sighed. This battle was decided even before I was in the ring, wasn't it? Sorry. Tsuyu ribbited in response, pulling herself with her tongue out from under Saiko's heel, unbalancing her. Before she put too much distance between them, she halted herself with her large hands, legs pulled back to Saiko managed to raise her arms in a cross to block, but against Tsuyu's strong legs it didn't even matter, the impact slamming into her like a truck, taking her off the ground and into the air. Frogs are scary, Izuku repeated as Tsuyu's tongue wrapped around Saiko even before she touched the ground, swinging her out of the ring and onto the softer grass surrounding it. Match set, Asui Tsuyu wins. Midnight announced, raising her arm. That was a bad matchup, Izuku sighed, leaning further into his seat. Guess there is only so much she could do without support items, considering her quirk, Momo mumbled. He and Okiko nodded, looking at the ring with Katsumi and Kyoka standing and staring at each other, ready to battle. Okiko leaned over to him with a worried expression on her face. I think this one might be even worse when it comes to matchups. Match. Start. Kyoka sent out her jacks to attack, only for Katsumi to counter with a loud explosion, causing her to fall to her knees holding her ears. Izuku swore he could see BLD dripping down from under her hands. I agree. He hummed sadly as Katsumi marched forward, pointing her palm to her face. I give Jiru's voice echoed throughout the stadium. Jiru admits defeat. Bakugo wins. Izuku shifted uncomfortably in his seat when Todoroki walked up to the stage, remembering the revelation she had shared with him just prior to the start of the final event. He noticed that even from here, her expression seemed strained, and her body language, as much as he could see, screamed of anger. Match. Start. With the roaring sound of crystal on stone, Shoko brought her foot down and with a gesture of her hand, the stadium was suddenly covered in ice before Pony could even begin use her quirk. The glacier reached for the heavens, coming close to the bleachers but not quite. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 Jesus. Wow. Tsunotori Pony is incapacitated. Todoroki Shoko wins. Mina and Okiko looked at each other as the glacier was slowly taken care of. They were the next ones to fight as the second leg of the tournament began. Come on, Rara, show me what you're made of. Mina cheered, dragging the other woman along by the arm. Izuku and Momo watched the scene with small smiles on their faces. Someone's excited, he mumbled, looking back at the melting glacier. Who do you think will win? Momo squirmed a bit on her seat. I think that's not something we could guess. Izuku hummed and leaned back. Fair enough, Mina's and Okiko's quirks don't quite negate each other, and Mina has mobility on her side. But considering Okuko's previous fight, it won't help her much, Momo countered, but Mina has her acid. So, he smiled, it's gonna be a game of chicken. How so? Momo asked, turning to face the now crumbling glacier again. You'll see, was the only response he gave as the glacier collapsed completely. Mina hopped from one foot to the other as she and Okuko waited for midnight to officially start to match, excited out of her mind to finally get on with the fight, and who knows, maybe I'll be fighting Izuku by the end. Then she saw the focused and, honestly, intimidating look in Okuko's eyes. Maybe not. Match. Start. Midnight snapped her WHP and the two of them were off. Mina skated across the ring, trying to get close to Okuko and get in her blind spot. That, plus people's inherent wariness of acid, would probably cause her to stay, but Okuko darted forward, her hand shooting out as she quickly closed the distance the moment Mina came near her. Her fingers touched her arm right beneath the sleeve of her newly replaced tracksuit. Oh, goddammit, sorry, Ashido. Her weight disappeared as Okuko leaned in, grabbed tight, and spun. Suddenly, Mina was soaring out of the ring with no way to hold onto the ground nor propel herself back into the ring. Well, she grumbled with a pout, crossing her arms as Okuko deactivated her quirk, causing her to drop outside of the ring. Ashido is out of bounds. Uraraka wins. Oh, so that's what you meant. Momo nodded as the results were announced. Mina was scared of using her quirk on human targets, with good reason, he sighed, and Okuko knew that she wouldn't use it on her. I see, Momo mumbled back, before glancing at her boyfriend. Shouldn't you go and prepare for the next match? I'm going, he sing-songed slightly with a soft chuckle, getting up from his seat. And Izuku? Momo called out as he made it to the door. Remember to not respond to her. He couldn't help but get a scowl as Hitsuki made her way to the ring, standing across from him with her hands stuffed in her pockets. Something about how nonchalant she had been was rubbing him the wrong way. Midnight seemed to notice the tension between the two, making her announcement sound eerily quieter than normal. Match start, may the best fighter win. Hitsuki called out, her face scrunching up when she noticed that he wasn't going to respond. She told you, didn't she? He kept staring at her. She shrugged. You know, we have a lot in common, you and I. My quirk wasn't good enough for the hero course, and you're here without one. We both had to do whatever we had to get here, right? It's not fair, is it? She threw her arms wide. A man in a woman's world. A villainous quirk like mine in a heroic one. Her arms fell to her side as her tone darkened, bitterness dripping from her every word. We didn't have the world laid at our feet, not like that naive beach I fought before. We had her monologue was cut short as Izuku finally spoke up. What the F did you just say? Izuku took a step forward, his voice full of unyielding rage. Hitsuki felt her quirk slither through his words and activate in the back of her mind. Checkmate. She stretched loosely and looked to the sky, confident that she had already won. I said that we didn't have the world laid at our feet like that naive beach I took down on the first round. She smiled. I'm sorry for this, but could you step out of the ring for me? I know you have something to prove, but so do I. You have 5 seconds to apologize. Hitsuki's eyes snapped back down to the man who just responded back to a command, head tilted forwards and expression cast in shadow by his hair. Turn around and walk out of the ring, now. Maybe he hadn't heard her, her quirk was active, she could feel it in her head. What is going on? The man's foot raised up and took a step, cement groaning slightly under the force behind it. A step forward. 5. W8, what? Izuku was expecting many things during the match. Unbridled rage was not one of them. A section of his brain had been taken over, he could feel that, but he didn't give a DMN. Right now he had a skull to crush. He took another step that was unnecessarily forceful, the stomp causing the ring to wobble slightly under the pressure. 4. Izuku. Momo mumbled, watching her boyfriend almost split the arena in half with a single step forward. What's happening? Why isn't he getting mind controlled? And maybe it's his quirk. Okuko answered, unable to tear her eyes away from the ring. Jesus, Mina shivered from behind the two. Bakugo, have you ever seen him so zest? Lilac Beach is fed, was the only response Katsumi gave. Standing up for your friends is so manly though. Eiko added, shaking in her seat slightly. With his facial features hidden by shadows, Izuku looked terrifying. Remind me to never, ever diss one of Midoriya's friends, please, Minerva muttered to Tsuyu, who was staring at the arena with her mouth slightly agape. She nodded slowly. Toshiko blinked at the stage. Midoriya. She could feel his rage from there, and considering Miruko's perked ears, she could too. Cold, calculating anger, the rabbit hero smirked, not the best thing for a hero, but his not ranting or raving in a blind rage. Not a bad thing for a hero to have either. It will be bad if he kills her. Toshiko rebuked, huffing lightly. Don't worry, my son wouldn't do something like that, Inko shot back. I think, the voice was panicking. Whatever the Hitsuki's quirk was, it had failed spectacularly. It was blocking and activating the same circuitry that normally would have locked off consciousness from the motor functions of any human brain and brought them under her command, removing their free will. The only problem was, Izuku's brain was wired differently than any other human as a result of total command doing its best to patch up his dying gray matter after the USJ. Currently, Shinsu's quirk was blocking Izuku's inhibitory system, preventing it from calming down the rage that was building in him. Removing logic aside and letting him do what he felt like doing. Izuku. Give me 3 more seconds. Shiraitia, I said stop. Hitsuki screamed as Izuku took another step forward, his green irises shining through the shadows cast over his face by his hair. He looked like a monster from a nightmare. 3. She gulped and took a step back, fearing what was to come. Even the umpire was looking wary. Midnight shook the urges of a pro-hero that was screaming inside her from the bloodlust emanating from the ring. From Izuku. I remember, you cannot murder. Izuku's head snapped at her, as he took another heavy step forward, then slowly turned back to Hitsuki. Something about his voice finally activated the full extent of the lilac-haired girl's fight or flight instincts. I said stop, she punched him. Punched him with all the might her body could generate under the influence of the adrenaline coursing through her veins. He didn't even react as her fist smacked against his chest. She yelled in pain and pulled her arm back, grabbing her throbbing forearm. His body hadn't budged. She had punched what amounted to a brick wall. Wait. Stop. No. Hitsuki looked up to see his green eyes glaring down at her. What the F are yo-1? Izuku's hand surged forward, fingers knitting through her lilac locks with ease and clamping tightly around her skull. Then, he squeezed. The stadium remained silent, they had been since the countdown began. Nero was scared out of her mind. Oh God, I knew it. That man from 1A was a villain all along. Now he's gonna tear her head off. Mai was sweating. The human skull could take 500 kilograms of force before it fractured. Izuku could produce more than that without straining. And he was zest. I know I told you to beat the SHT out of her, but this is overkill. He lifted Hitsuki up by her head with ease, slowly adding pressure as he did so. You claim to have such a villainous quirk, yet you depend so heavily on it. His voice was a deep growl, a far cry from his usual meeker tone. And you stand there, judging others on your ivory pedestal. A martyr of society. Hitsuki breathed under the pressure, struggling against his hand and gripping onto his arm to alleviate the strain on her neck. Her eyes caught a glimpse of his. They were swimming with rage. Such garbage, he spat, her continued kicks to his chest not even affecting his tone. You are here to be a hero, yet all you do is spite others for having better quirks. Doing nothing to better yourself. He added more pressure to his grip and Hitsuki started to feel faint from the increasing pain caused by the pressure against her brain. Just cause you've had it rough doesn't mean the rest of us are having it any easier. He pulled her closer to his face, staring right into her eyes, as if he could see straight into her soul. No one got here without sacrifice and hard work. Get over yourself. He added more pressure and Hitsuki finally succumbed to unconsciousness, going limp in his hands as the pain became unbearable. He let her crumple down on the ring floor. The The stadium let out a collective sigh of relief. 𝐻𝐻𝐼𝐻 Hitsuki is unconscious. 𝐼𝐻𝐼𝐷 Izuku wins. He shook his head slightly as her quirk's effect got cut off, releasing the blocked-off portion of his brain. It's starting to attempt to get a handle on his exposed rage. He proceeded to stomp out of the ring slowly, grumbling under his breath. Mount Lady was petrified at the scene. Kamu Woods and Death Arms were in identical states as they all stared at the hologram relaying the feed from the ring. How the F did he even do that? Mount Lady finally asked. Enough pressure on the skull will knock anyone out. I've done it before. Death Arms mumbled in a haze. Hey, the more you know, Kamu muttered back. Momo felt weird. She told herself that she should feel relieved, or happy that Izuku had defended her honor. But she didn't. Instead, she felt hollow. Hollow that she couldn't be the one to beat the opponent that dispatched her with ease. Someone that Izuku put the fear of God in by just walking at her. He took her down, even with her quirk, even with just taking the attacks. Yet she took me down with such ease. Her lips tugged downwards as she realized exactly what she was feeling. She felt inadequate. The hollowness she felt only deepened at her revelation. The world faded out around her as she gazed down. Maybe I am just inadequate. She started going through the vivid memories of her classmates beating the villains at the USJ, Izuku's brush with death, and Okiko's combat prowess. Looking through all of that, it was painfully obvious. I really am just inadequate. Then, her brain touched another memory, one that still took her breath away. If you got here, you deserve to be here, don't let your own doubt say otherwise. The inferno grew larger in him, and she could finally breathe again as he looked away, his grip tightening around the counter. If you listen to that voice, you'll only go around in circles. Her spirit set her self-pity and doubt aflame, using them as kindling to nurture the rapidly growing inferno of determination. The first thing you said to me. Yet it took this long for me to listen to it. She looked back at the ring with a fire burning behind her gray eyes. It's never too late to catch up, though, is it? Izuku stomped his way through the depths of the stadium, trying to calm himself down before he lost control over his anger again and went back to squeeze some more sense into Hitsuki. Considering who he came across, maybe it would have been better if he did. You. The grating voice of the number 2 hero echoed through the hallway. Izuku groaned, turning to look at her with agitation evident on his face. What? You are to marry my daughter. She casually ordered him as if she was talking to a barista about her coffee. Izuku's agitation turned to fury, revving the activity of his recently overworked limbic system as he repeated himself. What? She was engineered to surpass all might. My perfect creation. But with your genes, she was staring at him like she was appraising him, your daughter would make All Might but a mere footnote in hero history. Her eyes were almost manic at the prospect. Can you even imagine? The perfect hero. He tilted his head down and took a step forward, intending to intimidate the raving hero. Neither reacted fully as their chests pushed against each other. Emerald eyes glaring into turquoise ones unflinchingly. What do you think your daughter is? Just a pawn to further your desires. His voice was cold enough to remind Endeavor of the ice of her daughter and wife. But, you are right. Most heroes of our time will become footnotes in history books. He took a step to the side and stomped past the pro, not looking back as he walked away. But I'm sure you won't even be mentioned. With that, he walked off, Endeavor staring at his back as a cruel grin grew across her face. She felt a shiver run down her spine as the phantom sensation of contact on her chest lingered. Oh, he is perfect. And if Shoko proves not to be woman enough for him, I'll just have to break him for myself. Goody woake bake. What, with the poor excuse of a parent, or the person too spiteful for her own dream? He huffed internally as he continued his casual stroll to calm his mind. Bioticholai, iwas you wiri giona acetolai muadara tht purple hre. He could feel the voice shrug inside his head. It was fascinating how simply talking to her increased his perception of her, making her almost animated with her gestures even as he had no mental image to attach the gesture to. Thought you knew everything I did. You should know I wouldn't do that. 𝐂𝐲𝐼WASGUSTKINDSADWIFLTY inhibitor Oh, so that was the part that got turned off then. He continued his walk, turning the opposite way from the place where 1A was sitting. 𝐻EY I wanna walk a bit to calm myself down first. Oh, 𝐼𝐧𝐿. He continued his walk in physical and mental silence down the halls, watching the off-white paint as his feet carried him forward, his previously overacting limbic system finally calming down. Hey, what should I call you? He questioned in the moment of solitude. It was weird talking to someone in his head yet not having a name to call them by. He felt her thinking for a bit. She mumbled then nodded. 𝐂𝐬𝐚𝐿 nana IFL was my NUR enemy. He chuckled a bit. Well, you seem to be one being right now, so no need to confuse yourself over that. IMSTUCK inside TUD of N1ALD, WHYSHLDNTIBCONFSED Tuche. Green. Izuku stopped in his tracks as the voice broke the silence he had found himself in. He turned to the source. Kyoka. So you feeling alright? He mumbled as the two of them made their way back to the 1A seats, deciding that he was calm enough now. A little bit of tinnitus never hurt anyone, she joked back hollowly. Izuku's pointed stare urged her to continue. Relax, you big softy, there's no permanent damage or anything. If I didn't know any better, I would have guessed Bakugo was holding back. She shrugged a bit, something in her voice setting Izuku off. That was a bad matchup, he hummed softly. I don't need pity, Izuku, she huffed, looking away with a slight blush and a pout. Who said anything about pitying you? He asked with a quirked eyebrow, looking at the back of her head. The bad matchup part. What is that if not pity? She huffed back, crossing her arms. Just telling you what we saw, pitting someone with super hearing against someone that can create loud explosions isn't quite the best matchup, is it? He explained. I guess. She lowered her arms back down. I just think I could have done better. I just gave up after the first hit. The sudden sensation of his hand petting her head silenced her. You did your best within your circumstances, Kyoka. She made a soft sound that was between a purr and an eep at the sudden contact and compliment. Izuku pulled his hand back immediately. Sorry, did I overstep? Warn me before you do something like that, she hissed softly. Oh God, why did I make that sound? Sorry, it's fine, you can do it again if you want. Her face reddened a few seconds later as she realized exactly what she had said. All right, he placed his hand back and slowly rubbed her head again, causing another soft mewl to escape her lips. Why did I tell him it was okay? She asked herself internally as she continued her futile attempts to hide just how much she was enjoying the contact. And Bakugo manages to wear down Kirishima, winning the battle. MIC announced just as Izuku and Kyoka made it to the stands. Missed the whole battle, then, he mumbled as Shoko got up to leave for her own fight, passing by him with a slight glaze that just felt heavier after the revelation she dumped on him recently. Not to mention her mother's incessant orders at him. Oh, hey Izuku, quick question, what the F was that last battle? Mina asked him as soon as he stepped close enough for the rest of his class to notice his presence. Got kinda carried away when she said those things about Momo, he mumbled weakly, rubbing the back of his head. Plus her quirk apparently doesn't work on me properly, who could have guessed? Total Command cancels out brainwashing, Momo mumbled, should have guessed that would be the case honestly. I am guessing it was because of my rewired brain rather than that, but guess that's a good excuse. He blinked. The class had grown quieter. Staring at him. Did I say that aloud? Okiko nodded slowly. Izuku, what do you mean, rewired brain? Momo stuttered out. He took the final steps to his seat and let himself crash onto it. Remember the USJ? Don't say that like any of us could forget that hell, Doi muttered, shivering slightly. Remember how I, died for a little while, he whispered grimly. And no you couldn't have, Tomoyo gasped. He chuckled sadly. Turns out, not being able to breathe for longer than 6 minutes isn't healthy for human brains. He knocked on his own skull. This guy took a beating when that happened, but thankfully Total Command was there to keep it from becoming fatal. What does that mean? 𝐒𝐭𝐻 asked from his side, barely keeping herself from hugging him fully. She hadn't known just how close they had come to his death. My quirk used the surviving neurons to jury-rig a working human brain out of the half or so that survived, causing most of the wiring to change. It's fine now though, you don't need to worry about it. He shot a smile back at his classmates. The lost grey matter is back and all, it's all good. He shut his mouth as he saw the looks he was getting. Half your brain died. Hannah exclaimed. Why didn't you tell us this was happening? Mina mumbled, eyes shadowed by her hair. I didn't want to worry you guys. He blinked and his shoulders slumped. It's not like I didn't trust you or anything, it's just. He twiddled his thumbs. I was already healing by the time I found out about it, and after that, I didn't see the point of telling you guys about it and making all of you worry about me. I wanna punch you in the face for that. 𝐒𝐿 paused for the sound of ice crackling to end as Shoko one-shot Tsuyu. But I guess that was just you being you. Doesn't mean I have to like it. Please tell us next time. He chuckled weakly at that. What? The class turned to see Katsumi standing in the doorway of the corridor leading out into the stadium. She took shaky steps towards Izuku, managing to make her way to him. You died. I didn't Kakin. Izuku defended, raising his hands up. She gripped onto his shoulders. Don't. We both know what brain death means, idiot, she huffed. She looked into his eyes. Why didn't you tell us? I just told you. He was having trouble arguing with the look of betrayal in her eyes. I didn't want to. Glasses, how long is there between matches? She shot at Tomoyo, who responded reflexively that it would be 10 minutes before the semifinals began. Hearing that, Katsumi grabbed Izuku by the shirt and pulled him off to the depths of the stadium. Shouldn't we stop them? Doi asked as the two disappeared. You saw how distraught she was back in USJ. I think she needs to talk with him. Momo answered back, recalling how broken she had been. Why? She yelled, punching his chest weakly. Why didn't you tell me? She was on the brink of sobbing. Izuku caught her fists. Why you told me your worst nightmare was me dying? What did you want me to do? Go? Oh yeah, by the way, half of my brain died back there. That shut her up as both of them tried to find the words to continue. Of course not, idiot, their faces were drifting closer together. You don't need to shoulder all the weight, I know. He huffed. She could feel his breath against her lips. Mai's words echoed in her mind. Jesus Christ, just kiss him once and see what he does. Her hand surged forward and pulled his head down, closing the gap between them. Her lips found their place upon his in a fiery burst of passion that came and went like one of her explosions. Swift and short-lived, but oh so satisfying. She pulled back immediately, face flushing fully. Sorry, I shouldn't have. Izuku twisted both of them around, slamming his arm against the wall and cornering her, face close enough for her to feel him breathing. What are you sorry about? Leave it to Izuku to make her feel weak in the knees. As if sensing it, his other hand found its way to her waist, stabilizing her as she drifted closer again. Their lips made a brief contact again, Katsumi's hands roaming his back and neck till they ended up combing through his hair, nails scratching against his scalp and eliciting the softest of groans from the man. Then she pulled back, tugging at his lower lip as she did so. He chased the contact, returning her kiss as his free hand shifted from her waist to under her thigh, pulling her up and letting his body pin her against the wall. Her leg wrapping around him instinctually, acting on her longing to be as close to him as possible. He pulled back slightly to catch his breath, both breathing against each other, their breaths tickling each other's skin. For not doing that sooner, she huffed, her arms around his neck loosely. Maybe I should have taken the first step instead, he chuckled softly. Someone cleared their throat behind them, causing both to panic and Izuku to almost drop Katsumi. It was 𝐒𝐿. So, she looked pensive. See, can I get my good luck kiss too? Or perhaps she was just trying to keep her laughter contained. Izuku paused. Katsumi looked like she was lagging again, mind tripping at the whiplash from the best kiss she had ever had, to the sudden interruption. Izuku shook his head, taking a few steps towards her. Sorry, I did that without asking you three. 𝐒𝐿 grabbed onto the sides of his face and pulled him down to eye level. Oh, don't worry. Mai told us that was gonna happen eventually, Not that she, Okiko gestured at Katsumi, was any good at hiding her affection. She smiled slightly at how red Katsumi was getting behind him. Now if you don't mind me, she pulled him closer and captured his lips with hers, umming lightly as she pushed her tongue in to get a taste of him, causing him to groan back in return. His hands came to rest on her sides as she slowly stepped forwards, his hunched back slamming into the wall next to Katsumi as she could only stare on at a repeat performance of what she had done not 2 minutes ago, a deep blush slowly filling her cheeks. Okiko slowly lifted herself up as she began to gasp and into the kiss, the sounds making Izuku flush and shiver as she all but formed her body against him, soft and warm skin pressed flat against his, separated only by the sports uniforms they all wore. Eventually, she pulled back, breath coming in short breaths, both of them feeling lightheaded from the passionate kiss and the lack of oxygen, some saliva still connecting their mouths. "Ha," she breathed out, giggling slightly with a glazed look in her eye. Izuku, in the meantime, was putting his quirk into overdrive to keep from reacting as much as he was tempted to. There was a tournament still going on for FS sake. It's time for the semifinals, dear listeners, Uraraka Okiko vs. Bakugo Katsumi. All three took a sharp inhale of air. SHT. Tsukiko continued scratching her neck, rewinding and playing the scene, for the 6th time in a row, watching just how easily Izuku had lifted the purple-haired woman up and knocked her out with a simple squeeze. Her eyes had an unhinged glimmer to them as she repeated the clip over and over. Again. That cheater, she hissed, accidentally touching her pinky to the remote in her hands, causing it to disintegrate to dust. "I'll kill you, just like I'll kill All Might," Kurogiri sighed, continuing to clean the glasses at the counter. Izuku breathed as he sat back down in his spot, watching Okiko and Katsumi make their ways to the ring, all three in various states of dishevelment. His hair was more of a mess than usual, and he hoped nobody would notice as he crossed his arms, watching the ring. Neither Okiko or Katsumi moved even as midnight started the match, both continuing to measure each other up from the two sides. Momo rubbed her chin at his side. "Who do you think is gonna win?" Izuku didn't have an answer to give, so just shrugged. "Honestly, no clue." Mina took that moment to attack, leaning forward from the seats behind him to get to his side. "Can't decide between the two of them." Izuku froze at how close her lips were to his ear, causing the most delectable shivers to run down his spine. Mina." She leaned even farther forward, her biases pushing against his broad shoulders as she giggled against him. "What's wrong, Izuku?" Her hand found its way onto his head, trying to find someplace to anchor herself. "You're all disheveled too. What happened back there anyway?" The crowd exploded as both Katsumi and Okiko rushed at each other, causing Izuku to JRK back in shock. Mina couldn't follow the motion, and with the sudden shift she stumbled forward, managing to grab onto Izuku's shirt at the last moment in a desperate bid to stabilize herself. Only for her momentum to seal their fate. She flipped forward, landing on his lap. Momo started having a coughing fit. Izuku blinked at the sudden weight added to his lap, and Mina slowly opened her eyes after noticing that no, she hadn't face planted onto his PPI. "I guess when life gives you lemons." She forced a giggle, shifting her hips a little to get comfortable in her new seat, pushing her back against his chest. "Score got the best seat in the stadium." Izuku couldn't see her face from his position, but Momo could see how purple Mina's face was getting. Izuku looked like he was about to protest, but then the match started getting intense, Okiko using the dust clouds Katsumi's explosions were generating as a smokescreen to get closer to attack. The embarrassed parts of Izuku's mind clicked off and his arms crossed over his chest as he went back to analyzing. Well, he would have crossed his arms if Mina wasn't there. He didn't seem to notice he was hugging Mina as he continued watching the match. Mina achieved a new shade of purple humanity hadn't seen before as she contemplated how well his arms fit around her. Okiko breathed deeply and slipped back away from the sound and force of another blind explosion in the smoke, her fingers tight around a weightless chunk of rubble half her torso in size. Listening for the stomping and cursing, she lowered herself to leap. Honestly, her pulse had been racing going onto the field, both from the adrenaline of the upcoming fight and the intensity of her luck. Considering the fight so far, Katsumi was just as wired as she was. Probably more so if the fact she had scorched a third of the arena in the first 5 seconds was any indication. As 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐿 lunged, her arm came back and she whipped the rock forward as fast as she could. The sound of cursing and the pressure of another explosion rushing past where she was made her pulse skyrocket. She quietly doubled back, hands tapping down on the floor of shattered rubble even as her stomach protested with nausea, tying itself into knots as she started overusing her quirk. Just a bit more, just a bit longer. Miruko's smile at the goddamn exhilarating fight soured, and then dissipated as an obnoxious group of weaklings started their chatter up again, whining about how one-sided the battle was. About how it was already decided and Katsumi was just tormenting the other girl, and it was borderline abuse for the fight to continue. When she was just about to speak up, Inko intervened. I wouldn't know personally, but isn't beating unbeatable odds part of a hero's job description? Her tone was level, but there was a certain chilling edge to it that made everyone in the hearing range quickly quiet down with cold sweat running down their neck. Now, it's better when it's quieter, isn't it, Yagi-san? The lanky woman nodded silently. Katsumi growled in anger. The smoke and the constant rocks being hurled through it was annoying, but damn it if they weren't good distractions. Her opening strike was loud enough that it was working against her as well. The constant ringing was fading away by now, and the smoke was slowly beginning to shift and diffuse into the rest of the arena. Come on, where are you? A blur of movement. She turned, reflexes taking over as her arms raised and braced. She began to fire on the floating shirt and rock. Her eyes widened and the hair on the back of her neck raised in alarm, a curse breaking free from her lips even as she shifted her aim, arm bending and sweat building to blast down at her side. The impact threw her back and to the side, but it also blew the smoke behind her away for a moment, revealing a determined face and reaching arms even as 𝐒𝐿 was blasted back into the smoke. A diversion so she could get in close. Not bad, round face. As 𝐒𝐿 rolled on hitting the ground, Katsumi came up, arms ped back and grin wide. Not fast enough, Uraraka. She moved forwards, setting off another explosion that blasted at the ground, sending a wave of shrapnel into the smoke, her eyes and ears darting to find her target. A shifting sound of rubble reached her ears. There you are. She raised her arm, bracing, planning to use her strongest explosion when the thought hit her. Not that hard. But maybe if it hits a wider area. She shifted, one thumb pressing to her palm and down her wrist as she aimed down. Hollow point. The explosion was different, a widespread curving blast that swept through the smoke, clearing the area around her for a moment and shooting the nearby shrapnel and damage up into the air as it blasted past. Gah! Bullseye! The blast cleared the smoke around her and revealed that Katsumi had been steadily herded to the side of the now devastated arena, the out-of-bounds line a mere 2 meters behind her, and that across from her, undershirt smoldering and torn and with arms blistered from heat and impact, weeping BLD from several scored lines from shrapnel, was 𝐒𝐿. Honestly, Katsumi was feeling goddamn wired right now. 𝐒𝐿 was pushing her to the limit, had kept up with her, pushed her, and harried her for almost 5 minutes now. She could faintly hear the announcers calling out something, but with her BLD pulsing and ears ringing, she didn't care. DMN, Uraraka. You are fing impressive. But now that the smoke's gone, let's end this. 𝐒𝐿 huffed, her eyes reminding Katsumi of the looks Izuku could give for a second at their sheer intensity. You're right, let's finish this. She hurt. Her skin was tinted red from the shallow burns each explosion doused her in, her BLD dripping from the many scrapes from the shrapnel that now covered her exposed skin. She felt like her whole body was on fire. Her only solace was the cool spring breeze kissing her skin. She was almost thankful parts of her shirt had burned off in the brief flashes of flame Katsumi produced with each explosion. Even with that, she was having a hard time seeing straight. Nausea and the ache from her quirk was more pronounced than she ever felt, even worse than the entrance exam. She had never kept it active for this long, nor used it on so many different objects at once. But she was ready. One last attempt. Thank you, Bakugo, for coming at me with everything you got. MIC was having trouble announcing just what was happening in fears of exposing the trap 𝐒𝐿 had set. She could only stew in her own excitement at the moment, even as the audience continued booing Katsumi. Aizawa had other plans. We saw enough. She is just toying with her like a villain. The protest from the crowd was the final straw. Aizawa gripped onto the mic tightly, even with her bandaged hands. Is the one who said she's toying with her pro? How many years of active duty? The protester lost their voice at the sudden scolding. She's not toying with her, it's called being careful, and not holding back anything else would be a disgrace to our name, and worse, a death sentence in the field. MIC gently placed a palm on the fuming teacher's shoulder, causing her to start calming down. Now sit down, and watch the real heroes fight. As if that was the cue, Okiko finally sprung her trap. Release. For a brief moment, Katsumi was confused. Then the fear set in. Katsumi desperately looked around to see what she had released. She was planning all along. Where is it? What is I? She glimpsed the shadows falling towards her, heads snapping up to their source. Well, F. Her arms followed her sight and she slammed her other foot down, readying herself for the kickback that would surely follow. She let loose her full power. The falling chunks of debris shattered and turned to dust before they could get within arm's reach of her, the shockwave tossing Okiko to the side, and nearly making Midnight skid off her podium. She dropped her arms, breathing slightly. Sweat glands are shot, might have a heat slide soon. Her hands sparked ineptly, not even a pop forming. And I'm out of ammo. The dust cleared, Okiko was groggily getting up, breathing just as much as she was. No wonder Deku loves her. Her face broke out in a smirk. She can keep up with the best of us. Their eyes locked onto each other. Both of their quirks were past their upper limits, both knew the other's body could just give out under them in any second. The fight wasn't over yet. Holy Esi, Doi muttered in the silence of the 1A seats, is Uraraka pushing Bakugo to her limits? Izuku's head turned to her, still stuck in his analyze mode, Mina in his lap watching the fight intently with a massive blush. She didn't get first and second places for nothing. Kaminari, he turned back to the fight. At first glance, she might not seem like it, but she is one of our strongest in a fight like this. Both charged at each other, aiming to end this fight. Fragments of stone still rained down around them, and with a pained yell, Uraraka caught one of the largest, nearly half her size, and pushed it ahead of her, driving it forwards as a shield to meet the blast of light and sound as Bakugo met her charge head-on. The stone cracked under the first blow, and shattered under the second, but Uraraka only braced her arm across her face and lunged. The fight just doesn't stop. The 1A powerhouses are face to face and blast to rock. Katsumi grinned as the dust and smoke from their clash burst to reveal a lunging Uraraka. Her arms ached, her sweat glands stinging from overuse and her breath coming heavy from the sheer excitement of the clash. But she was more than just a quirk, she could fight without it if she had to. She stepped forward and met Uraraka's lunge with raised arms. The blind slap which would have connected was knocked up, Katsumi ducking under the reaching pads of her fingers even as she tensed, lowering and throwing her body into the motion. From her side, a hard right hook flew up and around, slamming through Uraraka's guard with a thunderous smack of flesh on flesh. The force knocked Uraraka back and to the side, where she bounced off the ground to a mumbled wince and groan from the crowd. Come on, round face. That all you got? Katsumi raised her fist and stepped closer, trying to see through the last of the dust and smoke. And there she lay. Still attempting to get up, but her body was no longer listening to her. Her shaky arms not having the power left to push her off the ground. She finally gave up, rolling to her side. Breathing heavily. With the realization, Katsumi's knees gave out as her adrenaline drained from her system. With one hand on her knee, she kneeled, breathing just as hard as Okiko. Smiling through the crushing tiredness. This victory wasn't given, nor was it just hero equivalent of rock paper scissors. She had to fight tooth and nail for it. In the end, the pride of her victory was the only thing keeping her standing. Good fight. Okiko, the blonde muttered between ill-bred breaths. She saw Okiko smile slightly, mumbling damn it. From the side of the arena, Midnight was counting, and with an emphatic 10, she raised her WHP and snapped it high. Uraraka Okiko is unable to continue the fight. Bakugo Katsumi wins the match. Tsukiko started laughing softly. You see that viciousness, Kurogiri? Don't you think that doesn't fit a hero? Her face shifted onto a sick smile. Tell sensei I have a potential recruit. Izuku let go of the breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That was a close one. Mina squirmed again, slightly getting his attention. Can you let me go now? Oh, sure, he mumbled, uncrossing his arms and letting Mina out of his hug. Then his brain caught up to the situation, his face blossoming dark red. Sorry, Mina. It's fine, shouldn't you go out there for your own match, Cuddles? Mina asked without turning to look at him. She couldn't reveal her flushed face to him. Alright. When Okiko woke up, Katsumi was on the bed next to hers in the infirmary, scarfing down some water and gummies like she had been lost in the desert with no food for the past month. She winced getting up. Oh, she couldn't hold back the whine as her slightly burned skin grew taut over her joints, aching like a massive sunburn. Katsumi swallowed her portion, then gestured at the bowl next to Okiko's bedside. Granny said to eat up, you're gonna need the nutrients and sugar for her quirk to work. She tossed another gummy in her mouth. Okiko chuckled sadly. We did a number on each other, eh? She gripped the bowl and tugged it towards her, causing the object slowly float towards her. It was a good fight, Katsumi shrugged. Was gonna win anyway, but you made it worth it. Okiko almost spit out the gummy she was eating. Prideful much? Maybe a little, Katsumi shrugged with a smile that didn't feel as hostile as it used to. Guess it's just banter for her. Okiko's face soured slightly as she woke up further. Dimen. I couldn't keep my promise either. Katsumi seemed to sense her dropping mood and clicked the remote in her hands, the muted TV blaring to life. Wanna watch Izuku wreck Icy Hot? Izuku shuffled his way onto the arena in a haze, arguing with the voice in his head. 𝐅𝐸𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 𝐻𝐸𝐼𝐴. The heat would dissipate before it could hurt me, though I don't see any other way to win. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐼𝐴 𝐻𝐸𝐼𝐴 𝐻𝐸𝐼𝐴 but ILL stop THIS the moment ITGTS 2 out of HRND. Mom. IQLD be yo emomi IFYUWNT me to be. He started blushing. Are you flirting with me? WOULDNT YOU to KNO. Izuku shook his head. Even when we share a mind, women are so hard to understand. Why? IHRD TGT good. He couldn't stop the slight smile forming on his lips as he exited out of the halls of the Colosseum to the clearing that housed the ring, his eyes refocusing at the sudden bright light. Shoko was staring him down from the other side as MIC announced his arrival. The man who has beaten the odds so far, against the contestant that took down all her opponents in the tournament so far in one shot. MIC's boisterous voice broke through the noise of the crowd. Izuku didn't pay attention as MIC hyped the situation to make it sound even more stacked against him, breathing deeply and calmly as his joints started to crack in sequence. His vertebrae cracked from the base up to his neck, then his shoulders. He did his knuckles by hand. Something felt right about that. He missed Midnight mumble, "Oh God, that's hot." She coughed to the side, dispelling the words she had let spill out. Ready. He dropped into a combat stance, Shoko doing the same. I have a couple of seconds, gotta make them count. Midnight's WHP cracked, fight. Izuku's world was covered in white. Mount Lady stumbled onto her butt, looking up at the glacier jutting outside of the stadium. Guess even muscles don't help against a quirk like that, Kamu Woods muttered at her side. MIC shook off her shock. Todoroki Shoko continues her perfect match record, taking out Izuku Midoriya in one move. Midnight shivered on her podium. This is overkill on a whole new level. I can't even see him in there. She stared deep and hard at the glacier that now covered Izuku. The sharp angular corners of the ice refracting light in a myriad of blues. Blocking even the silhouette of him. Izuku Midoriya is you. She stopped as she felt something shift, eyes snapping back to the glacier for a moment. That was when the world changed. Shades of green flickered into life inside the glacier, accompanied by a resounding crack that shook the whole stadium. Midnight took a steadying breath. What is happening? Another echoing crack stopped her line of questioning, hairline fractures spreading out from the mountain of ice as it leaked even more green and hissed with steam. With a distinct rumbling that eerily resembled a deafening clap of thunder, a large section broke free of the main mass, crashing to the ground outside of the ring, the cacophony of destruction kicking up mist and flurries of snow in its wake. The shadow of Izuku became visible in the eternal icy blue of the glacier. All fractures leading to his silhouette. Aizawa. Mic muttered into her mic. Midnight could see the silhouette tremble with exertion from her position. The stadium shook as the glacier cracked once more, hairline fractures growing rapidly throughout it as the neon green glow washed out the blue of the ice, causing Midnight to shield her eyes. Then, against all odds, Izuku flexed. The motion caused the crystalline structure to fail, the glacier shattering into millions of tiny pieces all around him in a glorious light show, accentuating and refracting the green lightning arcing off his body. He breathed as he smirked, steam escaping his mouth in bursts, sweat dripping down the valleys his muscles formed on his nearly bare torso, skin flush and shirt torn asunder in the process of breaking free from his Arctic prison. He grabbed the tattered remains of the shirt and tracksuit on his torso and ripped it free, the fabric fluttering to his side. You need to do better than that, Shoko. Stop holding back. Come at me with everything you have. Moments before the flex that changed it all. Ragdoll started giggling as the guy made it to the podium again, attracting the attention of the rest of the team. They only heard her giggle like that when she figured out someone else's plan. Kitty looks kinda stiff, doesn't he? She giggled softly again, almost as if he has a plan. Toshiko looked at Inko, who was fidgeting slightly as her son made it to the field, clearly worried out of her mind about his current opponent. Her hand moved on top of hers, trying to calm the fretting mother, causing Inko's eyes to slowly click onto the taller woman's. My Dorian, we probably should have told you this sooner, but she knew she was blushing slightly, even in her emaciated skeletal form. While training your son, we discovered something. She could feel Miruko's eyes on her back, clearly curious about what she was talking about. If the now familiar sound of a glacier forming was any indication, they both were about to be enlightened. Starting today, it was no longer going to be a secret anyway. Your son, the glacier started leaking green light. He has a quirk. Inko blinked, not fully understanding the reality of the situation. Then, the glacier cracked, and Toshiko's words hit her like the chunk of glacier hit the floor. Her eyes started watering. I always knew he was special. I just thought that was just what a good mother would think. Miruko hadn't moved since the words left Toshiko's mouth. Her eyes slowly turned to the glacier shattering by the force of nature that was Izuku. Toshiko smiled, hugging the sobbing woman gently. You are a good mother. Inko couldn't help but hug back and let out a happy sob as the building-sized glacier shattered. You gotta be kidding me, you have to be kidding me. Miruko jumped to the railing as the glacier shattered to bits, leaning down to get a better look at the ring. Her legs grew weak as she watched the green electricity he was producing dance over his body, as well as his shining back muscles flexing and contorting with his L-bred breathing. He flexed off a glacier. She crumbled to her knees, head resting against the poles that kept the railing up, eyes still on the source of her distress, and dare she admit, oh, damn it, Rumi, get it together, you can't get corny in front of his mom. As Izuku's muscles rippled in the sunlight and glistened with exertion, she feared that she might have a difficult time keeping her newfound feelings a secret. Izuku thanked the heavens that he had managed to shut his eyes before the glacier encased him. He really didn't need to know what frozen eyeballs felt like. With the mass around him, he decreased his metabolic efficiency, just like he had done last winter, his core temperature rising rapidly. You know Tich is 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 the INSI 𝐒𝐻𝐿. Nana berated from inside his head again. Not with the ice siphoning heat away from me faster than I can generate it. He let his body grow flushed, BLD vessels transferring the heat away from his core to the surface of his skin. You should do TOO. Nana suddenly applied one for all to his heart, and he almost panicked at the intrusion, fearing his capillaries would break under the pressure of his overclocked heart. 𝐼𝐻𝐿 just T5% of NEFR all a big BOI like YUCin handylit. He smiled as the combination of one for all and his metabolism melting enough of the ice covering him to allow him minuscule motions. Then, he allowed one for all into his arms, the muscles tensing against the wriggle room he had melted for himself. The green lightning intensified around him as he added more and more muscle groups to swell with the overwhelming energy the quirk provided, the excess leaking out of his body as the lightning. Let's change society, shall we, Nana? Oh my god, 𝐒𝐬𝐳. He could feel the smile in her voice as he pushed himself even more. The ice beginning to shatter. The heat he generated caused the cracks to grow rapidly with the sudden change in temperature. They all sat there, shocked, each watching the green lightning arcing across the man's body as the shattered remains of the glacier fell around him. Mandalay hated her quirk because she knew she was broadcasting, but judging from how everyone else was acting, it didn't matter that much. She gulped, trying to move away from the intrusive thoughts that were playing at the sight of his bare chest and smirk. That's when she realized she had to set the ground rules. Well, someone had to. Pixie, you can't trap him at the summer camp. We cannot have you, or worse, his mother suing us because you can't help yourself. Her blonde teammate didn't look fazed, the look that spoke volumes about what she was planning still remaining on her face. Mandalay turned to Tiger, who was interested in Izuku's body for different reasons. Tiger, she could help but smile. In a moment all the fears against it had crumbled to dust. We can do it. If a man can have a quirk, the one thing Tiger had needed so desperately for all of these years. You can go through with it. Once the festival is over for the first years, we'll contact them. I want to thank him personally for defeating our fears. Even if it wasn't his intention. Ragdoll and Pixiebob both turned around at hearing Mandalay's words, the two fellow pussycats smiling at each other, then at their male teammate stuck in a woman's body. Tiger nearly crushed them all with a hug after the realization hit him too. Remind yourself to send him an internship offer, Mandalay. They would meet the kid anyway, but they all could agree on wanting to see and thank him earlier than that. And a thank you note. Tiger roared along with teary happy laughter. Endeavor sputtered out as the man stood tall, her anger at Shoko refusing to use her fire dispelling in an instant. He has a quirk. He's more than just a prime physical specimen, he has a quirk. He has a quirk. He will bear me a legacy unlike any other. Shoko means nothing compared to what he could make me. She started laughing, a small smile on her face. Soon it spread to encompass her whole face, corrupting into a wide-eyed manic smile with roaring laughter. The perfect progenitor. The perfect inseminator. The perfect man. Her flames started to rise up as she looked up to the heavens as if laughing at the face of God. He will be the primogenitor of a new era. And he will be mine. Doi was watching the match intently when she caught something in her peripheral vision. She looked to her left. Doi's piercing shriek caused the rest of 1A to WHP around. Floating next to Doi was a head covered in long green hair and a pair of hands. The head smiled widely, clearly enjoying the reaction. Hey, how are you doing? Tokage Setsuna, Class 1B, nice to meet you. Sorry to drop in like this, but we over in my class had a question for yours. She brought her floating hands up to her face in a praying motion before chopping them down towards the class. What the F? Nero was having a hell of a day. The man from 1A had won the race and placed well in the second round too. That was fine, it didn't really matter that much, he could have done that without a quirk. Then he kicked the head off of a giant robot that some insane support corps student had made. That was pretty terrifying, but not entirely unbelievable. Then he had squeezed the consciousness out of that general studies poser like juice from an orange. Also terrifying, but again, he was a large man. Then he burst out of a giant glacier in a dazzling light show, glistening in the sun and dripping with sweat and water. Pony screamed in high-pitched approval. Itsuka only blinked more and more rapidly as if that alone would subside her blush. Psycho had sputtered tea everywhere and was red in the face with hunger in her eyes. Shiozaki started chanting about how she shouldn't fall into lustful thoughts, all the while still peeking at the ring with a heavy blush, muttering something else under her breath. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Oh, but I do want. He makes me lie down in green pastures, he leads me beside quiet waters. He can make me lie down wherever he wants. He restores my soul, he guides me in the paths of righteousness for his name's sake. I hope those paths include Izuku. Even though I walk through the valley of the shadow of death, I fear no evil, for you are with me, your rod and your staff, they comfort me. He can comfort me with his rod whenever he know, bad Ibara. You prepare a table before me in the presence of my enemies, you have anointed my head with oil, my cup overflows. My cup is about to overflow. Surely goodness and loving kindness will follow me all the days of my life, and I will dwell in the house of the Lord forever. I'll dwell in his house once we get Mari Ibarra sighed, shaking her head as she rubbed her thighs together, desperately returning to her prayer. That settled it. Clearly, Kinoko had laced Nero's lunch with some psychedelic mushrooms. That was the only explanation for whatever bullshittery she was witnessing right now, right? Men don't have quirks. Everyone knows that. Women have quirks, men don't. That's like saying the sky is blue or that 1B is better than 1A. It's obvious, simple facts of nature. Keikomori, what dash, for the last time, I didn't do anything to your food, Minoma. The short woman didn't take her eyes from the arena, enraptured by the impossibility on display. And maybe a bit of his uncovered skin, if her blush was anything to go by. No, that can't be right, our yo-boys got a quirk. Tokage's head had returned to their side of the divider, speaking as if the entire foundation of society hadn't just been altered. Apparently, all of 1A already knew. Nero paled and ran her eyes over the rest of her class. Most of them were just staring with wide eyes, a few of them covering their mouths in attempts to keep their jaws from the floor. Some of them were cheering, some were screaming, and Shiozaki's hands clenched harder in front of her, praying so hard that her knuckles were turning white. Yui only looked at the ring quietly. I am going to F him. It wasn't a question or a bold declaration, but a simple statement of fact. Yui. Itsuka spluttered out, head snapping back to the usually stoic woman. Well, I can see why she would, Psycho nodded. But, I think I'll taste him first. I don't mind, I'm just gonna F him, Yui responded quietly, nodding gently, wonder if he would be into choking. Nero felt lightheaded. Since the glacier shattered to bits, Mount Lady was transfixed to one of the projectors, marveling at the sight of Izuku, his torn shirt fluttering to his side. Kamu Woods was just next to her, screaming about how foolish she had been to assume he was quirkless. Death Arms looked back and forth between the two, concerned for their well-being. Hey you, don't go chasing down that kid just because he's had every reason to overshadow your debut. The blonde turned to face the muscular woman, face covered in red and eyes hazy. What debut? Izuku remained in his stance for a few more seconds, but Shoko looked lost and confused, trying to hide her blush while everyone else was frozen in place. He looked at Midnight, who was still staring at him, at his chest, and at the sparks coming off of him. Is the fight still going? Midnight only raised an accusatory finger. Why you have a quirk? His stance crumbled as he almost face-planted, head snapping to the booth where he knew Aizawa was in. You didn't tell the rest of the staff, he accused back, loud enough to be picked up by the cameras surrounding him. The speakers hummed a little louder, then he heard his teacher's response. Logical ruse, beach. He could hear her smug, slightly crazed smile that Aizawa was most definitely sporting on her voice. He sighed, then looked back at Midnight. But wait, I talked about it with you. Remember at the USJ. Total command. Midnight blinked, slowly looking up to meet his eyes, remembering the things he said and starting to blush as she recalled how driven and determined he had sounded that day, even after all that 1A had gone through. Total command. Yeah, I remember she finally replied dumbly before she snapped back to reality. Wait, that's the name of your quirk. She pushed her hand through her hair. I thought it was just like the name of your meditation technique or something. What? No, who calls a meditation technique total command? He rubbed his forehead in frustration, and what meditation technique gives tenacity? Who names their quirk total command? The umpire shot back, both almost forgetting that this was supposed to be a match. Izuku was shirtless, and they were being broadcasted to the whole planet. Almost. Shoko didn't let them as she shot another wave of ice after shaking herself out of her own fluster. Izuku didn't dodge and was encased in a smaller glacier. Midnight's eyes locked to the origin of the wave. Shoko was breathing lightly, her right side shivering from the cold. Just stay. She didn't get to finish as Izuku broke out, shifting and turning out of the glacier. His arm ripped through the ice and smashed it loose as he shook the frost off, steam billowing from him as ice sublimated on contact with his skin. His eyes were a radioactive green and glowing from the additional use of one for all, green arcs of lightning dancing across his skin. I said, "Come at me with everything you have, 𝐭𝐿." Izuku had seen rage plastered on 𝐭𝐿's face before, but this time felt more visceral. The woman hugged herself as her face soured in anger, her eyes glaring holes into his skull. You know why I will never use her power." She took a step forward, unleashing another wave of cold, the ground freezing rapidly as it made its way towards her opponent. Izuku backhanded the oncoming glacier before it made it to him, encasing himself in a white mist of ice. Her power! 𝐭𝐿 didn't have time to think before the massive form of Izuku shot out from the cloud, his fist meeting her stomach and flinging her across the ring like she was nothing, her body skipping a few times before she could use her ice to catch herself. "What do you want to be, 𝐭𝐿?" he asked as she got back up to her feet groggily, wiping the blood from the side of her mouth. "You know what?" she hissed, getting angrier with the man. "He knows what I am trying to do. Why is he okay, then?" He smirked, one knee lowering again as he prepared to dash. "Riddle me this. How many heroes do you know hold themselves back?" "What does that have to do?" She flinched again as the Goliath of a man seemed to blink into existence in front of her. "How many heroes do you know that held their power back when lives were on the line?" She was cornered against the wall of ice that caught her and the wall of flesh that was Izuku as he started pulling his right hand back, green lightning arcing as his right side bulged with contracting musculature. "How are you going to act when your ice can't save you?" In that moment 𝐭𝐿 was a small girl again, watching All Might on TV in her mother's lap cheering her on as she took down another villain. Izuku released the charged punch, stopping just barely before his fist made contact with her skin, the air pressure alone cracking the ice wall behind her and sending her stumbling back and falling against the ground. He could see the ice forming on top of her as she clawed her way back up to her knees. "What then?" she spat, eyes hidden by her bangs. "Are you going to be the brute force that's going to make me use her power?" He knew he was being harsh. But 𝐭𝐿 had walled herself off for too long to do this any other way. He forced a smile. "I showed the full extent of my power to the world in order to face you, 𝐭𝐿. I'd hoped you respected me enough to do the same." He started walking towards her. "Yet now I see that you'd prefer to defy endeavor than face me properly, let alone be a true hero." 𝐭𝐿 took a few shaky steps to straighten herself. "I'll do both," she slurred, trying to summon up more ice from her side, skin taking on a blue tint from the exposure to the cold. "I'll become a hero, without her quirk. Without anything that she gave me. I'll show 𝐻." Izuku grabbed her by the shirt and tossed her to the other side of the ring. "It's not her power. 𝐭𝐿, nor can you be a hero like this," Izuku growled, walking towards the woman struggling to stand. "If I have to beat the sense into her, then so be it. It's your power. And this is the time where you need to decide which is more important to you. Being a hero, or shallowly defying your tormentor." 𝐭𝐿 groaned as she attempted to rise up, hypothermia starting to mess up her coordination. "Stop." Her eyes were hazy, "looking down on me," she managed to mumble out as she stood back up. "You would do the sad." Izuku stomped down on the ring, the shifting of concrete as he cratered the ground, the ice that had piled up on the ring flinging off from the shockwave along with almost toppling her down. "Looking down on you," he hissed. "If anyone is looking down on people, it's you." His fists clenched at his sides as his arms shook. "So many of us are giving our all to achieve our dreams, to reach the top. To prove ourselves." His mind went to Momo's tears, to Okako staggering to her feet, to Shinsu staring at him with self-loathing. "And you are here going on about how only half your power is enough." He sighed, hands unclenching. "I am going to ask you again, 𝐭𝐿." He let the power of OFA build in his body, his voice taking on a deep reverb of power. "What is your decision? Why is he dragging it out?" Doi mumbled, entranced by how much different this was to either one of the contestants' fights up to this point. "His trying to make her use her full power," Momo mumbled, noticing the sparks coming off of him had started fading in some places, barely there. "He is pushing himself too hard to extend the fight," But why? Mina asked, trying to wipe the blush away from her cheeks that had sprouted the moment he had broken out of the glacier. Kyoka slapped her upside the head softly, cause she needs to use that power sometime in her career, and if she can't do it when the time comes, people will die. Shoko felt her weak pulse in her ears, looking up to her opponent walking towards her the same way he had against the general study student. He was right. If she wanted to win this, she couldn't just use her mother's ice powers. They barely dented him, only causing Midnight to shiver from the cold in the sidelines. If she wanted to win this, she would need to use her fire. But she couldn't do that. She couldn't succumb and use her power after promising herself that she would never use it in battle. Not after what Endeavor had done to her mother. Not after all the suffering that her fire had caused. She couldn't turn her back to her mother after all of this time. I asked for your answer, Shoko. Izuku called out again, derailing that train of thought. Who do you want to be? Her breathing started getting shallow as hypothermia began to set in. Soon, he wouldn't even need to toss her out if her consciousness failed. For a mere moment, she remembered a far-off memory, sitting in her mother's lap, hugging her tightly. Exclaiming that she never wanted to become like 𝐒𝐻𝐸, that she hated what she was doing to her real mother, and never wanted to become a bully like her. But, you do want to be a hero, right? She could still see her mother's sad smile as she looked down on her. She was clearly in pain but loved Shoko too much to say anything about it. It's fine, my little snowflame, Shoko let out a sob as her tears froze on her cheeks. I can't believe how much I had forgotten. You aren't bound by her BLD. You decide who you want to become. Her tears flowed out freely as flames flickered to life on her left side, melting the ice that had encompassed her right. She choked out a stronger sob as her fire grew in size exponentially, the inferno of red mirroring her turmoil as she screamed out the words. A hero! Natsume shivered as the fight continued, and not just from her nerves. Her eyes drifted over to Fuyumi as she began to see her breath. She knew how close her sister was to Shoko, ever since their mother's institutionalization. Fuyumi was the one taking care of her after Endeavor's training left her broken, bruised and crying. And now, seeing Shoko getting beaten by Izuku, that was his name right, was causing distress on the older sister. But then, Shoko set aflame as she screamed her convictions. A tear rolled down Fuyumi's cheek. He did it, he broke down her walls. Shoko started to get back up slowly, her body shaking off the symptoms of hypothermia as the flames she was generating raised her core temperature back up. Honestly, she was surprised to see Izuku just waiting at the other side of the ring with a massive smile on his face. She could feel one on her face too, her cheeks ached with the long-forgotten sensation of a grin spreading them apart. You are insane, she simply breathed out. Tell me something all of 1A doesn't know, he shot back, a bead of sweat sliding down his eyebrow. Your quirk can't beat fire, she answered, stomping down and letting fire engulf her side fully, ready to fight. Oh! Izuku stomped down into his combat stance too, lightning arcing from muscle group to muscle group. Wanna test that? Endeavor stopped laughing maniacally as she noticed the orange glow coming from the ring. For a moment she stood there, transfixed by the fire of her daughter. He actually forced her to use her fire. She started cackling more. This man, he just keeps getting better and better. Midoriya! She couldn't help but exclaim, flames flashing high enough to cast shadows onto the ring, finally shaking the crowd, as well as MIC, out of their stupor. A man had a quirk, one powerful enough to force the daughter of the number 2 hero into using her fire after tossing her around. Needless to say, the stadium lost its SE. How is that even possible? Men can't have quirks, shot a pro out in the open, pointing at the ring accusingly. But he has one, don't you see the lightning, argued someone else from her side. He flexed a glacier to smithereens. Can we talk about that? The argument quickly crescendoed, overtaking even Endeavor's mad ramblings. Miruko tried to stand back up, but her muscular legs failed her for once. The screams and yells of the panicked crowd went unheard. The only thing that existed for her right now was the man down below and his fight. She leaned back, supporting her weight with her arms, ears flopping to her forehead in the turmoil of emotions she was riding out. Not only had he been strong, to begin with, Not only had he spoken his mind whenever the opportunity presented, even against Endeavor. He had a quirk. He had a quirk and was forcing others to go at their fullest, in a show of true power and demence. The thought alone made something bubble in her chest. And she couldn't stop the stupid smile spreading on her face. I'm sending him an internship offer. 𝐒𝐻𝐻𝐻𝐿 Nana was cut off as a torrent of flame exploded towards him, engulfing his vision. Well, F that. Izuku let one for all collect in his arms and clapped, the sudden shockwave caused by the impact of skin against skin dispersing the flames before they could even reach him. Hypothesis holding up, Shoko, he called out, trying to look like he wasn't breathing from the exertion. Nana. I'm running out of steam here. He lifted his hands up to a boxer's stance, but I got a plan. Inko had been weeping happy tears since Izuku's reveal, gently hugging into Toshiko as she wept. I'm sorry he didn't tell you sooner, Midoriya-san. I asked him to keep it a secret till he was in you for his own safety, Toshiko hummed, eyes drifting back onto the ring, Inko slowly following suit. No, don't be wino. Toshiko. She wiped tears away from her eyes with her hand. I understand why he would hide something like this. Her eyes locked onto her son, smiling against the flames of his opponent. Worry bubbled, but something else did too. Pride. Inko smiled, eyes locking with Toshiko for but one moment. I just hope he knows how proud I am of him. Midnight quickly lifted her arm up to protect herself from the flash of flame, only for the pressure wave to blow her hair back. Shoko stared at the spot Izuku had rooted himself in. Guess not. But now, the question is, how much of it you can handle? How much can you give me? Shoko smiled wide, a few tears dripping down her face. Don't blame me for what happens next. Izuku returned her smile and dropped to a fighting stance with his left side facing the burning woman. Why would I blame you after pushing you to this? 'Cause you are going to lose. Shoko shot back, flames growing stronger on her side. Izuku started to laugh. Shoko, this has been all going according to plan. What kind of idiot plans to lose? That got the woman to start worrying. All this time, it was part of his plan. I need to end this now. It's been a while since I used this side, but it'll have to do. He couldn't have known about how strong it is. She allowed another shot of flame to fire out towards the man, only for him to snap his fingers on his left hand while rolling to the other side sloppily, the resulting shockwave tearing the flame apart, causing it to singe his skin only ever so slightly. Coming out of the roll, he breathed again, the lightning starting to erratically shift on him. Looks like it really doesn't affect me much, Shoko. His bluffing. Okiko almost jumped as Katsumi spoke. In the heat of the moment, she had forgotten the other woman was there. She looked at Katsumi's crimson eyes glaring at the screen like it was the next opponent she was going to beat. What are you talking about? Okiko asked after the initial shock passed. He looks like he has it under control. Like how he was fine after the USJ. Katsumi didn't take her eyes away from the screen. This is different, Okiko sighed. That time he was trying to protect us so we wouldn't worry. She gestured at the screen again. Him claiming to not be affected by the fire, that he's not gonna lose. She gulped as the camera zoomed in on his eyes, which were staring right at Shoko with something going on behind them that she couldn't quite put a finger on. He's not protecting anyone, he has no reason to do that. Katsumi blinked, smirking slightly. You figured him out too, eh? She crossed her arms almost proudly. Okay, if you're right about that all, why is he dragging the fight out? I'm sure you know. Okiko deadpanned. We both heard why Bakugo. Now that Shoko has opened up and accepted who she is, Okiko looked back at the screen. Deku did all he could for her already. Now, he wants to win to prove himself. He wants to set a precedent for the rest to follow. Katsumi almost laughed. Yeah, maybe you have figured him out. Okiko smiled softly. Unlike her ice, Shoko was a lot less precise with her fire, as expected from not using it for, what he guessed to be, years. But by no means did that mean that her fire was weak. It was powerful enough that he wouldn't doubt Momo was feeling it from the bleachers. Her being sloppy with it only meant that each burst of flame sent heat rippling out in giant waves. He needed to work harder to dodge it. Or maybe just he looked down for a second as another blast headed his way. His eye caught the ring's tiled-looking surface. He remembered the previous match, how 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐸 had used the ring itself as her weapon. Gotta thank her for the idea. Izuku slammed his foot down on the edge of the tile, and with a cracking sound, the large chunk of concrete snapped upright to form a chest-high wall for him to duck behind. It blocked the oncoming wave of fiery death and let the heat and flame blast past him, boiling away the sweat on his skin as he focused. Crouched, he counted the seconds. For as much power as Shoko's fire had, she couldn't sustain it for long. By his mental count of 3, the attack faded. Taking his chance, he gripped the upturned tile with his left hand, and shifted, grasping it near the base and tearing it off the ground, letting it come up and drift up even as he spun and slammed a foot into the stone block. Shoko didn't even have time to catch her breath from the heat before the still glowing red stone projectile came flying at her. With a surge of effort, Shoko managed to throw her right hand forwards, a wall of ice growing up and around the stone even as it hissed and cooled, billowing steam. She danced to the side, reflexes and instincts screaming at her as from around the ice wall, Izuku flipped and smashed a fist where she was just standing, the ground cratering under his fist as she backed away. Even now her reactions are amazing here. 𝐻𝐸𝐸 whatif 𝐂𝐸𝐸𝐸 running on mpty is Izuku wiped the smile from his face. Nana was right, it was time. That's weird, Momo rubbed her chin, looking at the literal inferno of a fight down in the ring. I was sure the chilled air would have dashed. Another shockwave ruffled her hair. Oh. His clap, even the punch before this? He was dispersing the cold air, not allowing it to settle on the ring. Momo smiled softly. You went all the trouble of saving her, yet you were planning far ahead of that, weren't you? But what's your plan now? Shoko had to dodge again as Izuku finally closed the gap between them, shooting herself to the side with a pillar of ice under her feet and a slide to catch her at the other location. She was feeling nervous. Her instinct screamed that it was wrong, that she was missing something. She knew that, considering how fast Izuku usually was, having seen him in action before, that he wouldn't have given her time to react. Something was slowing him down. But what? As if just thinking about it triggered something, Izuku was on top of her instantly, a cratered step and fast lunge putting him closer than he had been all match since she started using fire. His left arm pulled back and tensed for a punch, swinging forwards and then flinching back as she managed to defend with a burst of flame and forced him to back off. A second burst of flame from her hand bloomed out and Izuku stumbled back further, moving away with another lunge even as his chest glowed red and began to blister from the searing flames. The pain barely made him flinch as he landed and rolled to a crouch, his eyes trained on Shoko. Radioactive green eyes glared at her, a small smirk forming on his face. She looked him over once more, trying to figure out what was going on. He has been favoring his left for a while. After you went all out for me, Shoko. I owe you the same thing. Izuku rose from his crouch and took a heavy stomp forward, his foot cracking the arena even more and digging into the concrete. He lowered himself forwards, arm ped back and body tensing as he braced. Shoko's eyes widened as she noticed the asymmetry of his body. His right arm was bulging. Before she could even process, reactions beaten into her by years of training triggered. Her flames flashed out for a second as she began to encase herself in as thick a wall of ice as possible, icy tendrils digging into the earth to anchor the castle wall of frost as she braced to meet his attack. Oh, local environ, he panicking. Shoko focused her fire through a vent in the ice wall, a billowing sea of flames spewing forth like the gates of hell, rushing at Izuku. The light generated cast shadows even in the midday sun. For a moment, in the face of the rushing flames, the world was cast solely in light and shadow. Even as the ice and flame shot towards him, Izuku didn't blink. As the heat washed over him, he felt no fear. He grinned and one for all surged. Midnight we gotta stop it. By the time 𝐶mentos shook her own stupor and noticed the building attacks, it was too late. Texas smash. Power comparable to that of All Might shot forth, the air pressure alone creating a hole in the flames of Shoko's attack, the inferno curving and blowing into a massive burning ring around the force before it slammed into the bastion of ice. Shoko focused, her arm raising to reinforce it even as the shockwave hit, vaporizing ice into diamond dust before the air pressure blasted through the bastion like a freight train. The last thing she saw was the gleaming gold and green aura of Izuku's quirk, flowing off him like a hero's cape as it wreathed his form. And a pair of green eyes, staring proudly as they met gazes. Ash and mist consumed the arena a second later. Midnight slowly lowered her arm as the wind settled down, an eerie calm spreading out on the ring as the snow, now black with the remnants of ash and smoke, began to slowly drift and float around the stadium. As the dark flakes began to drift closer to the ground, the cracked center of the arena floor was revealed. A trench several meters deep with shards of ice still standing split the arena nearly in half, a trench crossing past it of gouged earth showing the last attack as it had cut through everything in its path. The fight that changed it all is over, dear listeners. Izuku now had the honor of breaking MIC once again, as the flamboyant hero now sounded monotone, even after a CLMX as big as this. Finally, the dust cleared and Izuku himself was revealed. He stood, breathing, near the side of the ring, his shoulder dislocated and hanging limply at his side, surrounded by debris. The trench started in front of him and it was clear the force of the blast had sent him skidding backwards, 2 lines of broken stone leading from his embedded feet to the origin of the trench. As the last of the snow drifted to the ground, Midnight traced the trench from him across the ring, and then the line of ripped up and upturned earth of the grass beyond that. Eventually, the smoke and snow cleared and she saw Shoko on the far end, her back against the wall of the stadium with a massive flower-shaped bloom of ice and hoarfrost surrounding her and holding her unconscious form up like a queen sleeping on a throne. Todoroki Shoko is out of bounds. Midoriya Izuku wins, she called out with a shaky voice. Hearing that, Izuku stood up straight and staggered slightly, left shoulder sagging loosely too as he breathed out, a massive weight lifted from his figurative shoulders. He could still clearly see as Shoko threw her hand back and cushioned her blow, the massive flower of ice forming, with meters of snow to catch her made almost as an afterthought. He took a few slow steps forward, his left hand pulling his right shoulder back into place with an audible pop that caused Midnight and audience members to flinch in the memories of similar injuries. The whole stadium watched in silence as the man wrenched his feet free of the arena floor, his ragged-looking red boots scratched and torn. He shook off the crumbled mess that was the leftovers of the ring and made his way to the woman he had beaten, each step ringing across the gravel of his trench and then the still frozen grass of the field as he marched slowly toward his opponent. Shoko groggily opened her eyes as Izuku's grew closer, her resting form cast in his shadow with the sun beginning to drop in the sky behind him. For a moment, he seemed to loom over her, blocking the sun from her eyes. I lost. Izuku smiled softly, slowly crouching to get closer to her resting form. Only as far as the match is concerned. But I think you won so much more. His smile dissipated. Sorry, can you stand? Don't wanna, she hissed softly, her body aching from the overexertion of her quirk and the impact of the last attack. Let me help you to recovery, girl, then. Izuku chuckled softly as he leaned down, the hands that just mere moments ago were producing shockwaves tenderly wrapped around her body, pulling her up from her seat of ice. Shoko's face flushed slightly, her hands landing against his chest as he lifted her up in a princess carry. Your hands are soft, she mumbled against his bare chest, her eyes closing shut. MIC. Finally seemed to snap from her daze as Izuku turned back to the center of the arena, a sleeping Shoko against his chest. And a great show of sportsmanship by Midoriya Izuku, a true exemplar of the hero course. Am I the only one that wants him to hold me like that? Toru mumbled out, watching the man walk into the doorway leading to the insides of the stadium. Doi shrugged. I think big man carry me softly is just something hardwired into our monkey brain. Tomoyo blinked. I would like to argue against that, but I don't know enough about evolutionary neurobiology. I don't know about you, but I really do want him to hold me like that, Tsuyu ribbited, flushing and rubbing her thighs from the earlier show of power. And about 1,000 other things too. Guess it's hardwired into your frog brain too, Doi mumbled. Recovery girl could feel the headache coming as the stadium finally burst back into sound, the chaos echoing down the halls reaching even the infirmary deep inside the massive structure. She shook her head lightly as the familiar, heavy footsteps made it to the door. You never learn, do you? Izuku shrugged as best he could with Shoko sleeping in his arms. Thought that would help her. The small woman hopped out of her seat, leading him to the beds. Baku, You had your rest right, mind giving up your spot? Izuku smiled as he entered the curtained-off area, greeting both Okiko and Katsumi with a nod of his head as the blonde got out of the bed, pulling the covers to the side for the new occupant. Izuku noticed the small smile on Shoko's face as he finally placed her down on the hospital bed. He brushed a loose strand of hair away from her face, mirroring her small, content smile. As soon as he pulled his hand back, he felt a pair of arms wrapping around his waist. His smile grew wider as he looked down at Okiko, burying her face into his side. You big oaf, you couldn't help yourself, could you? Izuku patted her head softly. You know I couldn't. He wouldn't be him if he could, Katsumi added with a soft slap upside his head. Izuku reached his arm out and pulled the blonde closer. She only dug her fingers into his curls deeper and pulled his head down, planting a kiss on his lips. A small smile of her own grew across her face as she pulled back. I can't believe I can finally do that. Something fluttered inside him, seeing how much happiness he was the cause of. Before Izuku could respond, her smile vanished as her brow furrowed. Don't think this changes what's coming next, Deku. I'll kick your butt no matter if I'm your girlfriend or not. She poked him in the chest harshly, finger right over his sternum. And you better not hold back either. This has been a long time coming. I want even more than you gave Frieza Burn here. He blinked slowly. I'll try my best. Katsumi huffed but didn't argue against that. Okiko chuckled at the sight of the much smaller Katsumi pouting, and the giant of a man rubbing the back of his neck bashfully. They do look cute together. The crowd finally calmed down after the 10-minute recess, the muttering growing silent but eerie as everyone awaited the man to make his way to the reconstructed arena. Izuku shoved another fistful of gummies down his mouth as he started walking towards the ring, wearing a replacement tracksuit, trying to get back what little energy he could before the fight. UK now, even 𝐤𝐻𝐢 𝑆TUFFING 𝐲𝐸𝐹ASND 𝐿SPNGUP 𝐻𝐸𝐸 𝐸𝐸 𝐸𝐸𝐹 𝐶𝐸𝐺 𝐸𝐸 said you see an STLWOK plus ultra. He could feel her pouting. You didn't TGT to SAYT hat to ME Mr. I was boen before ET Hosey WODS EXISTD wait, were you? I. W8, WASI. Sunlight shone on him as he walked out to the clearing, feeling Nana think hard about her own existence again. I emia probably PRF me is T first T after a 𝐤𝐸𝐸. He would have laughed if he had the power to. Alright Deku. Let's do this. Midnight's WHP cracked and the fight started, but before the echo of the crack could even fade, it was washed away by a salvo of explosions as Katsumi closed the distance almost immediately with an explosion of her palms, shooting towards him in a single lightning-fast lunge. Even as tired as he was, Izuku still saw the world faster than anyone else and his reflexes were up to the task. He stepping into the lunge, darting to the side as he managed to grab her by the arm, twisting and trying to pin her down before his body gave out. That won't work on me, nerd. Detonating her free arm, Katsumi added momentum to Izuku's pin that he was simply not prepared for. As he was caught off guard, the two of them spun around and Izuku's grip slipped free from the centrifugal forces, sending them both skidding to a halt on opposite sides of the ring from whence they started. Izuku breathed deep and slow, looking at Katsumi. Nice move. She clicked her tongue. I told you to come at me with everything. Do you? What are you, a hypocrite? He sighed, his mind listening to his body screaming at him to stop and back down, and then pushing deeper, digging into any reserves of energy he could find as he crouched, arms coming up to fight. Oit, come at me. Katsumi smirked almost maliciously, but he knew that was just how she smiled when she got into the fight. She is gonna hate me for this. He accessed the power of One for All, lightning starting to arc off him erratically. Just gotta hold on a little longer. Katsumi's hands glowed orange as she used her own small explosions to generate heat, sweating even more in preparation. Izuku allowed his left arm to bulge as the normally condensed musculature expanded to handle the output of One for All. Then they both initiated their attack. Katsumi set an explosion off that sent her careening into the air, palms reorienting themselves behind her as she prepared for her finisher. Izuku let more power flood into his arm, bulging even further, right palm open, chasing Katsumi in the air like iron sights. And in a flash, both set off. 𝐂𝐤𝐳-𝐾𝐠𝐲-𝐔𝐸𝐻. Suddenly the lightning flicked off. Izuku's eyes widened and pain rushed through him as, like a RBB band snapping back to its shape, his muscles snapped and his joints dislocated, the energy he had built up imploding in on itself rather than out. Izuku stumbled to the side as the musculature snapped back to its original form, his left shoulder and his left elbow both hanging distended and loose at his side, the pain screaming through him as he crashed to his knees. Katsumi stopped the explosion, propelling her forward, killing her momentum with a blast at the opposite angle as she landed on the ring, breathing and looking at the collapsed man. Izuku. With a heavy thud, his legs gave out and Izuku fell onto his back, bouncing once as he hit the ground and laid there, breathing heavily. His right arm reached up and grabbed at the burn on his arm as he bit back a scream. He grunted once more, trying to lift at least his arms up enough to set his shoulder again. He failed, he didn't have enough energy left to pop the joint back in. Damn it! Kei stared, eyes twitching, at the news broadcast that was playing over the sports festival. The older woman with a large horn, Miyagi Daika, was speaking to what Kei could only assume was an international audience. With the first-year finals coming to a close, it is strange to think that the champion is not our top story, but instead, her opponent. In what could be the largest development in over a century, the second place belongs to a man. And not just any man, a man who apparently has a quirk. An image of a shirtless Izuku appeared as Daika was talking, causing Keisai to twitch a little harder. Midoriya Izuku, pictured here after his victory of Todoroki Shoko, daughter of the number 2 hero, Endeavor, shocked the entire world after demonstrating what we can only assume to be a quirk. A short video of Izuku cracking out of the ice played, his lightning crackling over him as sweat and water dripped down his shirtless torso. Does this mean that men are now capable of having quirks? Is this a genetic fluke or a sign of things to come? We simply can't know at this point. We reached out to the government and UA for comment, but both declined at present. However, many people have doubts. The broadcast cut to an interview of a random person on the streets of Tokyo. "I think it's a hoax," the woman said flatly. "A publicity stunt to get us all talking about the UA Sports Festival. If men had quirks, then it would have happened already. Every scientist who has ever studied quirks says that men simply can't have quirks." The camera cut to another interview, this time with someone in a clearly poorer part of the city. "Nah, he's got a quirk, see, but it's not genetic. He's got those little machines inside of him that give him what looks like a quirk, but it's not really a quirk, you see." "Demon, what are those things called?" "Nanomachines, son," someone from behind the woman called. "Yeah, those things." The interview audio faded as Daika spoke over the video. More still have other explanations for the seemingly impossible. "Men don't have quirks," a woman in a business suit said tersely. "So it's clear that this Midoriya is no man. Cosmetic surgery has come a long way in the past 100 years. It should be obvious to anyone with a cursory understanding of quirkology that the only logical explanation for this is that this is, at least genetically, a woman." The camera cut back to the studio, where Daika continued the broadcast. "We received an anonymous tip that claimed Midoriya Izuku is, in fact, a genetic experiment created by none other than Nozomi, the principal of UA herself. Normally, we would ignore these sort of baseless accusations, but in these uncertain times, we cannot afford to not consider every angle. We reached out to Gang Orca for her opinion on these matters." The broadcast cut to an impromptu interview with Gang Orca, the terrifying, massive woman with the head of an orca, staring down intimidatingly at the camera. A label beneath her read Sakamoto, number 10 hero, Gang Orca. "Do I think that he is a genetic?" She paused for a moment, scratching her face. "I wouldn't be surprised, honestly. Nozomi's done worse." The hero shuddered. "We've been following reports from across Japan, as well as the rest of the world," Daika continued as the scene returned to her. "The advent of a quirked man has caused widespread panic and confusion. It appears that the eyes of the entire world are on UA and Midoriya Izuku. I believe it is safe to say that today we are witnessing history, one way or the other. But for now, we return you to our coverage of the UA Sports Festival, where the award ceremony for the freshman round is soon to begin. The sickness has spread. I need to speed up my cure. Kay stood up and walked away from the television. "Prepare A," she said to someone in the shadows. "We're having an extra session today." Soft. Izuku felt the gentle ministrations of a hand in his hair, his face pressed against an exceedingly soft surface that gave him a sense of peace and calm he doubted he could achieve in any other situation, flow or not. 𝐶𝐬𝐻𝐿𝑃𝑦HEYUG𝐼𝑜TA he groaned slightly, digging his head a little deeper into the soft surface. 5 more minutes. The surface shuddered slightly with melodic laughter that tickled his ears. "Get up, YOUBIG Pilpila 𝐒𝐩𝐽𝐻 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞. Why would people get worry the festival?" His head shot upwards, slamming into something soft above him, his vision blocked by bub. A hand wrapped behind his head, locking him against the supple chest he had face-planted against. 𝐔𝐬𝐚𝐠 𝐼𝐺 KDS the 𝐶DSIESO he knew that voice. NOT he could feel his face warm up as both arms flailed around, trying to find purchase to pull away from the suffocating softness. "Wait, both arms. Wait, Nana." He finally managed to grab onto her shoulders, pushing his head slightly away from the bust of the what he only thought to be the voice in his head up until now. Eyes adjusting back to the light after their bout in darkness. What he saw took his breath away. He thought he knew what ethereal meant before, but he couldn't have been more wrong. His eyes locked onto hers for the first time, green against gray, then blue, purple. He knew he should have been at least a little creeped out by her eyes' slowly shifting colors, but he couldn't help but get slightly mesmerized by them instead. In fact, her whole body was constantly changing. Her features were shifting ever so slightly under her black hero suit, and even the suit itself changing, its design morphing from one form to the next. Only her face and hair remaining constant. He blinked a couple of times, eyes moving over her hair up in a messy bun, her sharp and intelligent eyes, and the mole under her lip. She seemed to be doing the same with him. 𝐼𝐾NWYUWEATTA, she smirked, pulling his face a little closer as if appraising a gem. "Cute FISTO. Holy SWHATSWRNG, she asked with a small pout. Dion T Liki Emegting Handasy. What? No, it's not that. He pulled back a little then shook his head. Why can I see you? Why can you touch me? Oh T, she shrugged, lightly laughing while doing so. WHTDO Yoyu Tichenke, MSDR by GBO. He had fallen unconscious. BINGO. Nana cheered, as if sensing his thoughts. Well, she actually was, considering they were sharing the same neural pathways. How long was I wait? No. He blinked again, face souring. How long am I out? Have I been out? Nana laughed at him, struggling to find the proper phrasing. Reela X, ITS been 𝐒𝐻𝐚𝐲. If YOURINTLCLCKISTOBTOSE, she leaned in to poke his chest. No T that I sin to ST now BQUS SOMONI to CIDD it WSA idea to keep PGOing until HSBODY WNT into Safi mode. He chuckled weakly, sorry. Then he noticed it, his own body was slightly changing too, lifting his arms up he watched them slightly shift, whoa. Way road RIT. She held up her own hand, I think at SBQSEWERINWHTMUNTS to YOURMNTRL URTHSG4M. She shook her hand rapidly, the motion leaving after images. NOTT MOST CONCE from TOHV, but HYITS SOMFying. He repeated the motion himself, his hand leaving after images too before rapidly fading away. From what he could glimpse they were all different, like he had thought how he could move his hand and his brain spat out all the possible ways it could imagine it happening. THTS pirobabli what is AKYHEPening, Nana shrugged watching the after images fade too. Makies MEWRED TEMIN this TIGHTOUTF it. She placed her hands on her hips, looking ready to scold him. Just what are you imagining YOUNG man? We both know that's your doing, Nana. Izuku deadpanned, looking her up and down. Never saw your costume before, but the design feels familiar. Guess your old hero uniform got imprinted on the memories passed on by One for All. Or maybe it's an amalgamation too. Nana pouted. 𝐼TSNO fun 𝐼FYUGTLL on me. He shook his head laughing, sorry, just trying to keep calm in all of this. Logic hell. His eyes landed on her again, and his mind ground to a halt at the sight of her in a swimsuit instead. 𝐻𝐸𝐽 Nana smirked, crossing her arms under her bust and relishing the feeling of his mind clicking onto overdrive at the sight. What do YOU of Izuku? He groaned, finally slapping a hand over his eyes. I hate you. She giggled. Hey no WIFICNT YOU THNWHOCNITASE. Besides TREZ of du Piemine Uri Puterang OUT is tell LNG He groaned harder. First Aunt Mitsuki, then Mina, now you. Why do you all tease me? CUSE. She was next to him, hands sliding up his arms almost teasingly, before cupping his face. Tihari is not hing elikiti rusachurfituang someone turn intio mushajust for YOU. He could feel the whole mental plane shudder a bit as his face grew red hot. See, could you not dash? Nope. She kissed the tip of his nose before pulling away, her hero suit fading onto her again. Gotatsyoyu its2 fuen notto butyou cncionicida it for the outside wold. He shook his head. Fine, whatever, but talking about the outside world, I should go back. I don't remember getting carried out of the ring or anything. Am I still there? Nah, wereatt infium yrit no w hat didu tnk yust eft our unkosers body ontying. Right, that would be weird. Katsumi is gonna be pleased. Fine, boyfriend material eletemi sei if I sin gt you 𝐶𝐬𝐚𝐠𝐞 so why you are newst gt scared. His eyes widened. You can do that. PSSSSH of COURSE ITSEACIS. She poked his forehead, OP. Izuku gasped, eyes snapping open in the bed he was placed in, startling Okiko who was next to him. Deku. Are you alright? She barked on reflex, hand clasping over his right arm. He blinked and started laughing lightly. Yeah, I'm fine, sorry for worrying you. He tried to move his arm to hold her hand, only to find out that he couldn't move any of his limbs, only his shoulder shifting slightly at the effort. Oh. What's wrong, are you paralyzed? Okiko sputtered out, clearly panicking more. Izuku, the panic spread to the newly entering. Momo, immediately, rushing to his bedside, with Mai following closely. You're paralyzed? Do I need to build a neural bridge? I can build one if you need a neural bridge. His laughter cut off Mai's offer, all three slowly calming down as they stared at his smile. No need Mai, I think I pulled every muscle I have. His face ached with the broad smile that spread further across it. He didn't like worrying them, but a small part of him loved the feeling of someone worrying over his well-being. It felt good to be cared for. I should be fine after a hot bath or something. You shouldn't think like that, you young fool. Recovery girl scolded from the side. God, I thought being thick-skulled was just a figure of speech, she huffed, slamming her cane down. But here you are, proving that maybe having a thicker skull does make people more stubborn. The three girls turned back to him. Mai blinked a couple of times. That explains so much. Izuku stopped craning his neck, trying to look at the short woman as his head slammed back with a heavy thud only his bones could produce. I don't think that's how it works. Then stop acting like it. Recovery girl roared, slamming the cane down again. Shoko's eyes snapped open at the sudden noise, sitting up instantly, ready for a fight. Her shoulders relaxed when she saw where she was. Oh, is the festival over yet? Nope, got a break till the award ceremony in Mai looked at her wrist. She didn't even have a watch. 15 minutes, recovery girl answered for her, looking at the woman with scrutiny. You alright, young'un? Mai let her arm down. Yet, just forgot Mechamite wasn't active to finish the GG. Her voice grew slightly somber, but her smile hadn't left her face. Sorry about that, Izuku chimed in, melancholy tinting his tone, quickly dispelled by Mai's rapid shaking of her head. With that being said, his eyes dragged their way onto Shoko, replaying how violently she had woken up. You alright, Shoko? The normally stoic woman sighed. Yeah, She was playing with the tip of her red hair, glaring at it intensely. Just reflexes. Izuku didn't want to think about how those reflexes came to be. Momo coughed, taking the attention of the room. Okiko, Shoko, I believe you two should make your way to the medal ceremony. Okiko paused for a second. Oh yeah, I got third place. She blinked as if her brain was processing the concept, eyes widening as she came to terms with her achievement. I got third place. You did. Mai cheered along with her as she hugged her side. I got third placey. Izuku couldn't help but laugh along, then stopped, thinking of something else. Hey recovery girl. Can we try something? I hate your ideas, Midoriya, but sure. It had all happened too quickly for the fake to react. She lay there, bleeding slowly from the shallow cut her righteous blade delivered, paralyzed by her quirk, BLD Curdle. She had completed her mission and crossed another name off of her list. Beneath her boot, the fake coughed and stared up at her. Hero killer. Hello, Ingenium, Chizumi hissed back, eyes squinting at the downed hero. She was her highest-ranked target yet. It was only by chance that the pro stumbled into her den. This was a chance she wouldn't waste. As the two women stared at each other with equal contempt, Chizumi sat in judgment. What to do with her? Ingenium coughed and hissed up at her. You won't get away with this. Your reign of terror will end. Yes, Chizumi simply said, voice resolute as she raised her blade and aimed at the small gap in Ingenium's stomach armor. All might will stop me. Tensa didn't even blink as the blade came down. She had already accepted her fate. Toshiko shifted uncomfortably in her seat as the murmurings of the medal ceremony picked up, the student body filing into the stadium slowly. Inko and Miruko noticed the odd bouncing of her foot, looking at her with worry on the former and confusion on the latter's face. Are you all right, Yagi-san? Inko asked, hands interlocking in a praying motion. The mother had been praying since Izuku had lost consciousness on the ring, with intermittent floods of tears. The lanky woman nodded, hissing slightly. I'll be fine, but I need to duck out for a second. I'll be back. Nervous bladder? Miruko asked, face morphing back into a smirk. She had been pouting slightly since Izuku's loss. Yeah, it's that. Toshiko nodded along, jogging deeper into the stadium. Inko watched her leave, sighing softly in thought. You worried about her health? Miruko asked, without turning her face away from the arena. No, just wondering something. It's not important. Her face stuck in a serious pout as she turned back to the arena too. I wonder, ladies and gentlemen. Midnight began, heels clicking on the concrete as she stood at her podium, fireworks firing off in every direction, along with smoke filling the middle of the stadium. It is time for the medal ceremony to begin. On her cue, a podium started to rise from the ground, hidden behind the bubble of smoke, and of course, to present the medals, a special someone will make an appearance. She added, gesturing at the top of the stadium, signature laughter filling the area. All Might leaped from the roof of the stadium as Midnight continued. Our very own hero, All Might. I am here, with the medals. Both paused, then looked at each other. Sorry I talked over you. Midnight mumbled, blushing with embarrassment, then coughed to the side, continuing with her speech as the smoke cleared. And here they are. Our winners of this year's sports festival. Third place, Uraraka Okiko and Todoroki Shoko. Second place, who is currently bedridden, Midoriya Izuku. She paused for a second as All Might coughed, gesturing behind her with her head. Midnight's eyes followed to see Izuku, standing on the podium, chest bandaged and a tracksuit on his shoulders. His feet were frozen to the ground and hair floating slightly, clearly under Okiko's and Shoko's quirks, with an 4-bag and holder next to him. He smiled awkwardly, causing her brain to short-circuit. Over how the hell he could pull such a cute expression when his body looked so DM and rugged. I have been informed that Midoriya Izuku will be able to make an appearance in today's ceremony, she quickly amended, spinning back around. And last but certainly not least, Bakugo Katsumi, the champion of this year's sports festival. Along with her announcement, another round of fireworks shot out, red, green and pink filling up the afternoon the sky. All Might huffed, her chest swelling with pride as she stepped forward, onto the third-place podium. Congratulations, young Uraraka. she started, gently placing the medal around the woman that looked ready to burst out of her skin with excitement and joy. "You have shown us that one doesn't need a quirk built for a fence to win in a fight, just a little ingenuity with its application." She hugged the shorter woman, patting her back gently. "I cannot wait for you to continue to break expectations." The titan of a woman took a step back from Okiko, who had happy tears dripping from her eyes, then turned toward Shoko. "Young Todoroki. Congratulations." She placed the medal on the woman, who inspected it with curiosity more than anything else. "I am glad to see you decided to use the full power of your quirk." She gently hugged her too, noting the way the young woman locked up at the contact. "I can't wait for what you do next," the hero said, quickly pulling away to relieve some of the discomfort she had probably caused. After All Might stepped back, Shoko relaxed, nodding resolutely. Then, it was Izuku's turn. All Might stepped up, holding the silver medal out, ready to place it on his neck. "Congratulations, young Midoriya," she paused, looking at his hair and his feet, then pulled the medal back. "Would you crumble down if I put this on your neck?" He laughed softly, wincing at the aching of his left side. "Probably. Could you hang it on the stand?" The hero nodded, hooking the medal onto the pole. "Today, you have proven that men can not only stand in a field dominated by women, they can even excel." She gently hugged him, and unlike the other two, she didn't need to bend at the waist to get to a comfortable angle to do so. "And that is not even mentioning that you have proven a 2-century-old assumption false, and truly showed what it means to go plus ultra." She patted his back and parted. "But, next time please remember that going that far past one's limits isn't the best for a marathon." Both chuckled slightly at her light scolding. Katsumi huffed at the side, crossing her arms and looking away. She had been pretty much moping since the end of the fight, neither her explosive behavior nor her pride shining through. "Young Bakugo." All Might cheered, stepping up to her pedestal. "Congratulations on your victory, there is no need to mope about the fight you couldn't have." She presented the medal to her, Katsumi looking at the piece of gold as if it was talking SHT about her mother. "I don't want it," she huffed, turning away from the medal. Izuku noticed a slight change in her voice. "Oh." All Might looked at the medal, then back at the woman. "I know you didn't get to enjoy a fight like you hoped, but you need to take it, consider it as a promise to have one that will fulfill you in the next battle." Katsumi's eyebrows twitched, her face falling before finally extending a hand to accept the medal. All Might placed the medal in her open hand and turned around, hopping down to the front of the podium. "But, hold on everyone." The hero coughed, placing her hands on her hips. "They might be the ones to stand on the pedestals," she gestured at Katsumi and the rest, "but as you all witnessed, everyone in this field showed why our choice to cultivate them was the correct one. Competition, encouragement, pushing each other higher and higher with each clash of their wills." She swept her hands forward, gesturing at all of the student body. "The sprouts of today will grow into the heroes of tomorrow. Now that leaves one thing left unsaid." The top hero cheered, pointing to the sky. "Say it with everyone. Plus ultra." Izuku wanted to chase after Katsumi once the festival ended, so he could talk to her about why she sounded so disappointed in herself. But he couldn't, as Recovery Girl dragged his paralyzed body back to her infirmary as soon as the podium lowered back underground. 5 hours later, he was able to move again. The combination of Recovery Girl's quirk, proper nutrients, and total command overclocking in his regenerative processes way past human norms, he had healed enough of his torn muscle tissue to leave under his own power. Not that he wasn't in any pain while doing it, however. Each motion caused his body to scream at him about how sore it was. "It was worth it though," he hissed inside his head. "I made my splash. YND.DAEON Nana hummed back, he could see her smirking. It didn't help that he had a face to attach to the sensation now. "Not THTITWSAVOIDable YOU QLD and hide yo POWER forever." He grimaced. "I am gonna get lots of weird fan mail after that glacier thing," and a melodic laughter filled his head. "Oh, IWLD be it on it. IWLD definitely SND YOU summing," he sighed, grumbling to himself and finally reaching the 1A dorms, long after the last of the students went to bed. Did 𝐂𝐢𝐺𝑆𝑇_WISHTE and WITNG Nana accused, a slightly teasing tone bleeding into her voice. Even WNUASKADM_GO_BDND and not WIABUTU. He blushed, his own thoughts sputtering a bit. I can't help it. He gripped the door handle, the machine humming slightly as it scanned his fingertips and clicking open. Is it that bad to want that? No tatl, Nana chirped back, beauty itis adorable. He huffed, blush still on his face as he silently made his way to the staircase leading to his dorm room, only to pause when he heard a clatter in the kitchen. His head swiveled, causing him to wince as his neck ached at the motion after hours of inaction. He stared at the source of the clatter, eyes making out the silhouette of someone before they focused down, cones going into overdrive as his body attempted to see better in the darkness of the common room. The form sharpened, and he could make out the details. It was Katsumi, wearing a giant t-shirt that went down to her thighs. He couldn't help but wonder if she was wearing anything under it. She was staring back at him, but he doubted that she could see him properly. As if to prove his point, she clicked the light on, eyes full of rage for a split second before she realized who she was looking at. Then her eyes met the floor as she tried to escape out of the common room. "Wait, 𝐭𝐿," he whisper-screamed, the woman stopping in her tracks. "What do you want, Deku?" she hissed, but it sounded broken. "You know you're a hard person to read, right?" He mumbled, slowly making his way up to her. "But I think I am starting to figure you out." She huffed, avoiding his gaze. "What are you babbling on about? It wasn't your fault." He placed one hand on her shoulder. "You don't need to feel guilty about me getting hurt." She stiffened for a moment before her shoulders slumped. "Thing, god damn it dash," she sniffled slightly. "Even All Might thought I was just mad that I didn't get to fight dash, and she was right. I was mad about it." She pulled him into a hug, pressing her head against his chest. His brain started to short-circuit as he started to feel her skin through the flimsy layers of fabric between them. "But I was worried sick about you too." Izuku patted her back softly, trying to keep calm. "And let me guess, you didn't think you deserved to come to check if I was all right, because, according to your logic, you were the cause of me getting hurt." "Yeah, dumbass. Last time I checked I was the one that pushed you to use your full power." She headbutted his chest. His hand found its way to her head and caressed her hair softly. "We both know that's bullshit." She melted into his touch. At that moment he couldn't even feel the aching of his body. Izuku," she hummed into his chest, then looked up at him. "Am I a bad person?" He almost started laughing. "Well, you are crass, you swear a lot, take pleasure in seeing the fear in villains' eyes, love a good fight, and aren't afraid of cussing out people who you don't respect. I bullied you for 14 years, trying to keep you away from your dream. I hurt you physically and pushed people away from you," she mumbled, her ruby eyes looking away from his green. "I am a terrible person, aren't I?" He cupped her cheek, pulling her into a short, chaste kiss. As they broke apart, he smiled down at her. "You keep forgetting why you did that, to keep me safe. Even when it hurt you." He pushed his forehead against hers, seeming to stare straight into her soul. "That's self-sacrifice, no." She nodded softly, mesmerized by the logic and intoxicated by his presence. "You're a fan of All Might, just like me. You know she says that the greatest indicator of a true hero is the spirit of self-sacrifice," he almost whispered, pulling her waist a little closer to him. "That's some idiotic logic," she mumbled, not really arguing against it. "Of course it's idiotic, it's my logic." He smirked, almost laughing. "But it makes sense, doesn't it?" "Of course it does. It's your logic," she shot back, almost offended by his self-deprecating joke. But it shouldn't excuse it all. "Izuku, what I did to you was unforgivable." "The feeling is not mutual," he huffed. "I already forgave you, 𝐭𝐿. I forgave you a long time ago and you know it. I can't accept that forgiveness." She pushed away from him. "I'm just abusing your kindness at that point. I can dash. Okay, fine." Izuku cut her off, his voice dropping a few octaves as it became commanding. "Then you need to make it up to me." The sudden change in his tone made her knees feel weak. What do you mean?" You need to make it up to me then, he repeated, taking a step forward and towering over her. Something hard. She hoped he couldn't see her growing blush. I want you to forgive yourself, he commanded. Alright, only if it's with yo dash, she paused. Wait, what? He paused too. What? Did you just dash? Her face was glowing red hot. Thing, are you serious? Wait, what did you think I was? Dash, it clicked, and Nana started laughing inside his brain, hard enough that he could feel her tears dripping down her face as his face grew neon red. WHNO. I wouldn't. What, am I not good enough for you? She screeched, her face somewhere between embarrassed, angry and disappointed. What? No. I wouldn't pressure you into doing that. He rebuked, waving his arms around defensively. Kaken, you are appealing. Why would I even think that? Both paused again, faces somehow growing even redder. Just F already, Mai groaned, walking out of the bathroom with her goggles on her eyes. But later. First, I need my body pillow. She hugged Izuku's side, sighing contentedly with her head against his pectoral muscle. Katsumi looked like she was buffering again as all the information passed through her head. Night Hatsume, Izuku. She turned around robotically and climbed up the stairs. Izuku blinked a few times before Mai shifted, yawning again as she tugged on his right arm. Even when she was groggy from sleep, she seemed to be avoiding his left, which had long since healed. Come on, Zuku dash, she mumbled. It's 2 a.m., you need your sleep. He squinted slightly, almost mumbling, that's rich coming from you, but he held his tongue and followed the pinkette up the stairs to his room. The day after the sports festival was hectic, to say the least. The whole class except Tomoyo had packed into the common room early that morning before class, flipping through channels, watching the sports festival coverage. Much to his embarrassment, most of it was about him. Even live feeds of the UA barrier were mixed into the flood of news as the news anchors made reports on him. The gazes of his classmates went between him and the screen, before Katsumi's mind registered, wait, did that anchor just talk about Auntie? Izuku's eyes widened, worry bubbling in his chest about what he had pulled his mother into. He took a few steps back, excusing himself as he called the only person that could possibly help him. Nozomi picked up her phone before it even rang once. How? Thought you might call about the outcry you caused, the president of the university chuckled. Don't worry about your mother, she has been placed in witness protection. She didn't seem to mind when All Might, posing as Toshiko, your trainer, of course offered her the spot. He gulped for a second, worrying about how much discomfort he was probably causing for his mother. Midoriya, don't tell me you didn't think you would have a fallout like this. You are the first man with a quirk, be it now or after you make your debut as a hero, your mother was going to be a target. The earlier she is used to it, the better. That's my opinion on the matter, the president responded, not letting him wallow in his moment of self-doubt. Also, you are under house arrest till the media frenzy dies down. I'm giving it a year, he blurted out. I'm gonna be stuck at the dorms for a year. That's my call on the matter. You can try going outside of UA in a disguise or something in a month or two, but for now you are to stay put. He knew she liked to mess with people, but at that moment he trusted that order was in his best interests. Also, since you called, I'd like to speed up some processes. Tell the student body the next 4 days are off and to enjoy their long break. Everyone earned it after their show in the sports festival. He mumbled out a yes, and the line went dead. He paused, staring at his phone. A part of him wanted to comment on just how much Nozomi talked, but more of him was just happy to hear that his mother was in the safest hands he knew of. He tucked his phone back into his pocket and went back to tell the class about the news. Okiko was the last to leave, hugging him tightly and pulling him in for a passionate kiss. He would have loved for her to stay, but her mother had come running to Musutafu after the sports festival. There was no way he was going to keep her away from them. All others were in the same boat, Momo's parents calling her up to talk with her about something, and even Mitsuki called Katsumi back home. Suddenly the dorms he had lived in for almost a month felt alien with how empty they had become. In their month together, his classmates had become a second family. And he wanted that family back, even Minerva. He shuddered at the thought, making his way up to his bedroom. Nozomi was right, he needed the rest. Maybe a nap, then a shower. He rolled his right shoulder, wincing at the soreness. 𝐂𝐻𝐸HISMIEAPPD, Nana chimed. 𝐵𝐶𝐺TTOSEYOUNAKID for Elonja, please don't make it weird. He mumbled, blushing slightly. CMon, Yoyuri living in a dorm full of Jos, WNWST last teamy Yoyu. UK now he shuddered at the thought and the slight sensation of part of him getting aroused. BETYOUREPUPHUH we both know Total Command suppresses that. He shrieked mentally, trying to dispel the sudden urge Nana had brought out from inside him. He stopped right in front of his door. Wait, when was the last time I did that anyway? OKSOIWSLOKNGRNDYOURMMREES, CSEIMNOSY. Nana broke his line of questioning UHDIDYUEVRDOIT. CUSTHERNOMMESOFIT. He blinked. Oh yeah, I guess not, told you it suppressed it. Zoo, came a tired voice from his room. Be quiet. Mai. He opened the door to see Mai in one of his t-shirts, rubbing her eyes and yawning. Did everyone else leave? Why, he mumbled, hoping that she wouldn't push on who he was screaming to. You not going to leave? Nah, Power Loader told me the workshop was gonna remain open. Oh yeah. She reached a hand under the baggy t-shirt she was wearing, pulling out a card, and said that. You were in charge of me. His eye twitched. What? Here. She tossed the card at him and crossed her legs on the bed. He looked down on the card. Izuku is still technically a staff member at UA. Tell him that he needs to keep you in check, and only his fingerprints will open the workshop doors. His shoulders slumped. Well, she isn't wrong. Goodbye, Nap. Mai looked at him. There is no rush if you're tired though, she added shyly and a little sadly. His heart skipped a beat. He knew how much she loved inventing and to push it off for him. It just felt good to know she cared for him that much. You got it, Biad love RBOI Nana teased inside him. Tuning you out now. Mai flopped back onto the bed, trying to look like she wasn't moping at the loss of her full day of inventing. It's fine, we can go. I just need a shower to relax my muscles a bit first, he finally said, placing the card on top of his desk. He almost fell down when Mai tackle hugged him, her smile shining brighter than ever. I love you. I love you so much, Izuku. He chuckled at her boisterous show of affection, blushing slightly. Come on, you didn't think I was going to keep you away from your passion, did you? She was rubbing her face into his chest at this point, trying to show just how much she appreciated him. You are the best. Mai's leg bounced as she watched another documentary about how mining machinery was built. She couldn't help but be a little antsy. Izuku was taking a long time in the shower. I mean, it's normal. He did pull most of his musculature in the sports festival. He is probably still pretty sore, even with Total Command. She remembered how he broke out of the glacier again, his body drenched with water and flush with power. She knew she liked seeing him that way but wasn't sure why. Maybe it's something about secretary. Him. She completely tuned out the television, trying to remember if she heard about how it was supposed to work. Nope, nothing. You would think they would have covered that in school. She remembered the beach, with him breaking out of the water again. Some weird sensation of warmth tingled through her skin, the same one she had been ignoring since she was a child. But this time it was different. She knew what she craved, instead of this ambiguous feeling of emptiness that she had been filling with inventing. She needed someone's touch. Her brain pulled up the sensation of Izuku applying the sun lotion on her back again. How good it felt, and how relaxed she go, that's it. She rushed off to her own dorm room. Izuku was trying to relax under the warm water washing over him, rubbing the places that ached the most, but it didn't even help alleviate the general ache that filled his body. Usually, Total Command let him just tense and relax rapidly to warm up his muscles and get them to relax, but with how torn they were, he didn't want to risk pulling things again. I guess that's going to have to be enough for no Zuku. He yelped, trying to cover up his manhood. Mai. The woman in question was wearing her school-issued swimsuit with a manic look in her eyes and a blush on her face, carrying a towel and a folding plastic stool. I have an idea. He was panicking. What? Here. She tossed the towel on him, letting him cover up. Sit on it. 𝐼𝐻 give you a massage. He paused and considered it, rubbing his chin slowly. His forearm cramped. A massage was sounding better and better. If you want to. Mai nodded violently and pulled him down onto the chair. Just relax, okay? Think of it as payback for that time on the beach. As she said that, he grew tense and his face flushed a deep red. Oh, thank you, Mai. She giggled. Thank me after. He couldn't see it, but he almost heard her blush harder. Then her hands went to work. He knew she was dexterous. She couldn't build the things she built without having nimble and strong fingers, but he never knew her hands on his back could feel so good. Mai was breathing slightly heavier, her hands gliding against his muscular back. The tingly sensation that had made her come up with this idea flared again, faintly pulsing every time Izuku groaned under her touch. The feeling of her fingers working expertly through his knotted back and undoing the tension with precision made Izuku melt like putty in her hands. Her breathing started becoming erratic and she felt Izuku starting to breathe faster under her hands too. His chest rose and fell, muscles pushing against her hands with every strong breath. She should have let him turn the water off first, as the hot water running over her was making the tingling worse or better. She wasn't sure, her mind only focusing on the slight aching down in her pelvis and the urge to make him relax further, to make him groan like that more. Mai, it feels amazing, Izuku muttered, gulping like he wanted to say something else but held his tongue. Thank you. It's just your back, Izuku, she nearly breathed, her hands rubbing his lower back. And in a moment of losing herself, her hands drifted to his front, rubbing over his stomach and chest. Does it ache here too? He grunted in approval, leaning back a bit to give her access to the area. Wire, the whole left side is. He was lost in the moment, and if her breathing was anything to go by, she was too, her chest pressing up against his back with her chin hooked over his shoulder. He felt like he was drowning in her touch and wondered for a brief second if this was what the girls felt when he hugged them. The ghosting of her breath as it came in short huffs feathered along his clavicle into the nape of his neck. The whole sensation created an electric current that jolted through him. Mai didn't know what she was doing right now, but she knew she didn't ever want to stop. Her chest pressing against his back was sending shivers down her spine, enraging but satisfying the tingly sensation that made its home at the base of it. The feeling of being empty echoed through in wave after wave in her mind. Maybe her hand could figure out what was wrong there. Maybe his hand could fix it. She blinked at the sudden new urge and pulled back, the tingling turning to a terrible ache at the loss of contact. What was? Confused and shocked by the sudden urge, she decided to end the massage. How do you feel now? She mumbled, trying to suppress her longing to rub her hands against her thighs, succumbing to just rubbing them together in hopes of it at least diminishing the yearning slightly. Any better? Izuku turned around, his eyes locking onto hers. For a brief moment, the tingling returned even harder than before at seeing how hazy his eyes had become, how flushed and almost drunk his face looked. He leaned in and kissed her on the lips, his arms pulling her in and his tongue in her mouth as his thigh rubbed and pushed its way between hers. Her arms wrapped around his neck instinctively, one hand going up and kiting through his extremely disheveled hair as the other rubbed the muscles of his upper back. She felt like she was melting into him. Her skin was feeling so soft and so hot. Then, as if noticing what he was doing, he pulled back, breathing as he tried to collect himself. Amazing, thank you, Mai. She smiled, her ache forgotten for now. Meet me at the workshop. He pulled her close and kissed her on the forehead. See you there. Why? Nana stated bluntly as he relaxed on a seat at the workshop, Mai soldering away at Mecha Might's new head. Yep. Its not reprss in gsh yep. Youareextinly is Uku, Nana mumbled again. If he didn't know better he would call her shy. I see until busysin, her voice strained growing low. I am too. Oh. Why did youpulback, she complained, Izuku's eyes suddenly straying away from Mai's form. He couldn't help but take her in, jumpsuit tied at her waist, a black tank top covering her rather busty frame. He hated to admit it, but he wanted it off. He wanted to feel her skin against his. Cause? He had no answer for her. They were dating and he had no doubt she wanted it too, with how her arms wrapped around his neck after he kissed her. I don't know. Maybe I'm not ready. Nana was quiet after that, and he took the cue to continue his line of thinking. She pulled away, too. Maybe we weren't. He sighed, eyes locked onto her arm as she heaved the new chassis of the head up. Am I being weird right now? Yeah, beautiful woman abutr, let me tell you. He felt the phantom sensation of someone holding his shoulder, pulling his ear close and whispering against it. He couldn't help but feel something twitch and his heart beat faster. How did you do that? You felt hat. She hummed, he could feel her smile. We are connected a kid. I see an excitement here indeed. He felt a touch against his thigh. Why are you feel it it? Please stop. Okay, Finny getting me2 tunity on I2. This was a first. Mai had dealt with that ache before. It was never this bad, but she had dealt with it. She just had to ignore it long enough, and building her babies always put her mind off of it enough. But now her mind couldn't even focus on building with the ache. Her tank top was too tight against her frame, but at the same time too loose. And every time she looked his way, Izuku's eyes were on her. Somehow that excited her, her brain going through more and more scenarios of him doing stuff with her. Maybe he would rip the DMN clothes off that were agitating her so much, maybe massage her. Watching Izuku's hand was on her wrist immediately, pulling her hand away from the plate she was spot welding. She had almost touched her ungloved hand against the surface. She hadn't even twisted her goggles to activate welding mode yet. She looked at the way he had gently but firmly grabbed her. Her skin buzzed with the feeling of his skin against hers. She followed his hand up to his arm, then to his face. Thanks, Zuku, she mumbled. She knew she was blushing. Wanna take a break? I'm getting kinda hungry, he responded back, his hand loosening, but still remaining on her wrist. Food. Maybe that was the reason for the empty feeling. Sure, I was feeling hungry too, she nodded, placing the welder down with a sigh. The emptiness hadn't gone away. If anything, watching him cook only made it worse. She had told him she wanted whatever he wanted, which turned out to be katsudon. Watching him P&D the pork into the optimal thickness she couldn't even describe what it made her feel. It was like smelling food when she hadn't eaten for the whole day, but not knowing the source. Also the serious look he got while cooking with the skill of a chef, his body moving in precise motions. She wondered if it was normal to be stuck up on such minute details. She never was one to watch someone so intently. But maybe it's love. Her face scrunched, or maybe I'm being weird. It's done, Izuku announced, turning with bowls in hand and cutting her thoughts short. She hadn't even felt the time pass. Your apron looks good on you, she mumbled out of reflex more than anything and continued staring at his hands before shaking her head. Oh, thanks for the food. Izuku blushed at the compliment, setting the bowls down and taking his apron off. Thank me after you eat it, you're drooling. She didn't argue against it and dug in. Ibara burst awake, face flush with what she had dreamt. The angel from 1A. Conceiving a child with her. She placed her hands on her cheeks, feeling the warmth. Was that a message from God? He blessed him with a quirk. Now did he intend me to bless him with a child? No, she shook her head, dispelling such sinful thoughts. Must be me. I had impure thoughts, I am having impure thoughts. She sat up in her bed, swinging her legs to the side of it. Yes, she did have him still in her mind. His shirtless body glistening in the sunlight. Stop it. Ibara shook her head again. She might have had him in her mind, but she doubted anyone else could get him out of theirs either. Men were a rare sight to behold, and he was an exemplary specimen in his own right. One blessed with good looks from God. And he was blessed with a quirk to go along with it. Then, maybe the dream was a sign from him. But then why was the dream so lewd? No. Remember the Sermon on the Mount, Ibara. Everyone who looks at a woman with lust has already committed adult with her in his heart. Well, I'm not a man and he isn't a woman, so it's okay. No. You know that isn't right. All right, another verse. Her traitorous mind turned to the beginning. To Genesis. Be fertile, then and multiply. No. Ibara whined. She could still feel the fullness she had dreamt of, now replaced with the reality of a pleasant yet not ache in her core. And the wetness down below. She looked down past her torso, staring into the culprit. Blasphemous traitor. It's the temptation of the 𝐷𝐵𝐻. Ashido. Of course. Those horns. She was the hellspawn that corrupted her mind. Brought the Lucifer's touch upon her mind and body. The reason of her having a dream like that, getting impregnated while she was still training for her calling in the greatest hero academy. She couldn't be a rescue hero if she was too busy with motherhood. The hellspawn was trying to sway her away from her calling. Though, perhaps she could engage more with orphanages and children in need when they weren't at you. Charity work helped her clear her head. She needed a clearer head before she went to interact with him, to warn him about the demon in his mists. Why must I be tempted? I want to help people. I do not have time for such sinful thoughts. She wasn't ready for this, and BLD Queen would be livid if she had to drop out because she caved in on the temptation of the devil and... She remembered the dream vividly. A screech tore through the dorms of 1B as Ibarra lost control of her mind once more. After a few tense, breathing minutes, she steeled herself. I'll just go visit him. I'll talk to him. He is blessed by him. Being in his presence will help. Then I can email my aunt about places where I can help people who were caught in collateral damage. It'll be a good way to spend the break. She nodded again, then went to get up, her thighs rubbing against each other, causing a shiver to run up her spine. And maybe a cold shower first. After their lunch, Mai started to lounge on the couches of the common room due to the sleepiness the food had brought on. Izuku, you cook so well, she hummed, not willing to get up from her spot. Izuku was in a similar state, the food weighing his body down so he could only lay down on the couch next to her. Thanks, you don't want to go back to the workshop? She paused and flushed a little. No, I can't think that straight right now, worried I might hurt someone. He blinked. You have grown more mature, he muttered, trying to dispel the weird sensation of allel spreading through him by looking back to the ceiling. Wanna do something else then? Just lie here, maybe nap, she mumbled, spreading her arms out. It's more comfortable than I thought. I know, right? I can just fall asleep here. Midoriya, are you here? He jolted up at Midnight's voice entering the dorm room. Kiyama-sensei. Oh. Hey, this is gonna be weird to ask, but, so, lunch rush needed to go away for a mission? Izuku asked as he stood in front of the skillet, cooking a burger patty for Midnight. Wait, what kind of missions does lunch rush need to go on? PLBBLYONS WITH *ING VICTIMS. Makes sense, yeah, sorry about this, Midnight uttered back shyly, blushing slightly. Mai was sure that Ache was just making her see things. It's really no problem. You were hungry, right? He looked to her over his shoulder with a smile. Hope you like my cooking. Mai blinked. I think I just fell for him again. Midnight looked down shyly. She didn't know which was worse, someone younger than her being a better cook or the fact that her heart skipped a beat when he smiled at her like that. Still though, I got you off the couch and everything meh, worth it, he shrugged as he flipped the patty over, eyes locked onto the sizzling piece of meat. What do you want on this? Oh, cheese and no buns, Midnight piped up, looking at the patty with hunger in her eyes. On rice, if you have any left over. He shot her another smile. Interesting combination, wouldn't have guessed you ate something like that. Mai laughed. Yeah right, mister, I can guess your favorite foods. His smile turned to a cute pout. Come on, you know that freaks people out. Midnight looked lost for a second, but then smiled slightly. So you knew. He pressed the spatula on the patty, letting some of the juice escape from the sizzling meat. I had an inkling, rice cooker was on the whole time. Midnight giggled and Izuku had to pause to consciously ignore how cute it sounded. Not bad at all, Midoriya. I might need to swing by here more often if you wouldn't mind, of course. I'll message you while I'm making food tomorrow then, he confirmed as he placed the cheese on top of the patty. It's nice to have your company. Midnight blushed at the implication and tried to hide it as he turned around with the prepared meal, chopsticks in his other hand. Here you go. Midnight blinked at the utensil of choice, then back at Izuku. What, no knife? No need, he smiled, taking a seat next to her. Try it, you'll see. She looked back at the delicious-looking meal and tried cutting the meat with the chopsticks. The patty cut clean with ease, the cheese stretching as she lifted the chunk up. How? Lunch Rush taught me, though she told me it was a secret I can't tell. He smiled embarrassedly, hope you don't mind it melting in your mouth. Mai's ache throbbed harder. Midnight looked mesmerized by the meat, extending her tongue out to catch the gooey cheese. She took the small portion into her mouth with a content barely even chewing as she felt the meat dissolve in her mouth. Midoriya, this tastes great. Your meat is the best I've ever had. Izuku was just staring, his face flushed as the woman ate. Glad you like it. 𝐒𝐭𝐚𝐲 on POs. Izuku could practically feel Nana squirming in the corners of his mind. Shut up, Nana. He could feel Nana's focus, his eyes being drawn to follow the squirming and twisting that Midnight was doing across from him, her throat making an exaggerated swallowing motion and her body squirming as if in pleasure. 𝐒𝐭𝐴𝐲-EVEN-KEPN-will. Power! His mental monologue was cut off by the slamming open front door of the dorms. Izuku Midoriya. Midnight paused, another portion of meat and cheese on her tongue. Her eyes snapped to the source of the sound, along with Izuku, who managed to tear his eyes off the woman, and Mai, who looked ready to burst into flame. There is a demon in your... Ibara's outburst died on her lips as she looked over the three of them. I knew it. Midnight Sensei is a succubus. She yelled out again, her finger pointed at the taller woman accusingly. Midnight blinked and swallowed the food. By profession only. That's worse. The godly woman's stomach growled, and her mouth clamped shut, cheeks painted by red. One fried fish, served on a bed of spinach and greens with a side of toasted French loaf bread. Izuku offered, getting up and dusting his hands. Ibara's stomach growled again. She couldn't refuse. 20 minutes and one fish, bread, and spinach meal later, both Ibara and Midnight were full, lazing on the couches next to Izuku and Mai. I must not give in to gluttony, but that was amazing. Midoriya, Ibara sighed, content and slightly sleepy. Cafeteria is closed tomorrow too, right? You can come and eat with us again if you want to, of course, Izuku offered, currently melting into the sofa. I wouldn't want to cause that much trouble, Ibara answered, sitting on the couch with trained modesty, but leaning her back enough to get comfortable. Izuku laughed. It's no trouble at all, and what is it the Bible says, love thy neighbor, right? Ibara blushed. Love? He loves me. No, he is just quoting the word. Ibara's blush grew deeper. Why does that make me feel so lightheaded? As he turned back around to begin cleaning the dishes, Ibara couldn't help but stare at his dense, refined musculature that was visible even under his loose shirt. She liked her lips unconsciously. Calm yourself. Remember the woman at the well. Jesus answered and said to her, everyone who drinks this water will be thirsty again, but whoever drinks the water I shall give will never thirst. Then why am I so thirsty? The day had ended with them lazing around on the couch, the frustrating ache still in Mai's stomach, still wanting his touch. That yearning that kept drawing her gaze to Izuku. To his lean form and messy green hair. But she didn't act on it, she didn't know what to do with it after all the touching. Maybe hugging him tight as they slept would help. She didn't know, she only knew that when he asked if he could sleep shirtless the ache only worsened, her skin feeling like it was on fire, her eyes drawn to the perfect examples of defined muscle tone under his skin, and that her throat had felt dry as a desert. She thanked that the shirt she stole from his closet was comfortable and large enough to cover her thighs, not sticking to her skin at all. She honestly thought with how soft her skin felt the shirt would have stuck onto her. At least the weird amount of sweat pooling between her legs would cool off with the lack of breathes. She shivered at the sensation of the covers getting pulled over her legs and body, hugging tightly to Izuku's side as if he alone was anchoring her to reality. She honestly thought that was the case with how turbulent her mind had gotten. Even with the ache, feeling his heartbeat under her hand, hearing her breath and sensing how warm he was set her mind at ease after a while, and sleep consumed her. Degree, it's time, degree. Mai found herself laying prone, BLD rushing in her ears and the world seemingly composed of rosy hues. The only sensation she was aware of aside from the hazy warmth that encompassed her was a heavy longing. She glanced around, feeling vulnerable, and found the one person who could make her feel safe. Towering over her, the warmest smile she'd ever seen plastered on his face, was Izuku. She attempted to speak to him, but found that no words escaped her as she raked her eyes down his exposed body. The ache pulsed, accentuating every pause in her eyes course down the man's exceptionally muscular body. There was a want, a need. Izuku took his time, walking toward her and bringing her into a kiss, his hands cupping her face, bringing her lips to his gently. Mai's world went pink and she found her ache subsiding and a pleasant tingling replacing it. The sensation rippled through her body, up from between her legs, echoed by her breasts as his body pressed against them, just like when she pushed them against his back in the shower. There was a satisfaction here that she hadn't felt before, but at the same time, she craved more and more. Izuku was above her, his face screwed into concentration, eyes nearly glowing with adoration for her. She could just feel the sensation of his muscles working, but she couldn't figure out what he was doing. But by all the goddesses of technology, she never wanted him to stop. In the corners of her mind, she was aware of herself begging him to continue whatever it was that he was doing, a keening cry that kept rising in volume until she felt the intensity ramping higher and higher. In response, she cried along, body twisting and thrashing until she felt hands on her shoulders. They were his hands. She knew they were so strong and safe and warm. She cried out for more. Izuku. Zuku. Wake up. Her squirming against him had woken him up, body on high alert at the elbred breathing. His senses picked up upon consciousness. His eyes latched onto the breathing mess that was Mai, flushed face and rubbing against him in her sleep. Brain still groggy from sleep, he didn't think of the implications as she started his name. Hand latching against her shoulder and shaking her lightly, trying to wake her up from her nightmare. After a beat, her eyes snapped open, hazy with something as she breathed, looking like she had run a marathon. It's got its back, she whined, voice barely above a whisper. It feels so much worse. Izuku was panicking, but the parts of his brain that were waking up were on overdrive. He could feel his own breath getting deeper, skin feeling almost tight. Hey, are you okay? Should I call recovery girl? Zuki, it's aching so bad. Her breath hiked as she gently squirmed against his side, thighs rubbing against each other, her head against his shoulder. It's never been this bad before. Will you woku her up? Nana screamed in his head, she wshvnga. Esaji was hnga. He could feel her gulp. Oh, Izuku's mouth suddenly felt too dry to function and he darted his tongue out, liking his parched lips. Her dazed eyes locked onto his fix it, do you please? He gulped. If you want me to I can dash, he mumbled, tongue feeling like lead in his mouth. Please. Mai begged once more, hands over his chest, gripping over what she could. Do what you can. He paused at the silent mule his girlfriend let out, confused and aroused beyond belief. Oh, okay, I'll do my best. The moment his hand caressed her shoulder, she hummed, the sensation that was so familiar now so alien and so exciting. The ache left in waves as he rolled her under him, straddling her waist as his piercing green eyes looked down on hers. She was happy, face splitting to a smile even with the small mmms escaping her lips. It's better now. Do you want me to stop? He asked tenderly, looking scared to move. She shook her head, pink locks covering the bed at the motion. He gulped and nodded and response, hand ghosting over her skin again. She just wanted him to touch her again. Tell me if you want me to stop. Then, he touched her again, her back arching into the contact desperately as his hand pressed against her stomach, slowly pulling up his t-shirt off of the area. His other hand snaking under it and rubbing over the exposed skin so gently. She had to bite her lips to stop him again. Then, the t-shirt was bunched up on her torso, her breasts free to tingle with the cold of the night. She barely remembered that Izuku hadn't seen her naked, but from the look on his face, she knew he wouldn't forget. Somehow that made her tingle more. You are appealing, he breathed out, hands slowly raking their way up to her exposed bosom. See, can I? He had leaned down slightly, instinctually. His breath against the skin of her breasts felt like jolts of pleasure striking right against her spine. She wanted him to touch them, her back arching again, just to get a little closer to his mouth, his warm breath. Yes, she hummed out, her hands gripping the sheets tightly as her eyes squeezed shut, and she savored his touch, his hot breath across her skin. "Please." As his hands touched the area, her legs jolted under her, thighs snapping together as the feeling of pleasure overrode her senses, body twitching at the over html. She couldn't even hold back her mmms as she felt something hard and hot pressed into the skin on her stomach, the heat radiating through her core, where his is. "Oh, that's..." She looked down at the source of heat and her mouth fell open. "Zuku," she said hazily, still not quite believing, "it's huge." The head of his rod was pushing against her, the fabric of his elastic shorts barely holding it back, straining hard enough that I knew that those shorts would never be the same again. The heat spreading across her skin, the empty feeling she was feeling with pulsing more and more, she could feel something on her start to fill with BLD too. She felt hot on her lower lips. Then his finger strayed too close to the bundle of nerves on her BRSTS, irked and aching much like their counterpart on her lower body. Izuku paused, looking like he was arguing with himself internally. Then his head leaned further down, breath against her NPL, eyes on her face to see if she had any objection. She didn't. His tongue slowly poked out, and with a delicate press, gave her an experimental flick on the NPL. She felt her insides twitch as her breath hitched, heat pooling up in her core. Izuku complied, lapping his tongue around her sensitive button, causing her insides to twist so pleasantly. Managing to get control of her hands, she reached out and grabbed his head, pulling it closer. Pushing his lips and face harder against her BRST in an attempt to get more of the sensation, to bring her to the end of the road her body was leading down. Her legs finding enough grip to raise her hips up, giving her space to flex her hips, rubbing her soft skin along his hot and heavy rod, the member brushing against her stomach and chest, sending sparks up to her brain in all of the best ways. Izuku groaned against her BRST at the sensation, the vibrations of it feeling so DMN good. Then her legs lost their strength as the wet feeling of his mouth locked around her NPL, skiing on it lightly. She felt lightheaded, lungs burning in her chest as she started to hyperventilate. But it still feels so empty. Down there, Izuku's ears all but twitched at her whine, his eyes, now swimming with lust, locking onto hers. She at the look he was giving her. He pulled back from her NPL, tugging at it with his teeth softly as he did so. "I can help." She didn't even know his voice could get so husky. His head dived back onto her NPL and she whined, thinking that was the only thing he was going to do. Then she felt his other hand on her thigh, then she felt it pull her whole body up as he shifted, moving until he was sitting under her, back arched as kept his mouth and lips where they were, drawing more gasps from her lips. For a second his massive length ground against her thighs and around her core, the emptiness throbbing in response to the STMLTN. The huge rod rubbing along her skin was driving every sense into overdrive, the heat from him melting her insides. She felt more warmth from inside than she ever had. The fact that the head of rod was rubbing above her navel didn't fully register with her. It just drove the longing and heat even higher. He adjusted again, picking her up with his powerful arms. Then she felt it between her buttocks. She wanted to whine for him to do that again, but didn't get the chance, as his hand caressing her lower stomach caused her to heavily again. Then it trailed down and down. She gasped when his hand hit her womanhood, fingers tracing over her hooded CLT. Her whole body convulsed, and the heat in her stomach felt like it was going to explode. The feeling passed as soon as it arrived, the ache of emptiness growing in its stead. Then his finger ground against and pushed into the opening. She shuddered, pleasure flooding with the sensation. A simple if escaping her lips. He pulled his head back, eyes locked onto her face like he wanted to etch her face into his memory. Then his finger pushed in fully, fingers warm and hot as he dragged it against the inside of her. For a moment her brain stopped everything, white-hot pleasure blowing every fuse she had as the feeling of emptiness transformed into the enrapturing feeling of being full. Her mouth dropped open in a silent scream of pleasure. Then it flickered and her mind started working again, her eyes looking onto him, a small smile and a flushed face. He looked drunk. Seeing her in such intense pleasure had intoxicated him. She felt herself clench at the thought, inner walls rubbing against his inserted finger. It felt wonderful. Her eyes dropped down, looking at his hand on her PP, feeling the connection. She would have ground herself against him if she could feel her legs. Then instead of making her feel even better by moving it, he pulled it out completely. She whined at the loss, eyes tracing their way back up to his face. "You are so wet," he breathed out, rubbing his fingers against each other as he held them up, gleaming with a sticky wetness, then parting them to let her see the liquid stretch between the digits like a spider's web. Was that what was making her feel so sweaty down there? It looked like lubricant. Her brain shorted out again as he slowly liked his finger, lips smacking silently as he tasted the weird liquid. Grinning down at her, cheeks flushed bright red and grin sheepish and eager, he leaned in and whispered to her. "It tastes better than I imagined." Her face felt like it was burning. Izuku was always hot, but now she couldn't describe it. It was like comparing a candle to the sun. She looked at him like he was the only thing important to her, and he responded with a similar look, liking his lips. Can I taste you directly?" She nodded slowly. His strong arms wrapped around her torso, and she was lifted off the bed. He turned around, leaning against the headboard as he sat back down. Then her head was back on the soft surface, next to his, throbbing. She couldn't think about anything else as her gaze settled on it, even as her thighs were hoisted around his head, arms locked around her hips, to keep her in place and comfortable. "Can I touch it?" she aimed, feeling his breath against her core. His tongue brushed against her entrance and she shuddered at the sensation, the heat in her stomach reaching a boiling point. She felt his tongue crisscross over her mound, jolts of electricity spasming throughout her. Then she noticed the weird paths he was taking. He was spelling out the kanji for yes. She had trouble getting her arms to work with the sensations Izuku was supplying her with, but managed to grab a hold of it in the end. The warm, pulsing rod felt so tantalizing under her grip, and the grunt it had elicited from Izuku was more than worth the effort. She aimed again, cutting herself short as his tongue pushed into her folds, filling her again. What should I do?" she finally managed to breathe out, her hand gripping the girth softly, almost feeling his heartbeat through it, even with his pajama shorts covering it. It filled her grip perfectly. He hummed in consideration, a shiver running up her spine at the STMLTN, then without decoupling from her core one of his arms uncoiled from her thigh, hand gripping onto the hem of his shorts and tugging it down. She let go, letting him pull the garment down to his thighs, releasing his "wow," she breathed out. Even with the flood of pleasure from her lower body, her brain still took the time to take his shape in, her hand touching it tentatively again. It felt so warm. A part of her wanted it inside her, the size of it giving her pause. Another part wanted to tighten against it as she had done with his finger. Yet another wondered if he would feel as good as she did if she liked it like he was doing right now. Her curiosity came to an end as his hand wrapped around hers and started moving it up and down his length, the gentle vibrations of him groaning against her. Making him feel that good got her feeling even warmer. "Does it feel good?" she asked, as she continued jerking him off slowly, his hand wrapping back around her thigh and pulling her even closer. Her response wasn't a hum, but a deep-throated groan. The motion made her entire body vibrate and spasm in pleasure. The heat was getting unbearable at this point. It was like she had wound a spring too tight, the tension and friction turning the metal red hot. Soon it would snap in glorious release. The thought of release sounded so good, just it alone sending another shiver throughout her body, her stomach muscles spasming slightly in response. But was he feeling the same? She wanted him to feel the release too. One hand reached up to his head, managing to cling onto the green mop of hair and tug at it to get his attention, one eye locking on hers over her mound capped with her pink bush. She breathed harshly, trying to convey how good she was feeling without the words she could no longer even mouth out. The spark in his eyes told her he understood, darting to her hand then back at her face. She sped up her hand in response, his groans grew louder in response and something started to leak from the tip, clear yet sticky with each pump of her hand. She wanted to like it. She looked at him and he nodded the best he could while pleasuring her the best he could with his tongue. She leaned over and lapped at his tip, tasting him for the first time. The emptiness faded and turned to pleasure again, reverberating with each slide. Then the spring snapped. Her lifeless legs twitched to life, trashing against his head as the heat pulsed, her muscles responding to each pulse with a contraction, her whole body shaking apart in the most glorious fashion, leaving her breathing and content as Izuku refused to stop stimulating her insides, his tongue getting pinched by her inner musculature. When the sensation ended, the empty feeling was gone. Her eyes focused again slowly and she saw that white liquid had covered her hand, thick, heavy, warm. She pulled it close and sniffed at it. She didn't recognize it in any fashion, but her body did, the empty feeling returning full force. She listened to her urges and liked it off her hand, eyeing up the rod in front of her. It pulsed at her gaze, tip leaking out more of the molten hot substance she was lapping up. More. Her breath hitched as Izuku started lowering her thighs, his hair tickling her thighs. He was breathing, looking at her like she was a goddess. Emptiness throbbed harder. Finally, her voice returned. "Oh, I want more. Izuku." Her eyes were hungry, they had to be with how much she was wanting it. Her hand latched onto his girth and pumped it again, lathering it with the white substance he was leaking. "I want this inside me, I want to feel full." He looked lost for words for a second and gulped, thinking about it. She just kept staring at him hungrily. "It might hurt," he mumbled finally, one hand reached down to her shoulder and pulled her torso up. Her vision fluctuated slightly, her brain not having enough blood with how much of it had spread through her skin, making her flush and oh so warm again. "I want it," she repeated again. She would have moved to set herself up but her legs still felt like jelly. "I want it too," he breathed out, his face level with hers. "I want it." He shook his head. Just tell me if it hurts." Mai nodded and shivered at his touch as he wrapped an arm around her torso, supporting her under her armpits as he pulled her up and against him, one hand on her leg for support. "Can you aim it at the hole?" She nodded again, one hand spreading herself. God, that felt good, while the other wrapped just under his slick tip. She was leaking onto him. Hope he liked the sensation. Then he slowly started to lower her, the feeling of the heat radiating off him making her whine with anticipation. The whine was cut off by a as his huge tip pressed against her core, hands losing their grip on both organs. It slipped out, hitting her engorged knob, causing her to scream out with pleasure. The wound spring almost breaking prematurely. He breathed against her, clearly enjoying the sensation too. "Hold it tight," he mumbled as he lifted her up again, his tip grinding against her again. She loved the feeling. But when the tip pushed in, love didn't describe the feeling she felt for that sensation. She wanted so much more of it. Izuku was slow, tender, probably afraid of hurting her, while she only wanted to feel the full DMN thing inside her. The slow spread of her walls was making her go insane after an entire day of feeling so empty. Izuku inched further in, as slow as humanly possible, his member stretching her walls slowly, her body adjusting, flexing and pulling apart, nerves screaming in pleasure at the stimulation, her brain screaming with pleasure as she felt full, losing where he started and she ended. But she wasn't full to the brim, and she could still feel the gap between them. And she couldn't take that anymore. She wanted more of that feeling, more pleasure, more joy, to completely feel the feeling of him completing her. Her hand gripped his wrist on her thigh and pulled it off, the sudden motion causing him to drop her. Spearing herself on the girth her insides had been yearning for long. She felt something break inside, an ounce of pain echo, overtaken by the torrent of pleasure as his tip slammed against something else deeper in her, then pushing through a split second later. Maybe that was what Izuku was worried about. She didn't care. Her expression melted onto one full of joy, her blurred vision not letting her see his. But if his resonant gasp was anything to go by, he was feeling the same. "Go God, I feel so ashamed again," forehead hitting his shoulder full, she rubbed her stomach, her hand brushed against the bulge over her skin, the sensation making both her and Izuku She marveled at the feeling, rubbing the spot a little harder, prodding it with her finger and feeling the hardness below the skin. She shuddered at the thought that Izuku was that deep inside of her, the spring tightening further. Izuku ummed deeply, gripping her buttocks in response, kneading the flesh softly as his mouth latched onto her neck, kissing and liking his way up to her ear, nibbling on the organ. This might be heaven. "You feel so great, Mai. I almost came just then." He mumbled against her ear. "Come. Is that what it's called?" She remembered the heat washing over her mere seconds ago. She wanted to feel that again. "Make me come," she ordered, her own voice sounding husky to her ears. Izuku obeyed, hands gripping her butt and starting to bounce it, the girth inside her moving with every bounce, rubbing at all the places that were just aching to be touched. "Mim, I am close, where do you want it?" He mumbled into her shoulder. You don't need to worry about inside." She breathed out, cutting him short, feeling the bulge push against her hand harder. She was close too, so close. "Inside, I want to feel all of you inside." He nodded, and continued with his rhythm, picking up pace, slowly dragging her to bouts of pleasure she hadn't dreamt of. "Your hand." He breathed out between moves, "Rub it against the " Another gasp of pleasure, "The nub down there." She complied, trying to find what he was talking about. What nub? Her finger grazed it and she screamed, her walls tightening around him harshly. "Almost leaking there." He gave a breathless laugh. "That's the one." She breathed more, whining at how tight she felt, how full she was. She started rubbing the nub harder, her walls coiling, spasming around him as he continued bouncing her. God, so close, so dim and close. He pulled his head back from her shoulder and kissed her on the lips, deeply. Desperately. So full of love, even as his tongue pushed in. She came. She came hard. Her mind ceased, only registering the wet feeling of her eyes as they leaked happy tears, and the heat pulsing throughout her body, legs spasming in aftershocks of pleasure. She felt him swell and pulse inside her, and that just made the heat spreading through her feel that much better. She felt the bulge on her stomach swell as her gut filled with something warm and sticky. She could get used to that feeling. Izuku shuddered, riding out his own 𝐶LMX, propagated by the spasming of her around him. Milking him. She smiled, forehead against his as they parted the kiss. "I love you. I love you too." Izuku softly grunted, rays of sunshine rousing him out of his slumber. He hugged the soft mass next to him a little harder as his body acclimated to the waking world, causing Mai to mewl softly against his shoulder. Right, must have fallen asleep after all of that. "Emining, something," Nana whispered in his head huskily, clearly just waking up herself. "HOWWSITF or yo-you." He should have been embarrassed or at least blushed, but he was strangely calm as he remembered the previous night. He caressed Mai's hair with a small smile on his face, enjoying the content smile spreading on hers. Good, it felt good. "Thanks for the pointers, Nana." He heard the woman in his head chuckle heartily and felt the faint sensation of his hair getting ruffled. "No, 𝐒𝐭𝐻𝐲 or been w'enting to feel tfa aw highly misself." He almost laughed at the feeling of her blushing. "Did I say t-hat out low ud. You know I would have felt it even if you hadn't, right?" Mai blinked slowly, her mind slowly rising out of the depths of sleep, staring at the soft reflections of the sun on Izuku's ceiling. What was that? Was that secretary? Why did no one tell me it felt so good? She groaned at the memories, her body shivering at the phantom sensations and the weight in her belly. She ran her hand across her stomach, feeling his essence still inside her, bulging her ever so slightly with the sheer amount still in her. He filled me that much. Wait. She rolled over trying to ignore the feelings washing over her, just wanting to rub her face against her boyfriend's chest and go back to sleep. The lack of boyfriend snapped her awake. "What, Izuku?" She tossed the covers to the side, trying to find him, but instead only finding an empty bed. For a moment she was scared, reaching around the bed trying to find him, worried the night they spent was only a dream. Her brain forgetting the clear proof of it happening still sloshing inside her. The door to his room opened and Mai flinched, pulling the covers to cover her body on reflex. "Good morning, Mai," Izuku greeted with a soft smile, holding a tray full of food in one hand pushing the door open with another. Did Izuku always look so handsome? "Morning, Zuku," she mumbled, looking down on his body. There was something attractive about seeing him just wearing an apron and shorts. She paused and touched her own cheek with her hand. "Yep, I'm blushing. Doing it a lot." She couldn't help but smile more. Didn't know blushing could feel so good. Izuku gently placed the tray on her lap with a smile. "Breakfast is served, hope you like it." Mai didn't even blink before tugging at his apron and pulling him down to give him a soft kiss on the lips. "I love you." Izuku chuckled softly. "I'm aware." He left a quick peck on her lips. I love you too. After her breakfast was done, Mai kicked her legs over the side of the bed. Then she attempted to get up. Attempted. The moment actual weight was put on the limbs, they buckled and Mai almost face-planted on the floor, if not for Izuku's arm grabbing her shoulder and stabilizing her. Is this normal? She asked innocently, worry in her eyes but no regret. I don't know, was the only response Izuku could give as he ignored the cackle echoing through his synapses. Damn it, Nana. Putting the tray he was holding to the side, he pulled Mai upright. The woman had to hold onto his shoulder to stand upright. Maybe a warm bath will help, he offered, looking into her eyes. Mai nodded quickly, clinging onto him a little tighter. I think I can dash. She let out a small yelp as he grabbed her from the back of her thighs and lifted her up onto his back. What, you thought I was gonna make you walk? He chuckled softly. Mai gave a half-hearted punch to his back, pouting against the nape of his neck. Warn me next time. Degree, it's that time again. Degree. Water sloshed around as she slowly moved her legs, the aching starting to fade away from yesterday's activities. It was RSNG to feel his essence leak out of her before she managed to get into one of the singular bathtubs in the Heights Alliance bathroom. It had grown annoying to try to get every little bit of it out by the end, however. Still, worth it. 1,000 times worth it. Mai. She almost slipped under the water of the large bath at the sudden intrusion. Izuku. Hey! He smirked softly, popping out of the mists wearing swim trunks. I'm here for payback. Mai's cheeks started to warm up. Why you don't need to, and you didn't need to massage my back yesterday. Now Dash's smirk fell. You're okay with this, right? She silently let herself slip further into the water, hiding her cheeks as best she could without blocking her own air as she nodded gently, water sloshing around at the motion. She hated how her skin was starting to feel hot in a way that was making her thighs want to rub against each other again. Izuku softly entered the waters himself, the warm bath rippling around as his mass displaced what it could, gently tugging her leg onto his lap as he did so. Okay, it might hurt a bit at first, but I promise it'll feel better by the time I'm done. She nodded again, almost melting into the contact. His soft rubbing motions turned into ripples of pleasure that vibrated up her spine, making her groan and fight against the trying to make it through her throat as his rough fingers massaged her thighs and calves. He focused on a knot, his fingers moving expertly over the muscle, skilled motions making his fingers slip into her supple flesh, making her gasp and whine against the contact, making her toes curl involuntarily in the building pleasure. You are way too good at this, I'm guessing you like it. Izuku snarked back, caressing her legs softly from her ankle to her upper thigh. Mai gripped onto the sides of the tub as she continued her fight against the in her throat, her legs twitching lightly at the sensation of his hand moving closer to her yearning lower lips. She had fed it last night with him, and now it wanted more. It wanted him again in a way that made her head spin. She wanted to feel full again. To feel complete, to feel him inside again. He stopped his ministrations instantly. Sorry. She whined at the sudden contact, her skin burning, yearning for more contact. Her hand almost made its way down, but she held back, instead tightening her death grip onto the sides of the tub instead, her jaw relaxing as she let out a soft whine. You'll make the emptiness return. She mumbled softly, ignoring that it was too late for that. Izuku gulped. She could see his own uncertainty in his eyes. I mean, I can just cure it if it happens, do you not want that? For a moment, she saw it in his eyes. The lust building in him, the same glazed look he had when they did it. Yesterday. I wouldn't mind it, but, do you want to do it? Her hand grasped onto his shoulder. I don't want to make you. The words melted in her mouth as he gently touched her inner thigh, the sudden sensation jolting her out of those thoughts, her body screaming with pleasure as her upper torso jerked with the sudden spark of joy making its way up her spine, another escaping her lips as her head rolled back. God, she wanted him to touch her like that every day. Izuku began gently massaging the soft skin of Mai's inner thigh, careful not to work too roughly. Mai's soft mules were his reward, her own hands trying to go at his to go a little higher. He removed one hand from the warmth between her legs to gently cup the back of her head, pulling her in for a kiss. Mai melted into his mouth, her tongue almost instantly seeking the warmth of his. Izuku's hand slid from Mai's neck to the small of her back, gently pulling her closer to him until she was nearly straddling his lap. Izuku thanked whatever higher power was listening that total command kept his muscles from cramping as his fingers worked the delicate skin between Mai's thighs before sliding up to gently slide the outer folds of her entrance. Mai gasped, her face full of want. Even as her teeth clacked, she gasped into his mouth. Stop teasing me already. Izuku gently pressed his thumb to Mai's CLT, careful not to overstimulate her as he slowly pushed a single finger past her folds to tease at her insides. Like that. Mai responded by attacking his mouth with renewed frenzy, wrapping her arms around his neck and grinding into his hands seemingly on instinct. Izuku increased the kneading of his thumb as his finger searching for the spot. More, faster, please. Mai flinched, aiming against him harder, pleasure filling her system. Izuku smiled as he gently circled the differently textured spot within her. He could feel Nana's Elbred breath in a moment of clarity, and the pleasure seeping its way into Mai's face was a sight to behold. Mai's shaky eyes landed on him, confused but oh so aroused to question just what he was doing. He gently rubbed the spot, causing her to shiver with pleasure, water rippling as her legs twitched and her back arched into him. Her eyes began to flutter and her breath hitched. Zuku, oh my god, F. Mai seemed to tense like a spring before snapping with a high-pitched gasp, melting into deep, shuddering breaths as the spring snapped and he started rubbing the spot again. All coherence left Mai's mind as the wave of pleasure suddenly started building up again, her breath lost in her chest as she felt every neuron in her fire at the same time, overloading her senses with pure pleasure. The spring snapped again. She started breathing, trying to catch her breath before he started up again, not even out of the aftershocks before the spring snapped again. For a moment, the only thing in her mind was the pleasure he was letting her feel. She didn't know how many times that spring had snapped as she was consumed by pleasure, in her own bubble of pleasure with just him. But he slowed down gently, at last, letting her ride out her final 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 to its end. After half a beat of grabbing her breath, Mai was back on him, her hands furiously reaching down to grasp beneath his swim trunks. We don't dash, please, let me return the favor. Mai's eyes flashed with golden fire as she stared deep into Izuku's own. Or do you not want to? If that's not what I say. Mai freed his girth from his shorts with a smile, giving it a few experimental pumps before gently pushing Izuku back a little. The young woman carefully pushed herself up to straddle Izuku properly, rubbing the head of Izuku's rod against her before slowly inserting it inside, taking it slowly, unlike the day before. After the torrent of pleasure he let her feel, the anticipation of getting full again was a heavenly sensation, and she wanted to feel every millimeter of him as he parted her, filling her to the brim. Completing her. The gasps that she was eliciting from Izuku was just the cherry on top. Her arms wrapped around his head, pulling him back into her exposed chest as her hips finally touched his in a final grunt on both sides. She gave a breathless giggle, pushing him away to look him in the eye. Do you love me, Zuku? Like you need to dash, he gasped, grabbing onto her hips to stabilize himself. Ask. With that encouragement, Mai smiled widely before beginning to raise and lower herself, picking up a slow, steady rhythm. Tender and passionate. I love you, I love you too. Mai slowly picked up the pace, tenderness lost in the waves of pleasure and passion, relishing in the fullness that was Izuku. She was dumbstruck by how one person could make her feel so satisfied in every stretch of the imagination. Mai lost herself in the moment as she slowly built speed, riding her lover with reckless abandon, another 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 building up with each move. Judging by the look on Izuku's face, he wasn't far behind. Mai felt that coil tighten again, and before it could snap, she crashed her lips onto his, kissing him deeply as her insides twitched and convulsed with her 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺, her hips rubbing against the base of Izuku's pelvis as she rode it out. That, with the addition of the tightness that came with her 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺, Izuku couldn't hold back either. The sensation of him pulsing inside her only intensified her own 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺. The man shuddered, unable to speak as he wordlessly growled into Mai's mouth, the mutual 𝐒𝐿𝐴𝐺 making his own mind go blank. After a few more languid strokes, My dismounted with a satisfying pop that sent shivers down Izuku's spine. That was amazing, he mumbled out, still trying to come down from the high of his own orgasm. Mai smiled softly, then stopped for a second, remembering something. Total Command takes care of impregnation, right? Izuku's head snapped down. Oh, that? Yeah, I tried telling you yesterday, but unless I say otherwise. She leaned in, slipping Izuku her tongue again before humming into his open mouth. Maybe one day let is one Gyo Izuku. As if I would. Degree, it's done. Degree, how did we end up like this? Izuku questioned Mai, who was snuggling onto him on the couch. Dunno, do you not like it? She responded, rubbing a hand over his chest. Didn't say that, Izuku mumbled back, smiling softly at her. Wanna go to the workshop soon? He loved seeing the sparkles in her eyes whenever he said that. Do you even need to ask? She whispered back, faking offense. Guess not, but first, lunch, he asked, gripping onto the couch and slowly sitting up. Mai stole a kiss as their positions shifted, her sitting on his lap. I'd love some. So, Izuku huffed, looking at the small group collected into the common rooms of one as dorm. Care to tell me how I'm cooking for 5 people today? Setsuna and Itsuka smiled sheepishly as Ibara stood behind them with the slightest, I told you so look. I'm sorry Midoriya, Ibara just sounded so content that we got curious, Itsuka mumbled, grabbing onto Setsuna's shoulder and making her bow too. It's fine, it's fine. Izuku waved, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. I hope you guys can wait, it's gonna take a little while longer to prepare for 5. He turned back to the boiling broth, trying to figure out how he was going to make more. Itsuka looked at his back sheepishly. Should have told him sooner. So, big guy, what you making? Setsuna sauntered into the kitchen to stare, or rather, attempt to stare, over Izuku's shoulder at the meal he was preparing. Izuku hummed to himself, reaching over and grabbing more of the dashi stock and pouring it in. Mushroom rice. Just gotta make some extra stock. We should have more than enough rice. He gestured to the rice cooker working further down the counter before leaning past Setsuna to grab a cutting board. Setsuna's eyes were immediately drawn to the strip of skin that was exposed as the hem of his shirt rose. She cleared her throat, hoping her mouth wasn't too dry before speaking. Can I help? That'd be great. Would you mind rinsing the mushrooms? They're in the colander, just need to go under the tap. The green-haired woman acquiesced, rinsing the mushrooms before handing them back to Izuku. As she attempted to help where she could, Setsuna was struck by how domestic this man who was a literal force of nature in the sports festival could be. I think I've got it from here if you want to go back and join the others, thanks for the help. Izuku offered a smile that made the young woman's heart clench. Setsuna turned on her heel before plopping back down on the couch next to Itsuka, her face unreadable. Itsuka turned with concern. You alright, girl? Husband material. The redhead turned crimson. What? Setsuna pointed accusingly toward the kitchen. Husband material. Itsuka glanced over and, upon seeing the tower of a man bustling around the kitchen happily humming to himself as he prepared lunch, she couldn't help but agree. He is, isn't he? Mai injected herself into the conversation, Itsuka almost jumping out of her skin at the sudden interruption. Wanna play a game while he finishes it up? The 3 students from 1B looked at her with levels of curiosity and fear. Any of you played Car Wars before? Itsuka hadn't heard the name of the board game, but overall it was a solid game, with math-heavy rules that she hadn't expected from a game of its kind. Then Mai let it slip that it was older than the millennium and things started clicking to place. Honestly, it was slightly concerning how nonchalant she was with the info. She chalked up to her being her and focused on other issues. Like Ibara's eyes slowly glazing over and the widening of Mai and Setsuna's mutual DV smirks. The poor girls seemed to be under a lot of stress for some reason, and Mai's insistence they design their own vehicles, it was putting pressure on the poor woman. Itsuka considered herself good at math, much like Setsuna, but Ibara struggled at times with the subject. She claimed it was due to her being unable to focus on numbers. Itsuka was inclined to agree as she noticed Ibara using her hands to try and remember the numbers as she did math in her head. Hey Ibara, you have to mount weapons or you won't be able to participate. Setsuna giggled, trying to get the fellow greenhead to add at least some offensive capabilities to her vehicle. Weapons, only to destroy. There's nothing in here useful for saving people. I do not condone violent games, Setsuna. Ibara rebuked, huffing gently. Oh come on, everyone loves a little mayhem in a safe space. It's not like we'll be dealing with these weaponized cars ourselves as heroes. Setsuna smirked, and Ibara shuddered, almost seeing the gears turn in her classmate's head. Mai was helping Ibara somewhat, mainly by providing a basic calculator to help with the math-heavy creation system. She had chosen a more modest frame, with a station wagon, while Setsuna had gone for an explosive-laden sports car clearly built for the confetti rules. Itsuka had gone for a basic build focused on reliability, over the flashier things Mai and Setsuna built. Ibara's refusal to arm her vehicle build had ground everything to a halt. She would admit to not truly looking forward to the incoming fights, but at least it would keep people occupied. Midoriya? Nemurai asked, entering into the dorm rooms in her casual clothing for once, baggy hoodie and leggings. Hope he doesn't mind. Wait, why should I care about what he thinks I look like? Ah, Kiyoma-sensei welcome. Izuku paused a second when he saw her state of dress. I knew I should have dressed better. She hissed internally at the taller man's gaze, flustered out of her mind. Wait, is he blushing? She blinked as she noticed red seep onto Izuku's face. Did I forget to zip up the hoodie? She looked down, trying to see if she was showing more skin than intended. She wasn't what? She started blushing even more in response. Hello. And like that, Izuku's trance was broken. Shaking his head slightly to shake the BLD off his face. Sorry, you look cute. Thank you. Setsuna. Itsuka. Izuku and Midnight turned to the source of the shouting. Why'd you blow yourself up? The redhead yelled, part of her competitive nature shining through at the end of the board game. Because you were about to kill me, so I went for Emi. The greenhead chuckled with a sly grin. First Ibara drops out, then we have to tag team Mai, and now you do this. I thought we were going to have fun. Itsuka huffed, pouting softly. Girls, the food is ready, Izuku chimed, all four heads snapping onto him. Just help me set up the table, please. Mai was the first to jump away from the table. The hospital staff looked at her with scrutiny. Considering her absence for the last 13 years, she didn't take any offense. The nurse leading her to her mother's room broke the silence. There is no reason for her to be here any longer. The nurse gulped, worried that she had insulted her. She hadn't. Her psych evaluations has been stable since her second year here. I don't know why the doctors haven't given her the all-clear yet for her return. Endeavor has a lot of people in her pockets, Shoko mumbled softly. It's probably not even the doctors that are blocking her release, the nurse gulped again. I see, she gestured at the door in front of them. That's her room. Shoko bowed slightly and thanked her for her time, slowly moving toward the door. Her mother flinched as the door opened, but as she looked, her slight confusion melted away to a bright smile. My little snowflame. Shoko felt the words hit her like a punch to the gut, a small smile breaking across her face and tears escaping her eyes. Mom, you grew up into such an appealing young woman. Rei was tearing up herself. The flowers she had brought fell to the ground forgotten as the hero in training took a hesitant step forward. I'm sorry I didn't come sooner. Rei just smiled wider, wiping her eyes. No, it's fine, I'm just happy I got to see you one more time. She didn't know how she got there, but the next moment she was hugging her mother like it was the last time she would be able to do it, crying into her shoulder, her mother hugging back just as tightly. At that moment she was 5 again. I love you 3000. Her mother laughed, crying a little harder as if she had given up on hearing those words again until that moment. Love you 3000. A sense of pride filled Izuku as he watched the girls eat his meal. Itsuka and Setsuna were clearly surprised by how good it tasted, while the other three happily dug in. 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐺 not 𝐒𝐬𝐼𝐺. Nana teased, causing his face to falter. I am Piatai Suri NEOFTTJs WOLD love 𝐒𝐬𝐿 BACK to 𝐒𝐬𝐿 des WOK. He was blushing madly and raised his plate to hide it. Nana, you're just saying that. Yeah, no. 𝐼𝐴 Izuku 𝐒𝐻𝐲 He felt the phantom sensation of Nana hugging him from his back. 𝐼4𝑟𝑜𝑛𝑒 She started laughing as she felt him start to scream internally. After the tearfest ended, Ray continued to pet her daughter's hair calmly, enjoying the sensation she so dearly missed in the past 13 years. You know, they let me watch the sports festival, she murmured, causing 𝐭𝐿𝐴 to stiffen under her hand. I'm proud of you. 𝐭𝐿𝐴 hugged her mother tighter, relishing in the affection. But I only came third place. I'm proud of you, Ray repeated, rubbing her head a little harder almost playfully. Now, that boy though, Mom, no. 𝐭𝐿𝐴 looked back up. My little snowflame found herself a crush, hasn't she? Ray cooed, combing a red strand of her daughter's hair behind her ear. You looked cute snuggled up to him. He doesn't do that to you normally, right? He picked me up before, 𝐭𝐿𝐴 mumbled matter-of-factly, yet her reddened cheeks were hinting at her real emotions. We both know I didn't mean that part, Ray huffed, pouting cutely. He is gentle normally, I just didn't give him any other option then, 𝐭𝐿𝐴 trailed off. I'm sorry, what? No, why are you sorry? Ray smiled. Is it 'cause you used the fire? Yes, 𝐭𝐿𝐴 deflated against the bed. I used you know, Ray cut her off, looking out the window. I want to get out of here, just to meet this Izuku Midoriya, to thank him for saying what I couldn't back then. What? 𝐭𝐿𝐴 stuttered looking up to her mother. Back then? I said things I shouldn't have, things I didn't believe in. She was crying softly again. It was always your power to use 𝐭𝐿𝐴, all of it. But I lashed out at you, it's 13 years too late, but I'm sorry, 𝐭𝐿𝐴. I hope you can forgive me. F off, hag. Katsumi yelled, dashing away from Mitsuki, who was holding a frilly dress. Come on you lily, it'll look cute, the older Bakugo hissed, chasing her daughter down in the confines of their home. Just try it on for a second, I bet Izuku would like a pic. I said no. Katsumi screeched back, dashing behind the dinner table to put it between her and her mother. He wouldn't like something like that anyway. Oh yeah. Then what would he like? Here. My hero costume. Mitsuki stopped. Oh, that boy is kinkier than I thought. Suddenly the frilly dress was set on the couch. Wonder if my old costumes would fit you, Mitsuki mumbled as she climbed her way back up to her room. What? So, 𝐒𝐿𝐴 mumbled back, trying to read her mother's expression as she took another sip of her tea. How big? 𝐒𝐴 choked on her tea and started coughing. Come on, I bet you snuck a peek already, she huffed, smiling teasingly. No way you were so touchy with him in the festival without seeing at least that much. Oh my god, you are worse than 𝐻𝐵, 𝐒𝐴 mumbled, hiding her face in her palms, pinkies out to keep herself from floating away. 𝐻𝐵 was the girl that ended up in her underwear, right? The one you flipped out of bounds. Yes, good, steer the conversation away from that. Why, she's in our class. You know she's gonna steal him away from you if you don't pounce on him, right? She can't. She slapped her mouth shut before she finished that thought, but it was too late. Her mom was smirking. Gotcha, she said with a wink. Oh no. She sure is going at it, Nemirai mused, sitting next to Izuku in the workshop. Any clue what she's building? She hasn't told me, and with the way she builds, things become apparent only after it's almost done, Izuku mumbled back. Basically I have no clue, but she sure is going at it fast today, faster than normal. That's 'cause I'm inspired. Mai shouted triumphantly, tossing the welder to the side with expert precision and landing it perfectly in its holder. I can see everything. I'm not sure if I'm scared or impressed, Nemirai whispered, scooting slightly away from the mad scientist. With Mai, it's a good call to be both. Izuku shuddered and pray that it doesn't blow up. Nemirai looked ready to bolt as she turned fully to face the man. Are you serious? That happens often. More than you think. He simply shrugged, turning to face her as well. You get used to it, it's a part of he. Suddenly his hand shot up to catch a metal plate that was shot across the workshop during one of Mai's engine tests, his head barely turning to see what he was doing. 𝐵 felt the wind ruffle her hair, looking back just in time to take a glimpse of his show of strength and dexterity. Of her process, he finished, shaking his hand to get the numbness out. Come on, we have visitors. Sorry. 𝐵 let an unsteady breath out as the sudden burst of adrenaline faded, her eyes still locked on Izuku. Does he do that on purpose? Momo shifted warily at the sight of her mom and dad planning something. Something she didn't agree on. So should the color theme of the marriage be green and red? Her mom asked, looking through swatches. Contrasting colors, yet it would look like a red rose with a stem. I approve, her dad mumbled, pulling out the dark green swatch and placing it next to a saturated red. What do you think, honey? I think this is going too fast, Momo mumbled, trying not to get flustered over the mental image of Izuku waiting for her at the end of the aisle, dressed in a tuxedo, and looking at her with love in his eyes. She shook her head, trying to dispel the blush as her parents laughed at her dazed state. You got it bad, my little sunshine, her mom cooed, ruffling her hair. Now, tell me, do you have a maid of honor in mind? No, we aren't doing this, we aren't even engaged yet. Momo stuttered out, fanning her face to try to get the blush to fade faster. Her mom and dad looked at each other. Yet, they repeated with small smiles on their faces. They grow up so fast. Muscles rippled over his powerful frame as Izuku lifted her into the air, his hands rough but gentle as he carried her to his bed. We shouldn't, Izuku laughed, his voice sounding like music to her ears. 𝐵, the woman ummed in response as Izuku used her given name. I am yours, nothing could be more right. Dexterous fingers undid her costume, easily tearing away at the thin fabric. 𝐵 blushed, suddenly shy under Izuku's gaze. A single hand tilted her chin up to face his. I love you, 𝐵. 𝐵's vision blurred green as she felt her body ripple with joy, heat pooling in her lower stomach as her tense muscles quivered with effort. Soft beeping began, at the edge of her senses as pleasure overrode what else she had. Izuku. The beeping crescendoed louder and louder until all she could feel was the rumbling of the mechanical beeps. 𝐵 rolled over, groaning as she hit her alarm clock, shutting down the incessant beeping. Day 3, she huffed. Maybe I should get out away from him for a while. The vestiges of her latest dream resurfaced, causing her face to fill with color. He is 8 years younger than I am, I shouldn't be feeling this way. Her phone beeped. A message from Izuku. Breakfast is ready if you want some. Also, I got a question for you, might be a little weird. She was beating herself up for getting excited about that last part. Be there in 10 minutes. Another text hit her phone, from Nozomi. Reminder that there is no rule against student-teacher relationships. Her face flushed again, slamming it against her pillow to muffle her screams. That rodent is gonna be the end of me. She didn't know what she expected, but it was certainly not this. Are you sure about this? 𝐵 asked as she pulled her hair into a ponytail, shaking her head a bit to let it sway. It might not be safe, I've never used it against a man. Izuku grinned, taking a seat on the floor of training hall Gamma. It's fine, your quirk lets you release a pheromone, right? Yeah, puts people to sleep. I call it narcoma, you probably can guess why. She smiled softly. What even made you think of this anyway? Well, he shrugged, looking up at her for a second. I felt like I was skimping on quirk training, plus I want to see if this actually works. His eyes hit the floor immediately as he remembered why he was avoiding looking at her. Her outfit was a sports bra, a loose tank top, and some sweatpants. And that tank top was now tossed to the side to allow her quirk better access. God damn it, calm down, Izuku. She probably doesn't like being ogled like that. 𝐿, Nana added with finality. You shut up. He scratched his cheek, trying to calm his blush down. You don't mind, do you? 𝐵 was blushing too, looking away. After you feeding me 3 days in a row. I don't think I can say no to something this trivial. She thought for a second, then sat down next to him. But just in case I need to catch you when you fall asleep, she murmured, still looking away. He nodded slowly. Ready when you are. 𝐵 nodded as well, and lilac gas started to emanate from her skin, bathing the area in a soft pink haze. Izuku breathed in, letting the gas fill his lungs. You know, your quirk smells real. He couldn't finish the sentence as the pheromone kicked in, his eyes getting heavier and heavier. Waigu, he leaned to the side, then tumbled down into her lap, asleep. She huffed softly, a small smile in her face. Guessed you wouldn't be able to withstand that. She was blushing even as she started softly petting his curly mess of hair. A lewder part of her was disappointed, saddened that she couldn't do anything with him without him falling asleep. She shook her head, trying to get the part to just shut up and letting her quirk start to fade. It was gonna take a while for the aroma to fade, and even longer for him to wake up. Her posture eased, now that she was effectively alone, looking down on the sleeping man. You look cute while you sleep. She almost had a heart attack when he twitched and started to wake up. Panicking, she looked around, staring at the pink mist that still surrounded them. But how? He yawned, rubbing his eyes, looking up to her face from her lap. Oh, this is familiar. A beat passed as Midnight looked down at him, blushing redder and redder until her face felt like it was on fire. He managed to wake up fully in that beat, flinching, then rolling out of her lap. Sorry, I didn't notice that you were -H. How are you awake? My quirk is still -. She slapped her own cheeks. Oh my god, you're immune -. I think so, yeah. He stood up to his full height, taking in another gasp of the pink mist. I don't feel sleepy. Nemurai just stared. Her mind immediately began whirring with the possibilities. How? Izuku started laughing awkwardly. Total command, remember. Your quirk activates a neural pathway in anyone that breathes in your aroma. And well, you turned the pathway off, she finished, still surprised that there was someone that could withstand her quirk. Yep, I had to fall asleep to find the pathway it seems like, but now I should be immune entirely, Nemurai huffed. I'm kinda disappointed that you managed to nullify my quirk so easily. That got Izuku to start waving his hands around. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to make it sound like your quirk was weak or anything. It's just Nemurai let out a giggle, looking at the taller man devolve into a murmuring, stuttering mess. She got up smiling at the man who was still mumbling up a storm. It's fine Midoriya, besides, suddenly her leg kicked his out from under him, her hand gripping onto his shirt before he could fall down properly, capturing him in a weird position. She liked her lips. No pro is just her quirk. Izuku stared up at her with awe and amazement, almost making her internal screaming external. Why did I even do this? Midnight Sensei. The sudden interruption caused her to let go, Izuku catching himself in a roll to avoid hitting his head and quickly standing up next to her. Who was that? Izuku asked. Tagata. Nemurai mumbled, looking through the dispersing smoke, then cleared her throat, standing straighter. Well, to what do we owe the pleasure of meeting you? Midnight announced, smirking. Izuku was not ready for the sudden change to her persona, flinching at the more stuck voice coming from his professor. We, the person called out from the other side of the smoke. You're not alone in there. Oh, right, Midoriya, could you be a dear? Midnight asked, leaning onto his shoulder softly. Ah right, that thing I do sure, he muttered. Fun and why tying is even I and here I don't can wwh being more smit 10 with. Shut up. He clapped with the power of one for all, the pink cloud surrounding them dispersing with the shockwave. Midnight gripped onto his shoulder to avoid getting tossed to the side by the gust of wind. With the pheromones dispersed, the two saw the arrivals, a shorter girl with baby blue hair down to her hips bouncing from foot to foot, a muscular blonde with short spiky hair styled in what could be counted as a pompadour, and someone hiding behind her more muscular friend. As soon as they saw him, the blue-haired one shot forward, shooting something out of her hands to propel herself forward much like Katsumi would, crashing into his chest, the sudden attack causing both to tumble down onto the ground. It's you. Izuku flinched, unprepared for the assault or the sudden increase in volume. It's me. How strong is this girl? 𝐒𝐻𝐻. Nana sounded almost impressed. LSO, NICL and NG. 𝐒𝐬𝐽𝐻𝐿. She giggled as he felt her point at the woman's current position. Izuku glanced down, only now noticing that in the tumble of the blue-haired woman's attack, She had ended up straddling his hips and was now bouncing up and down, her hips grinding against his with each excited bounce, as she muttered off a veritable monologue worth of questions, unaware of the precarious position she had placed them in. His mind clicked into gear, analyzing the sudden passenger on him. Supple body, but with every bounce, he could feel her strong muscles under the soft of her skin, probably not wearing a bra considering how her bountiful chest was movie eyes up. And you have a quirk. Like, I thought only women could get quirks, but then you were like whoosh and beam. You flexed a glacier off of you. You were all like power. She glanced over her shoulder, her hair whipping around like a shampoo commercial, like Myra. Myra. Hey. You should do the power thing with big, green, and muscly hair. Izuku leaned up to look at Myra, who was just laughing at her friend's antics. Come on 𝐻𝐻𝐸, you can't just straddle a guy like that. Mim. She turned around fully, kicking a leg over him to straddle him backwards. Why not? He doesn't seem to mind, or do you? She looked over her shoulder at him, one blue eye piercing through his. He couldn't respond. My, energetic as always, aren't you 𝐻𝐻𝐸? Midnight teased, smirking. I guess I should have expected that much vigor from you ace top 3. Wait, top 3. Oh. You are Izuku couldn't help but get that fanboyish sparkle in his eyes, sitting up fully behind Nejiya. You 3 are UA's top students. People closest to All Might even among pro heroes. That's us, alright. Myra cheered, flexing with her arms to her sides before pointing at him, and you're the guy with the quirk. From 1A, no. Izuku Midoriya, right? Nejiya asked, turning back to face him fully. Oh my god, the big 3 know me. Oh my god, the big 3 know me. Wait, then that means. He looked at the woman still in his lap, baby blue hair, power to shoot out something yellow. Nejiya 𝐻𝐻𝐸. The Nejiya 𝐻𝐻𝐸. He was vibrating with excitement. Your power output isn't even matched by Endeavor when it comes to pure strength. How does that work? I know your bio said that it was based on vitality, but when you use it, does it drain your vitality? Or is it a constant level you can sustain unless you get hurt? Does your vitality regenerate with you consuming food? Or is it with rest? His hands were moving as if he was flipping through notes. Why does it spiral? Were you able to pinpoint what that energy was? Is it plasma or light? Are you able to change the direction of your shots after you fire them? Izuku down Biori. Don. Nana screeched, the sensation of getting smacked upside the head pulling Izuku out of his mumble storm. His eyes focused on Nejiya, who was a blushing mess. Sorry, I got excited. No, it's fine, she squeaked, her voice in a higher pitch than usual. I'm just not used to, she trailed off, noticing her position finally, straddling his lap with him sitting up, her chest almost rubbing against his weight. Was she wearing a bra today? Oh god, can he see my N? She shot away from him, hiding behind Myra, who was laughing boisterously at her sudden shyness. You seem to know a lot about us, don't you? Izuku didn't even blink. Yes, of course, Tamaya Magiki is behind you, right? Her quirk is amazing. Does she have a limit on how many organisms she could turn into at a T? Myra couldn't help but laugh harder as she felt the heat of her friend's blush against her back. You really are a fanboy, here. I guess. Sorry, is this weird? He asked, finally standing up to look at the woman properly. Even with his height and stature, Myra looked like she could challenge him when it came to intimidation. So that makes you Myra Tagata, right? I don't know much about your quirk, I don't know if anyone else does either, but Lemillion is almost a household name at this point. I can't believe I'm meeting you. He noticed that he was suddenly looking at nothing, while Nejiya and Tamai noticed that their shield was missing a moment later. Oh what so, is he always like this? Myra asked, leaning onto Midnight, acting like she was whispering gossip in an exaggerated manner. Midnight played along. Yeah, he gets real fanboy why the first time he meets any hero, it's kinda adorable though, right? Myra laughed again. Izuku was starting to see how similar that laugh was to All Might's. Now, Midoriya. Myra turned to face him. He noticed that she wasn't wearing the UA-provided gym gear, but a pale yellow shirt and shorts, they seemed similar in color to her hair now that he looked at them again. One spa. Izuku blinked. Wait, really? I'd be honored. He glimpsed her start to fall into the ground, then she was in front of him, fist aimed for his gut. The fight at the Numu flashed before his eyes, body locking up for a second as everything in him went to overdrive. His eyes hardened as flow kicked in, one leg snapped behind him, his whole body pivoting away from the punch in a mere millisecond as his hand shot forward gripping the underside of Myra's wrist, pulling her forward for an Aikido lock. His hand literally went through her wrist like she was just a hologram after the initial purchase against her skin, the woman laughing all the while she phased through him, rolling to a stand behind him. Good reflexes. There's no way for me to win, is there? He mumbled, looking at the back of the woman. Nope, Myra chuckled again. Oh, Izuku huffed from his place on the floor, feeling bruises starting to form even with his higher regenerative capabilities. I knew the big three weren't a joke, but I couldn't imagine the gap being this large between us. Honestly, I'm surprised you could keep up for that long, 𝐒𝐻𝐼a mumbled, looking at the man collapsed on the floor, and that you're still conscious. Oh, that's cause of my quirk, I'm in real pain right now, he muttered with a forced laugh. Your punches are no joking matter, lemillion. Myra flexed, screaming power as she did so, then shook her hands as if getting numbness out of them. You can call me Myra, and what even is your quirk? It felt like I was punching a brick wall back there, not to mention you didn't have the green lightning you showed off at the sports festival either. Oh, well, he attempted to sit up, only to fail gloriously midnight laughing sadistically before giving a helping hand, struggling to pull the heavier man up to a seated position. The lack of lightning wasn't for lack of trying. His face froze for a second as he realized that rhymed. Simply put, I need time to charge up before I use it. And I didn't give you time. I see. Myra punched her palm, then that is a current weakness of yours, but I am sure you're aware. Painfully so. Izuku smiled slightly, especially now. Myra guffawed at the pun, almost doubling over, I like you, Midoriya. But, yeah, it just lets me control my body on a organal level. He paused, scrunching his nose. That's not a word. I can control my body's organs and processes consciously. An invisible quirk, here. Myra smiled. No wonder we couldn't notice until you pulled that stuff with the glacier, but one question, you seem perceptive, what do you think my quirk is? Izuku paused, looking up to the blonde. You can phase through objects, that much is obvious, but your speed is also unmatched, almost a teleportation. He looked back down, pulling his hand up to his chin, wincing as he did. But those two quirks are too far apart to be natural. And while you can certainly phase through objects, it's not that clear that you can telepo. He flinched, looking up. You always popped out from the ground whenever you teleported. Oh, you are good. Myra chuckled with slight pride. When I go intangible using my quirk inside something solid, then become tangible again, you can guess the rest. You shoot out incredible, Izuku mumbled with pure awe. How did you even figure that one out? Trial and error. What about you with your quirk? I had an unnatural growth spurt. Myra guffawed again. That'd do it. Now I think it's time for us three to spar, right Tamai? Alright, the black-haired girl muttered, now hiding behind the shorter 𝐒𝐻𝐼a. Izuku could see her face, she had a shy beauty to her, it contrasted nicely with the bubbliness of 𝐒𝐻𝐼a, who was bouncing on the ball of her heels again after shaking off the shyness from earlier. �W𝐿𝐴𝑟𝑒𝑦𝑜𝑢 on all 𝐿𝐹𝑡𝐻𝑚. Nana giggled 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐼 𝐂𝐸𝐺𝑜 𝐾𝐠𝐻𝑛𝐕𝐴 He gulped, looking back down, trying to get the sensation of 𝐒𝐻𝐼a's body against his out of his head. 𝐂𝐻𝐸𝐺𝐼a𝐺𝐿𝐴𝐻𝐼𝑛𝐺𝐿𝑛𝑇𝐻𝑠 𝐻𝐴𝑑𝑜𝑎𝑏, And so is she. Nana. You're gonna be the death of me. 𝐿𝐴𝐻𝑠ℎ𝑦𝑜𝑢 He kinda did. Oh, he hissed gently, leaning away from the ball of cotton in Nemurai's hands. Told you it'd sting, she mumbled, pulling the ball away. Recovery girl isn't in and you need those dressed properly. You're right, he mumbled, adjusting himself back. I'll be still, go ahead. Nemurai smiled softly, gently dressing the scrapes on his cheek and shoulders. "You're sure these won't scar, right?" "They can't, got too many stem cells for that. They'll probably be healed over by this afternoon." He let out a soft forced laugh. "It's really no big deal." 𝐒𝐽𝐴 hesitated, then slapped his shoulder. "It's good that you heal that fast, but don't let that get to your head. I don't want you hurting yourself too much cause you can heal, got that?" Izuku's face froze, then broke out in a genuine smile. "I won't, don't worry Kiyama-sensei." 𝐒𝐽𝐴 blushed softly and pouted. "Good. Don't forget it." Both were thinking the same thing in that very moment. That's cheating, don't look at me like that." Izuku. Mai cheered as he stumbled his way into the workshop. "How was training?" He chuckled heartily as 𝐒𝐽𝐴 followed him in. "Learned a bunch, got beat to hell though." "Did you behave?" "She did, actually," Itsuka mumbled, flipping a page on her magazine. "Plus she promised to build me a flying motorcycle, and if you get between me and that, we are gonna have problems, Izuku." The man froze, then looked between the girls. "Oh, I won't stop you there, everyone ready for lunch." "Before that," Mai screamed, hugging into his chest. "Wanna do the honors?" "The honors?" Izuku's eyebrow quirked upwards as he looked down on the woman crushing herself into his torso. "Here." She pulled back, pulling a remote out of her jumpsuit. "It's the on button. Go ahead." Izuku looked at Mai, then at the button. "What am I just press it," she insisted. Fine. He looked at the remote again, flipped its cover, and pressed down on the bright red button. Hydraulics hissed and he heard the soft hum of a rotary engine speeding up, followed by the low hiss of steam escaping. He finally noticed the white canvas tarp over something on the side starting to move. "Oh!" 𝐒𝐽𝐴 rose back to his feet, one hand grabbing and pulling the tarp off of his massive frame, building G up like a normal person. "Pretty sure normal people don't boot up," Izuku shot back with a teasing smile as 𝐒𝐽𝐴 dropped into a fighting stance. He paused, then looked over his shoulder to the woman in question. "It's fine Kiyama-sensei, he won't attack, fat her is core-ECT, there is NONEDTOSTRT subroutine, SBI. I please you are to meet YOU, what is with your voice?" the teacher mumbled, standing back up straight then bumping an elbow at Izuku. "Also, father. He helped me build him ages ago, so he kinda is his father." Mai shrugged. "That is, honestly kinda cute," Itsuka remarked, closing her magazine and looking at the mechanical marvel up close for the first time. Arms large with synthetic muscles and hydraulics poking out from under its armored plating, its humanesque forms making up its massive torso, heavy joints all across the major pivoting points, armored to hell and back. The machine looked strong. Stronger than what she had seen Izuku decapitate. So how much of him was lost? Data-wise, I mean, Izuku asked, looking at the shorter pinkette. "Not much. Turns out he had a black box in his central chassis that held a copy of his current self. Funny, I don't even think I had access to such heavy-duty tech when I was building him." Mai paused, then spun to face the robot. "Wait, do you update your hardware on your own, 𝐒𝐽𝐴? I don't know, he hissed quickly. Too quickly. "Well, AI can't lie, so," Mai turned her back to her creation. "Guess I managed to build one when I was sleep-deprived." Izuku didn't buy that. Not one bit. But the alternative was scarier, so he let it go. He shrugged. "Lunchtime." Lunchtime, the other three cheered, trying not to let 𝐒𝐽𝐴's unblinking camera get to them.